The homeless man in the alley looks down at his arm, wide-eyed in horror. Is his skin moving? It almost seems to bubble, like water coming to a boil. He's experiencing a kind of pain he can't even imagine. He can feel something moving up against his bones, chewing through the calcium. He can't move. They're everywhere inside him, just eating. He opens his mouth to scream, but they've already chewed too many holes through his lungs for him to make a sound. Within the hour, he will be dead. But what's killing him? The store owner pulls a gleaming, serrated-edge knife from the knife block, and with deft, practiced hands, he slices a delicious ciabatta roll in two. From there, he butters the bread, slices a juicy pair of New York steaks into thick, medium-rare chunks, adds in some diced vegetables and lettuce leaves, sprinkles on just a pinch of lime zest, and hey presto, he's got a delectable Caribbean-style pork sandwich. It's a thing of beauty, but he can't help but feel it's missing something. Oh, that's it! The thought hits him like a lightning bolt. This sandwich would be delicious, but it'd also be far too dry. How could he have made such a rookie mistake? He saunters across the kitchen and reaches into one of the many luxuriously appointed cabinets, feeling around for one of the many jars of mayonnaise he's got stowed away in there. He twists off the cap with a pleasing pop and spreads a little mayo onto the sandwich. It looks positively delicious, and he wastes no time in placing it pride of place in the display case. Everything is moving along perfectly. Boston is a foodie town. That's what the store owner tells himself as he flips around the sign on the door from closed to open for the very first time. After years working as a chef in other people's restaurants, the store owner has racked up the experience to strike out on his own and achieve his dream: a boutique sandwich store on the Boston waterfront, where tourists from hither and yon would be able to enjoy artisanal sandwiches while browsing the city's many historic locales. His employees are busying themselves around the store. They're all people he personally interviewed and selected. They all aligned with his mission and had a passion for sandwiches. One wipes down the tables in prep for the inevitable rush of customers when it turns lunchtime. Another is artfully posing a selection of pre-made sandwiches behind a sheet of glass at the counter. Leg ham and strong cheese, BLT, tuna mayo, and, of course, lobster. We can't forget that this is Boston after all. But as the hours creep on, something horrible happens. Nobody shows up. The store owner doesn't know what he's done wrong. He managed to pay for an ad about the grand opening in one of the local papers and released some coupons in a local food magazine too. He even put a grand opening sign and garland in the window, showing off the grand opening discount. For every sandwich a customer buys, they'll get another half off. But it seems that none of this conventional business wisdom actually shook out. His optimism wanes as the course of the day passes, and though they're all keeping up brave faces, he can see the doubt in the eyes of his employees, too. All of their minds are bubbling with the same terrifying thought, too awful to ever be spoken aloud. This whole thing has been a complete bust. When closing time comes, the store owner gathers his employees together to give them a pep talk, hoping to assuage all their fears about potentially losing their new jobs the same week they got them. He gives an inspiring speech about the importance of perseverance and grit and sticking to their dreams, despite the fact that there may be discouraging setbacks along the way. As he listens to himself talking, it occurs to him that these are the words he needs to hear, as much as they are the words he needs to say. But after they've all gone home, he's left alone, looking at the uneaten sandwiches in the display case. The anxiety of the day has killed any hope of his appetite, and then it dawns on him. Those sandwiches are going to be stale by tomorrow. All his hard work, all his passion, and he's going to need to throw them out. He takes the Caribbean pork sandwich first and morosely exits out of the back door. He sees the dumpster around the back of the building, but he also sees something else. A homeless man, looking cold and hungry, wrapped in dirty sheets deep in the alley. And in that moment, he has an idea. Perhaps he can still serve a hungry person today. The store owner offers his precious sandwich to the homeless man, who gratefully accepts. Deciding it would be a terrible waste to just throw food away while there was a man going hungry behind his building, he gives all the sandwiches from the display case to the homeless man, who acts like it's the first time someone has been kind to him in many, many years. He eats every single sandwich and tells the store owner that it's one of the tastiest meals he's ever had. Clearly, when it comes to making sandwiches, the store owner has a gift. In one moment, he's reminded of why he does this, making people happy with food. He has no idea that, in a sense, He's just murdered the man who rekindled his passion. The next day, things change for the better. With renewed passion and vigor for the art of making and selling delicious sandwiches to tourists and the Boston public, he puts his all into the sandwich business, and Lady Luck responds. A few customers each day at first, and then the place becomes a local curiosity, the subject of online write-ups and must-visit in Boston lists. There are familiar faces that he sees every single day, and it's only a matter of weeks until he needs to start implementing a waiting list for customers. Business is booming, and despite his sudden and miraculous success, the store owner never forgets what sparked his second wind. He owes it all to the homeless man out behind the store, who reminded him of his true purpose. One day, he decides he needs to repay his old friend. He whips up a delicious tuna mayo sub and steps outside to give it to the homeless man. But the man is gone. It's strange. He's left some crumpled clothes behind, and the piece of cardboard he'd always sleep on. But the man is gone. The store owner steps forward, concerned for the man's safety. It had been a particularly cold and unforgiving winter after all, but he sees something instead that utterly disgusts him. In amongst the scattered clothes, there's a worm-like creature, glistening white and about a foot long. It lays there in the pile of clothes, mercifully dead. But the mere sight of it so revolts the store owner that he drops the tuna mayo sub onto the ground, splattering it across the asphalt. It's a terrible waste of food, but after seeing that disgusting worm thing, he doesn't have any kind of appetite for the rest of the day. If that's as terrible as this whole thing got, it would have been bad enough. But the floodgates of terror are about to open, and when it does, only a certain organization has the tools to close it. The store owner starts noticing strange things at work after that. Something about the regulars. Some of them seem kind of strange and doughy. They've got pallid skin and a vacant look behind their eyes. Some of them who've ordered the same sandwich day after day, who've memorized the menus by heart, are taking full minutes to decide what they want to order, as though the workings of their very minds have been gummed up. As disturbing as these strange little signs are, they're nothing compared to the nightmarish things a number of Boston EMTs and emergency room doctors were encountering around that same time. People collapsing in their homes in a state of extreme pain, their panicked friends and spouses calling in, crying and unable to explain what's happening to their formerly healthy loved ones. This, of course, would be disturbing enough, but what happens to these people after being taken in takes it to a whole other level. In every single case, the technicians see something moving under their skin. They take x-rays, ultrasounds, or in some cases, even make incisions, and the result is always the same. The bodies of the people experiencing these symptoms are full of thousands upon thousands of white worms, eating their innards from within, slowly killing them in perhaps the most painful way imaginable. Even seasoned doctors are passing out from sheer horror when they see the masses of impossible white parasites wriggling within their patients. The one piece of vital information they don't have is that all these victims had recently eaten at a certain up-and-coming sandwich store on the Boston Harbor. After 10 weeks of business, things are starting to cool down again for the sandwich store. The owner thinks that's to be expected. That opening FOMO hype can't go on forever. But the mysterious absence of some of his most loyal repeat customers is undeniably a little disturbing to him. Is it something he did wrong? Did he somehow alienate them? These thoughts are plaguing his mind when he's alone in the store one evening, cleaning up after everyone else has gone home. His thoughts are so occupied that, as he's preparing to screw the top back onto a jar of mayonnaise, he accidentally drops it. The jar stays intact, but a large, disgusting blob of mayo splatters out onto the floor. Great, now he has to clean that up. He picks up the jar and takes it into the back alley, where he intends to throw it into the dumpster. With half of it spilled out onto the ground, it's too much of a hygiene risk for him to keep it in the restaurant anymore. But before he can throw it into the trash, his arm freezes in a moment of inexplicable hesitation. In that strange moment, it occurs to him that it's the only one in the cabinet of that particular brand. He's used it on so many sandwiches before, and yet he's never needed to buy a new jar of it either. On a pure whim, he decides to inspect it closer. The label on the back of the jar reads, "Water, vegetable oil, vinegar, eggs, 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 eat eggs, be eggs. Your flesh is but the nursery and sustenance of our incalculable ravenous mouths. Eat eggs, consume us. Let us be realized within you. Sugar, salt, lemon juice, and love." Oh, he thinks to himself, that isn't good. Without a second's delay, he runs back into the sandwich store, wondering with horror just what exactly he'd been feeding his customers all this time. But these thoughts are interrupted when he sees that the mess of mayonnaise is somehow gone from the floor. He didn't clean it up, did he? Something is terribly wrong here. That's the only thing he knows for certain. He may not even be safe in here. He lunges out and grabs a frying pan, the one he uses to sizzle up a steak for the store's famous Boston-style cheesesteak sandwiches, and assumes a defensive position. His instincts might just save his life here, as something watches him from the shadows. Without warning, something comes squealing towards him, about the size of a rat, with shiny, smooth, white skin, propelling itself along the ground on a collection of horrid little tendrils. It makes a horrific shrieking sound and lunges for him. Almost instinctually, he whacks it with his frying pan, sending it flying across the kitchen, where it lands against the wall with a splat. Did he just get attacked by a living blob of mayonnaise? Before he can even contemplate all the implications of that, he sees the splat slithering down the wall and gathering in a puddle on the floor. This puddle then twists and warps, taking the exact same horrible shape it had before. Tendrils sliding out of its shimmering skin. It must have formed out of the contents of almost the entire mysterious jar. And it dawns on him all at once, in every single sandwich his shop had served which contained mayonnaise, he's been putting these little monsters into people's bodies. And as the beast shakes off the shock and prepares to charge again, he's starting to worry that he might be in for the same fate. Only in Boston, right? Whether you love or despise mayonnaise, it's likely that SCP-2484, aptly titled the Parasitic Mayonnaise Worms, made you feel a little queasy. But if you're anything like the Foundation field agents who first discovered this caustic condiment, you likely have some pressing questions about what exactly you just witnessed. Thanks to my research into a number of classified files, I'm able to give you the answers, but I'm afraid I can't tell you that it won't get any less repulsive. To the untrained eye, SCP-2484 is a mayonnaise jar of indeterminate brand containing approximately 1,024 grams of a substance that, to all chemical tests, seems to be identical to regular mayonnaise. This substance, for the sake of avoiding confusion, will be referred to as SCP-2484-A. While inside the jar, SCP-2484-A poses no threat to anyone. But the second the anomalous mayonnaise leaves the jar or is consumed by a vertebrate animal, the disturbing effects you've already witnessed take hold. The jar contains an infinite quantity of this mayonnaise too. When the contents of SCP-2484 are removed, it will begin to refill by 2 milliliters every hour. Luckily for the Foundation's biohazard control units, SCP-2484-A can be destroyed in any manner that non-anomalous mayonnaise can be destroyed. Personally, I've never contemplated ways of destroying mayonnaise, so I'll leave the devising of these methods to greater minds than my own. Any quantity of SCP-2484-A less than 5 grams doesn't seem to display any anomalous properties, so if you're content with a tiny quantity of mayo on your food, you may encounter this anomaly and live to tell the tale. But masses between 5 grams and 63 grams are another story. These masses will develop a repulsive, congealed membrane, a kind of smooth, glossy skin over their body, as well as crude, tentacle-like pseudopods. These creatures will slither and crawl around without any real direction. These won't pose any threat to other organisms, so long as they don't touch or ingest them. If only the same could be said for the larger ones. Slightly larger creatures formed out of SCP-2484-A, specifically ones weighing between 63 grams and 235 grams, will move with more direction and purpose. They will seek out solid foods and potable liquids, diffusing themselves into them and infecting them with their secondary anomalous quality, which we'll discuss shortly. Needless to say, one should avoid consuming food infected in this manner at all costs. Masses of SCP-2484-A ranging from 235 grams to 804 grams take a more direct and aggressive route to infecting their hosts. They will use their pseudopods to actively seek out vertebrate animals and try to enter their body through any means necessary. From all major bodily orifices, and even more novel methods of intrusion, such as pores and open wounds. But this is nothing compared to the danger presented by masses of SCP-2484-A ranging from 804 grams to 1,024 grams. These creatures are highly violent and aggressive, stopping at nothing to attack and enter vertebrate animals, going as far as forcing themselves through the victim's skin. It goes without saying that these are the most dangerous types to encounter of any of them, and you may need to brush up on your methods of destroying mayonnaise that we mentioned earlier in order to survive. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that your greatest anti-mayonnaise contingency plans have failed. The anomalous SCP-2484-A mayonnaise has entered your body in a dangerous quantity, which is to say 3 grams per every kilogram of body weight. If this describes your experience, then you're about to undergo the secondary effects of this anomaly, which I'm sorry to tell you are even more unpleasant than the primary effects. At first, the effects will appear to be relatively benign, including higher blood sugar levels, increased heart rate, slower cognition, and higher body heat. Not dissimilar to the effects of consuming a large quantity of non-anomalous mayonnaise. Within the body, however, things will be taking a considerably more drastic turn. The SCP-2484-A in the victim's body will begin to turn into small, gamete-like cells through some kind of anomalous force of metabolization. Then things will accelerate considerably. Within 3 to 6 hours, the cells will develop into tiny nematodes around a millimeter in length that begin swimming through the body. A single gram of SCP-2484-A can become around 500 of these parasitic nematodes. If that's already making your skin itch, it's going to get an awful lot worse from there. Between 5 and 40 hours after SCP-2484-A infects its hosts, whether through consumption or forceful entry, the parasitic nematodes will begin eating the host's tissues, giving them the mass to grow up to 12 centimeters long. At which point, the host is likely to experience horrific pain as they're eaten from within. When the host has been entirely devoured, the parasitic mayonnaise worms will turn on each other and start eating. After all this, only one worm will be left, measuring from 20 to 30 centimeters in length. It will then enter a dormant state and die within 4 days. As obligate parasites, the creatures spawned by SCP-2484-A are not designed to survive outside the host body after they've developed. Any worms removed from the victim's body will die within 5 hours, but no attempts thus far to save anyone infected with SCP-2484-A have been successful. Infection is, sadly, invariably lethal. Our opening tale was also the first recorded case study of SCP-2484 encountered by Foundation field agents. The source was an independent sandwich store in Boston, Massachusetts, triangulated after a series of reports of strange parasite behavior over a 10-week period. The SCP-2484 jar had been in the store's refrigerator with a number of non-anomalous mayonnaise jars, though the store's owner, when questioned by Foundation operatives, could not remember ever having bought this particular jar of mayo. How it made its way into the store is, to this day, a mystery. Once the Foundation had contained the threat, all surviving sandwich store employees were given amnestics, along with a number of medical personnel who'd also encountered the parasites. All the hosts were, of course, lost. SCP-2484 is currently classified as safe. It is kept in a standard refrigerated perishables unit, essentially a kind of high-security fridge. No more than 400 grams of the anomalous mayonnaise is allowed to be removed for experimentation at any time, and no destructive tests are authorized at this time. Any personnel hoping to access SCP-2484 need to have Level 3 access clearance or above. Condiments can be a loaded issue. I've personally witnessed arguments on the merits of ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise that have reached greater intensity than some Keter-class containment breaches, but I'd advise you to exercise caution. Next time you make yourself a delicious BLT and you're preparing to spread some mayo across the bread, or you're wondering which flavor will perfectly accompany your next hot dog, take a second to think. You may not know what you're really putting into your body. The boy screams as his body transforms. His bones warp and twist as feathers emerge from his pores and his skull sharpens into a long, hard beak. He's in a living nightmare. And who could have guessed it all started with an innocent attempt to play hooky? It's an ordinary Monday morning, and all over town, children are waking up and reluctantly dragging themselves out of bed for school. Some are oversleeping, hitting the snooze on their alarms, and getting a bit of extra shut-eye before their exhausted parents notice, wake them up, and rush to get them to school before the first morning bell. In one particular bedroom, a young boy is awake but still in bed, brainstorming as fast as he can. He is determined to skip school today however he can. He usually doesn't mind school very much, but today, all he can think about is the math test he didn't study for and the mean classmate who likes to knock his books out of his hands. But he can't just ask to skip school for no reason. He has to come up with a plan. He runs to the bathroom, splashing hot water in his face to give him a flushed appearance and a warm forehead. Then he hops back into bed and begins to loudly cough and sniffle until his mother comes to check on him. He complains that he doesn't feel well enough to go to school, and, sure enough, when his mother feels his forehead, it is hot to the touch. She agrees to let him stay home from school for the day, provided he stays in bed and gets plenty of rest. He promises that he will, and she leaves to go to work. On her way to work, the boy's mother remembers that there isn't much for him to eat while he's home alone all day. At least, there isn't much that he would want to eat while he's sick. She decides that she can be a little bit late to work for the sake of her son's health, and pulls into a nearby grocery store. She rushes out of her car and into the store, making a beeline for the soup aisle. She reaches for her usual go-to brand of chicken noodle soup, but finds the shelf completely bare. That's right, it's flu season. Of course, the soup is sold out. Oh great, this is exactly what she needs. A sick kid at home, 1 can of chicken noodle soup left at the store, and the machine won't even scan it. She smacks the side of the machine in frustration, and the screen reads invalid code, transaction cancelled. With a heavy sigh, she glances over her shoulder. No one is watching. She tried to pay for the can to do the right thing, but the machine wouldn't let her. So she grabs the can and runs out of the store before anyone can spot her. While his mother is out, the boy is at home raiding the pantry for snacks to sate his not at all sick appetite. He fills up on Oreos and toaster pastries, cheesy crackers, and chips. When he hears his mother's car pulling into the driveway, he quickly wipes the crumbs from his face and jumps back into bed, just in time for his mother to find him there, resting like he promised he would. She gives him a kiss on the forehead and tells him that she'll heat up some chicken noodle soup for him to eat. She's in a hurry to make it to work, though, so she'll need to leave it in the microwave for him. She pours the contents of the soup into a bowl, adds a bit of water, and pops the bowl into the microwave for a few minutes. She calls up to her son, letting him know that the soup will be ready when the microwave dings. Then she rushes out the door and heads to work for the day, confident that her son will be fine through her shift. If he happens to need anything, he can call her and let her know. The boy hears the microwave ding, but his stomach is too full from his rummage through the pantry for him to want any of the soup, in spite of its heavenly aroma. Instead, he creeps into the living room and sits down to play video games until his eyes start to hurt. As he boots up his gaming system, he thinks for a moment that he can hear a strange noise coming from the kitchen, a soft, clucking sound, like the chickens he saw on his grandparents' farm. But he quickly forgets about the sound as the screen lights up, and he disappears into the world of his favorite game. He plays for hours, until the grumbling of his stomach interrupts his concentration. He's suddenly very hungry, and remembers the soup his mother left in the microwave. It is certainly cold and unappealing by now, but he can just reheat it first. He punches the buttons on the microwave and waits for the soup to be ready. Again, he can hear strange noises coming from the microwave, but he doesn't think anything of it. The microwave dings, and he pulls out the bowl of soup, grabs a spoon, and digs in. A little while later, the boy's mother pulls into the driveway in a panic. She left work early when her phone rang with a call from her son. She answered, asking what was wrong, but he wouldn't answer her. All she could hear on the other end was rustling, heavy breathing, and some pained grunting. Fearing the worst, she drove back as fast as she could, running several red lights along the way. Now she fumbles with her keys as she unlocks the door, terrified of what she will find. She grips her phone in her other hand, thumb hovering over the buttons, ready to dial 911 if the situation calls for it. She pushes the front door open, calling her son's name. He doesn't answer, and her stomach drops. Suddenly, she hears the loud thud of something heavy being knocked to the ground. Something is terribly wrong here, and even though she might find her worst nightmare, she has to face whatever is waiting for her inside. She runs into the kitchen and finds it a mess. The bowl of soup is shattered on the floor, congealed, cold soup pooling on the tile. The kitchen table is turned over on its side. The kitchen chairs are in disarray. But the strangest sight is the dozens of tiny, white, fluffy things on the floor, counters, and furniture. She picks one up for a closer look and finds herself even more confused than before. It's a feather. They're all feathers. She calls her son's name again, praying for a response. This time, she receives one, though not the one she hopes for. She hears the sound of shuffling footsteps up above, followed by a strangled sound like a scream caught in someone's throat. She sprints up the stairs as fast as her legs can carry her, throwing open the door to her son's bedroom. There, she finds him. But this is not the bright-eyed boy that she left behind when she left for work. His arms are covered with a thick layer of white feathers, the same feathers that are beginning to poke through the skin of his face. The top of his head has elongated into a floppy comb of excess skin, the same sort of excess skin that is wobbling below his chin. And his mouth. It doesn't look like a mouth anymore. It's pointed and hard, and his lips click together when he speaks, or rather, clucks. His bare feet are scaly and red, with claws protruding from his toes. He flaps his wings frantically, eyes wide and wild, clucking and running back and forth across the room. When he looks at her, she does not see recognition in his gaze. Her son, her beloved boy, has turned into a chicken. Unable to do anything else, the mother calls an ambulance. At first, the paramedics that arrive on the scene think the call was some sort of elaborate prank, but when they set eyes on the boy, they agree that something truly bizarre is going on. They speed to the hospital with the chicken boy in tow, but sadly are unable to save his life. The mother turns over the can of the mysterious soup to the authorities, who launch a formal investigation. Unfortunately, they are unable to trace the can to any store, nor are they able to verify the existence of the company name on its label. Employees of the grocery store where she found the can insist that they have never seen it in their lives. Several weeks after this incident occurred, the SCP Foundation conducted a raid on a New York office of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. For those of you unfamiliar with the organization, and that is most of the general population by design, Marshall, Carter, and Dark Ltd. is an extremely powerful multinational corporation founded by 3 individuals with those surnames, specializing in the acquisition and sale of anomalous items, entities, and experiences. To put it simply, they run the largest anomalous black market in the world and are the crime bosses of the paranormal world. During this particular raid, SCP Foundation operatives recovered 17 different unusual items. Among the items discovered was a shipping crate recently delivered by the Federal Postal Service from an invalid return address. This crate contained 103 cans of SCP-2057, as well as a copy of a letter written to one of the company's associates. So far, the letter has not been traced to an address. It reads, "Dear Cyrus, Maria has told me of the unfortunate circumstances that have befallen your children. I'd hope to hear about the improvement of their condition soon. As their godfather, I am extremely distressed to hear this. Having experienced a child suffering from the measles myself, I know how terrifying it can be when it seems as if they are getting worse. Recently, we received a shipment of something that I hope can help your family. There is a crate in the storage area marked with Wondertainment, discontinued item. It will not be there long, as it goes to auction next week. I will leave a key under the photo of your family on your desk. Follow the instructions exactly. Do not, under any circumstances, do anything different than what is directed on the can. Destroy this message as soon as possible. I do not want any of this to come back on us. Be careful, my friend. Williams." SCP-2057 consists of 92 318 milliliter cans of condensed chicken noodle soup. Each can is covered with a brightly colored label depicting images of noodles, a cartoon chicken, and dancing vegetables. In addition to this inviting imagery, each label is emblazoned with the text, "Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids." Each can has a pull-top lid for easy opening and is printed with a set of nutrition facts, ingredients, and instructions for heating. The nutrition facts are as follows: calories, 95, fat, 3.17 grams, carbohydrates, 2.2 grams, protein, 13.48 grams, vitamin W, 2 grams, and mother's love, 10 grams. The SCP Foundation attempted to analyze the contents of the soup in order to compare it to the posted nutrition facts. The calories, fat, carbohydrates, and protein were found to be accurately reported. Vitamin W was present in the reported amount as well, though it was not a compound that the Foundation scientists had ever encountered before. Mother's love, as it is an intangible concept, was not able to be identified or measured in the analyzed soup samples. The ingredients are listed as ultralicious chicken stock, enriched Chinese egg noodles, finest cooked chicken breast, farm fresh carrots, crispy crunchy celery, sweet Vidalia onions, no paint thinner, fresh mountain spring water, vitamin W. Contains less than 2% of the following ingredients: a pinch of salt, a smidgen of chicken fat, sprinkle of spice extracted from rare plants, a dash of high-quality unicorn tears. The instructions for heating read, "Hey kids, feeling sick, icky, or downright yucky? Just pop open a can of Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids. Place contents of the can in a medium-sized soup pot. Add a can of water, stir, and heat. Watch as the fun begins. Eat hearty, and you'll feel better and ready to play with Dr. Wondertainment toys in no time. All of this is relatively straightforward, give or take a few unusual ingredients. Someone taking only a quick look might mistake a can of this soup for any other chicken noodle soup. However, it does have something that most ordinary canned soup does not: a warning label. Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids is intended to be eaten while it is hot to make you feel better in no time at all. Do not consume after it has become cold. Do not reheat. By purchasing from Dr. Wondertainment, you agree to not hold Dr. Wondertainment or any of Dr. Wondertainment's affiliates accountable for injuries or damages incurred by your product. Thank you for purchasing from Dr. Wondertainment. So what exactly is in a can of Dr. Wondertainment's Ultralicious Chicken Noodle Soup for Kids? Well, when the SCP Foundation first opened a can to take a look, they found that it was filled with condensed chicken broth and a mass of egg noodles shaped like an egg. When water was added and the contents of the can were heated to a temperature of 70 degrees Celsius, the noodle-based egg hatched. Inside was a small domesticated chicken made up of egg noodles, carrot, celery, onion, and cooked chicken breast. For simplicity's sake, this chicken noodle soup chicken is referred to as SCP-2057-1. As the Foundation researchers continued to heat the broth to a higher temperature, SCP-2057-1 began to move around, make audible chirping sounds, and eat the broth. As it ate, it grew larger and larger until it reached a mass of 85 grams and resembled a miniature adult chicken. At a temperature between 35 and 70 degrees Celsius, SCP-2057-1 behaved much like an ordinary chicken. It continued to behave normally even as it was consumed or cut apart, apparently feeling no pain or awareness of its situation. Dissection of SCP-2057-1 revealed that its insides were made up of soup ingredients, including celery and onion bones, cooked chicken breast muscles, carrot beak and legs, and chicken broth blood. When SCP-2057-1's temperature dropped below 35 degrees Celsius, it stopped moving and collapsed into the soup. At a temperature below 20 degrees Celsius, it became congealed and unappetizing. With these observations completed, the Foundation then attempted to measure the effects of this unusual chicken soup on a person that ingested it. When test subjects were fed samples of the soup at a temperature between 35 and 70 degrees Celsius, they had a very positive experience. The soup's taste was described as excellent, delicious, and homey. Though the meal caused a bit of psychological distress due to the soup chicken's realistic appearance and behavior, it improved every test subject's physical well-being. This eventually applied to test subjects with a case of influenza, measles, or the common cold. Following consumption of SCP-2057, each subject with a diagnosed illness of this kind reported immediate relief from their symptoms, including fever, aches and pains, cough, and congestion. With this positive, if a bit disturbing, effect documented, the Foundation next set out to determine what would happen if they let the soup get cold before it was eaten. Test subjects served this version of the soup had a far worse experience, describing the taste of their meal as bland, disgusting, and repulsive. 67% of the test subjects experienced cramps, chills, and diarrhea following their consumption of the soup, and 62% found themselves making involuntary clucking noises, as well as experiencing a strong aversion to poultry products. Again, several test subjects were deliberately selected based on their cases of influenza, measles, and the common cold. These test subjects immediately began to develop troubling symptoms, including the growth of pin feathers on their forearms, loosened excess skin on their heads and under their chins, a change in their ability to walk normally, and distressing hallucinations of being hung upside down by the ankles. Following these 2 rounds of testing, the research team decided to see why exactly the warning label advised against reheating the soup. D-Class 45782 was selected as the test subject for this particular experiment, and was instructed to reheat a bowl of cooled SCP-2057-1 in a microwave on high for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Then, he was to consume the reheated soup and report his experience to a camera placed in the room with him. As instructed, D-45782 microwaved the bowl of soup. As it heated in the microwave, it emitted unintelligible vocalizations in a deep voice. After removing the bowl from the microwave, D-45782 noted that it was gelatinous-looking, with blackened burnt bits around the edges. He took 3 bites of the disgusting, hot and cold at the same time mixture before spitting it out onto the floor and refusing to eat another bite. 15 minutes after tasting the reheated soup, D-45872 began to exhibit significant distress, clucking angrily into the camera. 5 minutes later, D45872 became more difficult to understand, clucks and other chicken-like vocalizations making up most of his attempted speech. He began scratching vigorously at his arms to the point of drawing blood. Loose skin could be seen gathering on the top of his head and under his neck. 6 minutes later, D45872 had lost the ability to speak. Large white pin feathers had sprouted from his arms, covering the skin, and smaller white feathers were beginning to sprout from his face. After 16 more minutes passed, D45872 began attacking other objects in the room, attempting to destroy the microwave, knocking the bowl of soup to the floor, and flipping over a table and chair. He had grown feathers over 67% of his skin, and his face had begun to change drastically. His nasal area was elongated and hardened, joining with his lower jaw in an appendage resembling a bird's beak. His upper lip had disappeared into his nasal cavity. Only 5 minutes later, D45872 suddenly stopped moving and collapsed to the floor, dead. Following D45872's death, an autopsy was performed. These were the findings. Autopsy revealed D45782's cause of death was due to extreme and sudden physical change of internal organs, resulting in shock and cardiac arrest. 93% of the subject's skin was covered in feathers. Physical changes in the face resulted in a beak-like alteration of the nose and mouth. Loose skin under the neck and on the top of the head resemble a wattle and comb. Subject's lower legs were found to be covered in thick, scaly skin, with the toes of the subject's feet ending in small, rounded claws. The subject and instance of SCP-2057-1 were incinerated after testing and autopsy. Whenever not being used for approved experimentation, all cans of SCP-2057 must be stored in a standard, large-volume storage locker in Containment Area 27 and kept at a temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Because SCP-2057 is in limited supply, all experiments must first be approved by at least 2 personnel with 2-1103 clearance, as well as receiving the go-ahead from Dr. Applegate. There are still 41 cans of Dr. Wondertainment's chicken soup unaccounted for, and the Foundation has been unable to track them down so far. Who knows where they ended up? Maybe at another office of Marshall, Carter, and Dark. Or maybe, just maybe, one made its way onto the shelves at your local grocery store. Best to be careful out there. When you're feeling sick, hungry, or in need of a little pick-me-up, there's nothing quite like a steaming hot bowl of chicken noodle soup. Just make sure to read the label carefully and always follow the printed instructions. If you ignore them, you might just find that your chickens have come home to roost. After all, as the saying goes, you are what you eat. It's never a nice feeling waking up lying amongst shards of broken glass in the middle of the road. The dawn sky above the biker looks almost peaceful. It's as if nothing had gone wrong at all, as if everything is right in the world. But slowly, the throbbing pain washes into his helmeted head, and the sound of the traffic surrounding him rises in his ears. A sea of onlookers gathers around as the cars blast their horns. Through the cracked visor of his helmet, the biker can see concerned faces, people calling emergency services, and a few women crying. His paramedic bike is toppled on its side about 40 feet from him. There are long black tire marks running up to where it lies, smoking slightly on its side. With a groan, the biker sits himself up and shakes his head. Bad idea. Looking around, though, it seems he's the only one injured. His bike had gone into the front of a car at the junction. The occupants of the car stand by nervously, offering him whatever little assistance they can. But there's no time for that, the biker suddenly realizes. He looks down at his watch frantically. It's 12:03 p.m. There's not enough time. He rushes over to the bike as fast as he can and lifts it back upright. A couple of onlookers try to grab his arms, trying to sit down to rest, but he can't. There's no time. He has just 3 minutes to get to St. Mary's Hospital in central London. Right now, he's at the junction outside Baker Street Station. He can still make it on time if he gets on his bike and goes now. The biker swings his leg onto the bike and kicks it into life. He takes a deep gulp and looks over his shoulder at the box on the back of his bike. He can't risk opening it here. The damage may already be done. But if the heart is still alive in that box, it is the only chance that a 10-year-old boy has for a normal life. If he doesn't get to the hospital in the next 3 minutes, his life could be over. The school children stand in a circle, looking down at the dead bird with a morbid fascination.
Do you think it's alive? No way.
The boy in the middle of the group goes to pick up a stick. With an air of false confidence, he walks up to the bird and gives it a prod. It makes a squelching noise. The other kids all reel in shock, making retching noises and laughing about it. It's only when their teacher comes out to call them inside that the group disperses, leaving the animal carcass alone, sitting at the edge of the playground, outside the view of boring adults. Each passing day, the kids wander over to the bird's body. It's kind of the best biology lesson they've ever had as they watch the animal slowly decompose. At first, its body just shrinks, goes flat almost. The feathers start falling out, and it loses all of its color. Then it starts to get puffy. Different parts of its flesh bulge out in weird places, as if they're being inflated like a balloon animal at someone's birthday party. But then, the maggots come. There are only a couple of tiny white crawling wrigglers in the bird's body at first, but a couple of days after that, it's infested with them. The creepy crawlies wriggle all over the body. But as the boy looks down at the dead bird, he spots something very peculiar, something they haven't seen in a biology class before. There's a red maggot, wriggling and crawling in amongst the rest of the creepy crawlies. It squirms like the rest of them, but even over the course of the school day, it quickly grows larger than any of the others.
What do you think it is?
The boy stares at it.
It looks like a worm.
And a worm is exactly what it was. The next day, when the kids return, they see that the red maggot is now much larger than any of the others feasting on the bird. With a slightly translucent body, cherry red coloring, and small white speckles on its skin, it looks unlike anything they've ever seen before. Actually, not unlike anything they've ever seen before. It looks exactly like something that all the kids recognize very well. In fact, one of the kids has a bag of them right now that he's chewing on. A candied worm. The kids stare in curiosity, first at the bag of candy that their friend has in his hand, and then down at the worm, slowly eating its way through the decomposing bird. As far as their eyes can tell, the two things are exactly the same, except of course that the one eating the bird seems to be alive. Kids being kids, the next thing that happened was sort of inevitable. One dares the boy to eat it. He almost retches in disgust. There's no way he's even touching it. And then, another one of the children throws down the poison chalice and dares him. The boy stands there nervously. He knows that he's not allowed to eat worms. That had been a lesson ingrained in him from a very young age. But his mother isn't here right now, and this thing doesn't look like any kind of worm that he's seen before. It almost looks a bit tasty. In exchange for eating the worm, another one of the children promises he'll give him 5 English pounds. The kids around the circle gasp. That's a lot of money. None of them have even got 2 pounds on them, let alone 5. Think of all the sweets you could buy with that kind of money. But the boy is adamant. He puffs his chest out, he stands up tall, and he nods firmly. 5 pounds, or he wouldn't do it. After some intense schoolyard debate, the deal is sealed. As the boy lies in bed that night, staring at the ceiling and grumbling, he knows that he is not happy about what his friends have done to him today. He's going to get them back for this. Only he's getting a bit of a tummy ache. Getting is the wrong word. He's had a tummy ache for most of the evening. What he's experiencing now is heartburn. It feels as if something is crawling in his chest. The boy just ignores it. It's probably just his worries about the worm inside of him. He chewed it up pretty well. There's no way that it's still alive in him, surely. His uneasy sleep is punctuated by rotten dreams. Dreams in which he finds himself lying on the floor and his playground lying on the ground at school, unable to move as people gather around him to poke him with a stick. He feels his skin covered with maggots. They even crawl across the surface of his eyes. In his chest, there's a searing pain. The boy wakes with a start as he feels his heart pounding, thudding against his ribs. It's agonizing. Adrenaline courses through him as he sweats off his face. Crying out for his mom, the boy lies there in bed, feeling the heart attacking his system. When you decide to become a surgeon, you have to accept that you're not going to get very much sleep most nights. In fact, it's more than that. You have to not only accept that you won't get much sleep most nights, but you also have to be at your absolute best when you've had no sleep and it's the middle of the night. With over 40 years under his belt, the surgeon doesn't need coffee anymore, even when the junior doctor offers it to him as he strides toward the operating theater. Instead, he asks them to fill him in on the situation. Who's his patient? What's going on? What needs to be done? The doctor accompanying him reads the notes in a calm but hurried voice. They haven't got much time on this one at all. At any moment, the boy's heart could give out. The surgeon asks what's wrong with the organ, and the doctor looks at his notes in apparent confusion. Apparently, over the course of the night, the boy has suffered a 72% reduction in the mass of his heart. The surgeon stops just on the other side of the door. He doesn't want to have this conversation in front of his whole team. He whispers to the doctor in a terse voice,
What kind of infection does this boy have that his heart has undergone that rapid of a deterioration? It's not an infection at all, sir. Well, sir, it's a worm.
The doctor holds out a sheet to him. The surgeon takes it from him. He looks down at the x-ray to see a scan of the boy's chest cavity. It doesn't look so bad. There's a hole in the heart for sure, but the surgeon has encountered worse in his career.
This was taken when the boy was first admitted.
The doctor hands the surgeon a second x-ray.
And this was taken just 1 hour later.
It is barely recognizable as a human heart. There seems to be a mass growing in the cavity that was left by the heart, and there, infecting all of the boy's organs, was the shape of a worm. The biker weaves his way through the traffic down on Marylebone Road, eyes darting frantically in all directions. He may have a concussion, and he may not be allowed to drive at all right now. In fact, he knows he definitely isn't. But he is under strict instructions. This heart needs to get to St. Mary's Hospital before it's too late. The bike careens around the corner and skids to a halt outside the emergency doors. An ambulance team in front of him is trying to help an old lady out of the back of their vehicle, but the biker doesn't have time for them. He grabs the organ box from the back of the bike and races into the building. It takes all of his remaining concentration to navigate through the maze of hospital corridors on his way to the operating theater. On a better day, he'd be able to do this with no problem, but with his head injury, he can see the lights starting to blur all around him. Ward 6, Ward 7, Ward 7A, Ward 7B. He runs as fast as his heavy boots will allow him, feeling that energy draining from his system. He can't look at his watch. He can't check the time. He just has to find this boy. Operating theater, there, right up ahead of him, just a couple of 100 feet. There's a doctor waiting outside the door who looks up at the sound of his footsteps. The biker rips his helmet off and holds out the box with the heart in it, panting heavily. It's the moment of truth. Is he too late? The doctor looks shell-shocked, not at the biker's arrival, but clearly at something else she's just seen. The man starts to explain, but runs out of words, and instead beckons the biker to follow him into the observation room. There, the two of them stand looking through the glass at the little boy lying on the operating table with the surgeon standing over him. There's something in the air. The biker sniffs, confused.
Can anyone else smell sugar?
Next time you open a packet of candied worms, take a second to look through the little creepy crawlies in the bag. Perhaps poke a couple of them, just to see if any of them are moving. You can never be too careful. If you had told the parents of that young boy on the night when their son woke up with heart palpitations, telling stories of eating a worm at school, that the only health concerns he would have going forward were mild diabetes and a slightly raised level of blood sugar, I'm sure they would have been thrilled to hear it. You see, SCP-913, commonly referred to within the Foundation as candied worms, is much scarier on the surface than it is underneath. Not only does this SCP resemble your usual candy worm, but its body is actually composed of sugar flavorings and colorings, roughly equivalent to what you would find in most convenience store candy aisles. Each instance even has a small raised bit of writing near the tail specifying which flavor it is. While the origins of these worms are yet to be determined, cases have sprung up across much of the Western world, with higher numbers reported in areas with higher levels of diabetes. There seems to be a parallel between high-sugar diets and the presence of SCP-839. Whether they are of man-made or other origins is yet to be determined. That is not to say that SCP-839 cannot survive outside of human populations. This SCP in the wild primarily feeds on decomposing organic matter and is capable of sustaining itself on a purely vegetarian diet. However, when ingested into the human body, SCP-839 will target specific organs and burrow its way towards them. The organ in question depends on which color candied worm the SCP instance is. For example, the red cherry-flavored candied worms will burrow towards the heart and consume that, while the blue raspberry ones will instead feed on the human's kidney. One would expect the health consequences of this feeding to be severe. However, as the SCP feeds, it will also change its own shape and chemical composition until the worm itself becomes a substitute organ for the one that it is consuming. However, this substitute organ is not a perfect replacement, as other health consequences are derived from its presence. For example, the green apple-flavored SCP-839-3
targets the eye and replaces it with a jelly-green version of the human eye. While this eye is mostly capable of sight, subjects have reported mild hallucinations and blurriness of vision, as well as a greenish tint to how they see the world. Fortunately for the Foundation, SCP-839 reproduces sexually, meaning that individual instances require a partner in order to have offspring. This has made containment of this SCP much more feasible. Though they are a relatively low-priority entity in the broader scope of the Foundation, there are no known cases as of yet of any SCP-839 infections leading to death or serious chronic illness. Therefore, any instances that are captured by the Foundation are sent to Storage Site 839-1, where they are kept in a glass housing and regularly fed a diet of plant matter each day. Here, their reproductive activity can be closely monitored and controlled based on what research is needed. Those infected with SCP-839 instances can continue to live long and healthy lives, with only minor health complications arising. Therefore, the Foundation is comfortable allowing a reasonable number of cases to go unexamined in the world. So, like I said, for next time you open up a bag of candied worms, maybe just give them a quick poke. You could be saving yourself a trip to the hospital and a lifetime dependence on insulin. The investigator can't believe their eyes. The months of searching, the hours spent scouring through CCTV footage, and the days of combing the woods for any clue as to where the missing woman was. The police have long since given up on the case when it lands on the PI's desk, their reputation for finding missing persons having reached the ears of a grieving father. The man's wife vanishes on the same day their daughter is born. His story is full of things that don't add up, like his wife mentioning their daughter, despite having only just been delivered, spoke in an adult's voice before the husband entered the room. It all sounds crazy, as does the notion that someone could just walk out of the hospital and off into the woods after hours of painful labor. But little does the investigator know, this search is only set to get stranger. The woods are meant to be desolate, utterly devoid of human life, save for the occasional hiker. Yet, right in front of them, stands a building that shouldn't be there. It contrasts heavily with the foreboding dark and towering trees, all garish pink and oversized lollipops in the front yard. It's real, though. That much is clear as the investigator steps closer and closer until they're walking inside. It's a candy store. The shelves are filled with rows and rows of open containers with every variety of sweet treats on display. If this wasn't so strange, it would almost make the investigator hungry. But any appetite quickly exits their body in an instant when their flashlight beam falls over a body, lying on the store floor under a pile of those gummy strawberries that get stuck to the roof of your mouth and lodged in your teeth when you chew them. The investigator doesn't even need to uncover the corpse to know they've found who they're looking for. The gown from the local hospital is enough to tell them. Suddenly, something moves behind the counter of the store, and the investigator's light quickly jumps over the source of it, causing them to yell at the appearance of a clown in the torchlight.
Well, hi there, hon. Welcome to Millie's Candy Shop.
The SCP Foundation has long been aware of an anomalous phenomenon that seems to affect the population in the state of Rhode Island. Seemingly at random, this inexplicable event will occur within newborn infants, regardless of where in the state delivery takes place. So far, the Foundation has been unable to determine a causality or even a common pattern among the affected births. They don't take place at one specific hospital, nor are they more likely to occur within close proximity to any determinable point of origin. Yet, frighteningly, any baby born in Rhode Island can potentially, without any early indicators to forewarn parents, suddenly start speaking in an adult, masculine-sounding voice. These events are classified under the designation of SCP-5986. Naturally, hearing a newly born child suddenly speaking moments after delivery can be frightening for expectant parents. Early reports of the incidents were dismissed by certain members of Foundation staff as being stress-induced auditory hallucinations experienced by new mothers as a result of intense labor. However, this theory was quickly disproven both by the specificity of the newborn speech patterns and the fact that the adult voice was heard by not just mothers post-labor, but spouses and hospital staff alike. Foundation researchers that ascribed to and advocated for the dismissive stress voices theory were sent to a mandatory workplace conduct and sexism sensitivity seminar and reassigned as a result. Given the abrupt and unpredictable occurrences of SCP-5986 events, the Foundation has seen fit to covertly station a number of its agents within maternity wards and centers throughout the state of Rhode Island. These operatives are embedded within the ranks of medical staff with the goal of administering amnestics to any civilians, be they parents, midwives, or other hospital workers, who bear witness to an SCP-5986 event. In order to prevent widespread knowledge of SCP-5986 or any panic that may occur should information reach the public, covert Foundation agents are authorized to use their cover story as medical staff in order to ensure any witnesses to an SCP-5986 event receive an appropriate dosage of amnestics in order to wipe their memories of the incident. Foundation agents posing as maternity ward staff have also gathered information about the state of the affected infants after an SCP-5986 event takes place. Through observing medical records and the results of the standard tests performed by doctors after birth, the SCP Foundation has determined that newborn children affected by SCP-5986 suffer no residual side effects after the initial incident. By every observable measure, both medical and anomalous, they are unharmed and completely healthy. While at present none of the affected newborns have grown to adulthood, their medical records are being kept on file by the Foundation, with automated alerts set up should any of them be admitted to hospital with potentially anomalous symptoms in the future. While they can affect any child born in Rhode Island seemingly at random, the only known consistency of SCP-5986 events themselves is that they all follow the exact same sequence. Regardless of the gender assigned at the birth of the affected newborn, they will still produce the exact same masculine-sounding adult voice. Foundation audio engineering experts have conducted a thorough analysis of recordings of this voice, some even spending months poring over waveforms in order to try and match the exact inflection, tone, and accent to any other known recording. At present, the Foundation has been unable to determine who the voice belongs to. Theories have ranged widely, with some audio engineers speculating that whoever the original owner of the voice is, they must have spent the entirety of their life avoiding any form of audio recording device, leading to a lack of potential matches. Other specialists in the field of anomalous entities have expressed the belief that the voice heard during SCP-5986 events is being projected physically through newborns and isn't the actual speaking voice of another human being. All anyone can agree on, however, is that the voice uses no digital alteration, nor is it generated by artificial intelligence. However it is reaching the newborn children of Rhode Island, there is seemingly no electronic component to the voice, not being broadcast via radio waves or even using the internet. Another hurdle presented to those trying to determine the voice's origin is the lack of any other sound bites. All the Foundation has access to are the recordings from SCP-5986 incidents, and these all follow the same transcript, with little to no variation. The spoken words themselves always take the exact same form as well, that of an advertisement which is spoken aloud by newborns as follows.
What's up, parents? Hey, did you know that children have 3 times as many taste buds as you old folks? It's crazy. That's why you should take me down to Millie's candy shop so I can eat plenty of delicious, sweet goodness. And don't worry about packing on extra weight or getting cavities, as all of Millie's candy is 0 calorie with no sugar. That's right, 0 calories and no sugar. Maybe you parents will even want in on some of this action, huh? We'll see you there.
Following delivering this ad copy, the affected newborn will then wink and lose consciousness, signaling the conclusion of an SCP-5986 event. Naturally, as well as trying to determine the source of the voice and any potential harm SCP-5986 does to the children it affects, the SCP Foundation was also eager to ascertain the location of the aforementioned business, Millie's Candy Shop. An organized effort was carried out by Foundation web crawlers to scour the internet for any mention of a confectionery store operating in Rhode Island under the aforementioned name. There were 0 results found. Agents were dispatched to conduct interviews with members of the public in the area under the cover story of a marketing questionnaire. Unanimously, residents of Rhode Island all consistently stated that they've never heard of or visited anywhere called Millie's Candy Shop. Another theory started gaining traction among Foundation researchers observing the situation. What if the advertisement originated from a different point in time? Detractors argued that the language and vernacular used were too close to modern-day spoken English for the message to have been somehow anomalously transmitted from the past. Still, determined to find a definitive answer, The Foundation requisitioned the entire documented history of Rhode Island, gathering up city charters that dated back to the very formation of the state itself. There was no written record of a Millie's candy shop having ever existed anywhere. The Foundation had been, thus far, unable to determine where the message heard during SCP-986 was coming from. That is, until a web crawler, who had been tirelessly trawling through swathes of online data, found one of the first and only references to Millie's candy store anywhere on the internet. The source was an amateur blog written by Leah Hampton. Back on the 11th of March 2020, Leah Hampton had been assisting her wife Sarah during labor. Leah worked alongside Paula Gallagher, a midwife from the local hospital, and was able to successfully deliver the couple's son, Stein. Upon delivery, like several other Rhode Island newborns, Stein underwent an SCP-5986 incident. However, there existed no record of this in the Foundation's accounts of known occurrences of the anomaly. Normally, a name associated with an SCP-5986 event would have been immediately flagged by the Foundation's automated system, given that they kept a log of all the SCP-5986 incidents. However, because the Hampton's son was delivered during an at-home birth, any record of the event was missed, and as a result, the three witnesses, Leah and Sarah Hampton and their assisting midwife, Paula Gallagher, did not receive subsequent amnestic treatment. As a result of this, Leah was able to document her experience of an SCP-5986 publicly on her blog titled Rhode Island. Although, owing to its low readership, the Foundation was able to contain the spread of this information once it had removed the website and successfully administered amnestics to the Hampton family, Ms. Gallagher, and a handful of people who owned computers that had accessed the Rhode Island domain through their browsers. However, one crucial piece of information that led to the Foundation archiving a copy of Leah's blog post about the incident was the fact that her newborn son's SCP-5986 event differed slightly from the standard transcript that the Foundation had recorded before. This one came with directions to reach the elusive Millie's candy shop. The post itself opens by detailing what happened to Leah and Sarah Hampton directly after the birth of their son, Stein, having delivered the baby in the comfort of their own home. Leah even attributes the commenters on a previous blog post for recommending Paula Gallagher to be their at-home midwife. Once Sarah, Leah's wife, held Stein for the first time, the SCP-5986 incident was triggered. Leah recalls listening to her newborn son speaking in a deep voice, providing the location of Millie's candy store. Eager to capture her son's first words, Leah copied the directions down verbatim, although the SCP Foundation has been unable to find anything by following the written copy of these directions. Having copied down the directions, Leah kissed Sarah and swiftly exited their home. In the post itself, she acknowledges how people might perceive her leaving her wife and child only moments after Stein was born, and seems fully cognizant of the absurdity of her actions. Her written justification for her sudden departure seemed to stem from some uncontrollable compulsion to try the advertised zero-calorie candy for herself. Leah also exhibited a lack of ambivalence towards whoever Millie was, and instead seemed assured that the anomalous confectionery shop owner was reputable, despite her apparent preferred method of broadcasting advertisements through newborn infants. Following the directions she had noted down, Leah arrived at what she described as a cute, pink house situated in a nearby forest. Outside was a front garden. Rather than the type of flora commonly grown out front at a suburban home, this area was instead populated by oversized lollipops that seemed initially to have been stuck into the soil. Entering the candy shop itself, the interior and decor were exactly what Leah expected from a confectionery store, all the garish bright colors that evoked the kind of hyperactivity sweets caused. But Millie's had boasted all the good parts about candy without the high sugar content and all its risks, like cavities. It all sounded too good to be true, but yet something still compelled Leah to venture into the store and find out firsthand. According to the archived post taken from Rhode Island before the blog's deletion, upon entering the store, Leah was quickly met with the only other occupant, that being Millie herself. Her description likened her to a circus clown on the count of wearing similar face paint. However, Leah Hampton's retelling of events includes no photographed evidence of Millie's appearance that the Foundation could potentially use to track her. Some researchers have pointed out that, even if there were photos, certain configurations of makeup are known to confuse facial recognition software, meaning that it would likely be impossible to accurately identify Millie. Whoever, or indeed whatever she was, the entity introduced itself as Millie and asked Leah what she wanted from the shop. Immediately, Leah recalled the advertisement's promises of zero-calorie candy, but was still unconvinced such a thing could exist. When asking Millie about it, the anomalous store's owner explained that everything stocked in her shop had no calories whatsoever, which is impossible through any known confectionery production methods, even using lower-calorie sugar alternatives. When quizzed on how exactly she was able to create candy without any calories, and that didn't contain high enough levels of sugar to cause cavities, Millie stated that her products were homegrown in her garden. Asking how she was able to grow candy, the anomalous store owner simply answered that she did so using candy seeds. The SCP Foundation has consulted numerous experts in biology, particularly in the field of botany, and all of their findings concur that there is no such thing as candy seeds, nor is it possible to grow candy in the way that plants are grown. It is worth noting that at no point throughout their exchange does Leah Hampton express any concern for how Millie used her newborn son Stein to broadcast her advertisements. At least as far as their conversation is recalled in the blog post, there is no mention of Sarah or Stein. Instead, Leah remains solely focused on the singular topic of discussion at hand, candy. However, Foundation behavioral analysts believe that this hyperfixation on Millie's candy was likely triggered through anomalous means during the SCP-913 incident witnessed by the Hamptons, in much the same way that Leah suffered an instant compulsion to seek out Millie's candy shop after hearing details of its location. Researchers are currently still uncertain, however, as to why the same compulsions weren't exhibited by Sarah Hampton and Paula Gallagher, who were also present to witness the SCP-913 event involving the newborn Stein. Although many researchers have expressed their relief that this wasn't the case, as had all three witnesses been compelled to find Millie's candy shop, this would have resulted in a newly delivered infant being left completely isolated without the presence of an adult only moments after being born. During the next part of their exchange, possibly still under some kind of mesmeric or cognito-hazardous anomalous influence, Leah Hampton requested a sample of the advertised zero-calorie candy. She was presented with a small pack of gummy bears by Millie and instructed to give them a taste test. Noting that these were her favorite type of candy, Leah obliged and opened the packet. She retained at least some level of awareness of the laws of physics in spite of her current situation, as evidenced by her reaction to what happened next. The candy reportedly began floating weightlessly out of Leah's hand. Even when she tried intentionally dropping them, gravity simply did not act on the gummy bears, and they remained suspended in the air. Millie chimed in to offer the explanation that her products still naturally follow the digestive tract when eaten, and pose no risk of being stuck inside the body during or after consumption. Without hesitating, Leah then quickly ate the anomalous confectionery and was instantly enamored with them. She then proceeded to buy several large boxes of the candy, justifying the bulk purchase with how reasonably they were priced and as a means to fulfill Sarah's post-pregnancy cravings. It is unclear how many boxes Leah purchased or how. The SCP Foundation has been, as of yet, unable to recover the anomalous candy despite making several sweeps of the Hampton residence. It is entirely possible that Leah Hampton consumed all of the gummy bears she bought, and her health is being monitored by Foundation agents embedded in the local area for any adverse anomalous side effects. An examination of her financial records does show an unusual charge made to her bank account. However, no amount or recipient account is listed. Further investigation by Foundation computer experts has been unsuccessful in tracing this transaction to any business account anywhere in the world. Having purchased a large supply of anomalous candy, the store and its owner simultaneously vanished, leaving Leah standing alone in the woods, carrying her boxes of gummy bears. In her blog post later, she emphasized how good the candy she had eaten was, and encouraged her readers, the Y-landers, to seek out Millie's candy shop for themselves. Having successfully wiped the post who wrote Wyland from the internet, the SCP Foundation's agents were able to make contact with the Hampton family and administer them with amnestics. Following the directions that Leah had used to locate Millie's candy shop, agents were unable to uncover anything of note, despite several days spent scouring the nearby forest where the anomalous store had manifested. Millie's candy shop itself has been designated as SCP-913-1, and investigation into the exact whereabouts and anomalous transportation of the storefront is still ongoing. No other recorded instances of SCP-913 events have included locational information, although the Foundation has advised its agents embedded inside Rhode Island maternity centers to advertise their services for home births. The working theory among some researchers was that this was the key determining factor in why the Hamptons received directions for locating SCP-986-1, and that the store only manifests once directions have been given. The hope is that recreating the same circumstances will offer a chance for the SCP Foundation to actually locate Millie's candy shop and intervene with its anomalous operations. That would have been the case had it not been for another incident that took place on May 23, 2020. Reports came in from a Foundation agent stationed at a post office in Hope, Rhode Island, who had discovered that hundreds of letters had suddenly manifested within a postbox they'd been in the process of emptying at the time. Further inspection revealed that the letters were all addressed to parents of children that had experienced an SCP-5986 event. Each was identical and read as follows: "Sad news, pals. Millie's candy shop is closing. That's right, now you'll have to settle for candy with calories. Isn't that just disgusting? I'd love to stay open and continue sating your cravings with my zero-sugar treats, but candy shops need business, and I simply wasn't getting any, despite all of my top-notch advertising. Perhaps it's because someone scared all my customers away. Have fun making your teeth rot, and remember, dentists are always watching." These letters were signed, "Your dearest ex-candy maker, Millie." Since this incident, the Foundation has received no reports of SCP-5986 incidents from any of its agents stationed in Rhode Island. This has led the phenomenon to be considered for reclassification to neutralized. The crate arrived on a gray morning, its wood damp from the mist that clung to the streets. No note, no address. The old shopkeeper dragged it inside, muttering curses under his breath. Business had been slow, the candy shop hanging by a thread. Maybe this was some promotional miracle, or a mistake. The crate groaned as it opened, nails straining against the wood. Inside sat a vending machine like nothing he'd ever seen. Mechanical and polished to a gleam, it had a presence that felt wrong. The glass dome at the top revealed rows of perfectly round candies, their colors so vibrant they seemed to glow. He tilted the machine slightly, spotting words engraved on the underside. "Try something different today, sweet and candy red." He snorted and shook his head. "Wretch this stuff." Still, desperate times. He dusted off a corner near the front window and set the machine there. Its coin slot caught the light, winking at him like it knew something he didn't. The old man stared at it for a moment before fishing a coin from his pocket. One little test couldn't hurt. The coin clinked as it slid in. He pulled the lever, and the machine whirred mechanically, spitting out a single candy into the tray below. It was perfect, round, red, and faintly glistening. He rolled it in his palm before popping it into his mouth. The flavor hit him like a revelation. Sweetness bloomed on his tongue, bright and irresistible. It was like every childhood memory condensed into one perfect bite. For a moment, he forgot the world, forgot the bills, forgot the empty streets outside. Then, it turned. The sweetness soured, twisting into something sharp and metallic. His tongue burned, his throat tightening as if a fist had gripped it. His vision blurred, the shop tilting wildly around him. A pressure built in his chest, and his heart thudded like it was trying to escape. The whispers came next, soft at first, then getting louder. They skittered around his mind. His hands trembled, and he clawed at his shirt as though it might stop the suffocating weight pressing down on him. Then came the blood. At first, he dismissed the dampness under his arms, thinking it was sweat from the panic gripping him. But when he pulled his trembling hand away from his shirt, it was slick and red. His heart stopped, or at least it felt like it, as he looked down. Crimson stains seeped through his sleeves, pooling in the folds of his armpits. The sticky wetness spread to his toes, soaking his socks and dripping onto the wooden floor. "No," he whispered, his voice shaky. "No, no, no." The old man stumbled toward the mirror behind the counter, catching his reflection. Bloodshot eyes stared back at him, veins bulging and red tears streaming down his face. A faint trail of red trickled from his nose, dripping onto the counter. The sight twisted his stomach, and he nearly collapsed as the whispers in his head grew louder. His breath came in short, sharp gasps. He tried to wipe the blood away, but it only smeared, leaving crimson streaks on his pale skin. His trembling legs gave out, and he fell behind the counter, the whispers rising to a deafening roar in his ears. He stumbled backward, crashing into the shelves behind the counter. Glass jars rattled and fell, the sound barely registering. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air as the whispers rose to a crescendo. Cold sweat dripped down his back, pooling around him as his body shook uncontrollably. The machine stood silent, its polished surface reflecting the shopkeeper's pale, horrified face. Hours passed before the shopkeeper stirred. He sat up slowly, his breath shallow and uneven. Every inch of him screamed with exhaustion, his heart racing as though it might burst. His throat was raw, and every breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. The blood had dried, crusting over his skin and clothes. The whispers had faded, but they still echoed faintly in the corners of his mind. He staggered to his feet, gripping the counter for support. His eyes darted to the candy machine in the corner, its polished surface gleaming in the dim light. The lever glinted, innocent and inviting, as if mocking him. A sudden surge of anger jolted him into action. He grabbed a large garbage bag from behind the counter, the crinkle of the plastic loud in the stillness of the shop. With trembling hands, he approached the machine. His fingers hesitated on the glass dome containing the candies, but the whispers that had haunted him surged in his mind, spurring him forward. He yanked the dome off with a sharp pull, the glass cool and unnervingly smooth under his fingers. It felt heavier than he'd expected, or maybe that was just the weight of the fear gnawing at him. One by one, the gumballs tumbled into the bag, their faintly shimmering surfaces catching the light as they fell in an almost hypnotic cascade. The shopkeeper tightened the bag with a savage twist, tying it shut with a knot that his shaking hands barely managed. He marched to the alley behind the shop, each step driven by a mixture of determination and dread. The garbage bin stood there, rusting and leaning slightly to one side, its lid askew. He threw the bag inside with more force than necessary, the gumballs rattling against the metal like sinister marbles. Slamming the lid shut, he lingered for a moment, his breath coming in uneven gasps. The whispers in his mind seemed fainter now, but they weren't gone. Back inside the shop, his gaze drifted back to the machine. A wrench sat on the counter nearby, and for a moment, the temptation to destroy the machine entirely burned hot in his chest. He grabbed the wrench, its weight familiar and reassuring in his grip. But then he stopped. His knuckles turned white as he stared at the machine, its presence almost daring him to make the first move. What if destroying it made things worse? What if the whispers came back stronger, angrier? The shopkeeper set the wrench down, his hands shaking. "Not yet," he whispered to himself, backing away. The machine remained, gleaming silently, patient as ever. He scrubbed at his arms, smearing dried blood into his sleeves. He could still feel the whispers slithering through his thoughts. Panic started to grip at him. That night, he bolted the shop door and hid in the back room, far from the machine's gleaming temptation. But the next morning, when he mustered the courage to unlock the shop and face the world, his heart sank. The machine was full again, its candy stock replenished as though nothing had happened. The polished surface seemed brighter, its engraving, "Try something different today, sweet and candy red," catching the light with unnerving cheer. The shopkeeper backed away. He swore he heard faint whispers as he fled to the back room. The shopkeeper's mind unraveled day by day. He barely left the back room, haunted by panic attacks and phantom voices. His wife found him pacing, muttering under his breath, or staring blankly at the wall. "You're scaring the customers," she snapped, shoving an order book into his hands. "Stay here if you're going to be useless." She dismissed his warnings as nonsense. Overwork, she told herself. A man his age running a shop without help was bound to take a toll. To her, the machine was a blessing. Customers were curious, drawn to its sleek design and the novelty of its candies. Sales were up, and she had no intention of getting rid of it. One sunny afternoon, a young boy walked into the shop with his mother. He barely noticed the jars of licorice or the rows of sugar sticks. His attention locked onto the vending machine. His small hands clenched his mother's skirt, his voice rising in excitement. "I want that one," he said, pointing at the machine. His mother frowned. "You have plenty of candy at home." "But I don't have that one," the boy whined, tugging harder. His voice grew louder with every protest, drawing glances from other customers. The mother sighed, digging into her purse for a coin. "Fine," she said, her tone weary. She dropped the coin into his eager palm. "But you're not eating it until after dinner, understand?" The boy nodded, already bounding toward the machine. The coin clinked into the slot, and he pulled the lever with all his might. A single candy dropped into the dispenser. He plucked it out, holding it up like a prize. The candy shimmered faintly, its surface glossy and vibrant, almost too perfect. "Thank you, Mommy," he chirped, clutching it tightly as they left the shop. The shopkeeper's wife watched them go, shaking her head. "Kids and their sweets," she muttered, turning back to the counter. She didn't notice the faint hum that lingered in the air, nor the way the machine's lever reset itself, ready for the next customer. That evening, the boy bolted through his dinner, his fork clattering against the plate as he devoured the meal with all the grace of a starved animal. "Can I have it now?" he asked, mouth still half full. His mother sighed, exchanging a glance with his father before nodding. "Go ahead," she said, "but brush your teeth after." The boy didn't wait for further permission. He sprinted to his room, slamming the door behind him. Perched on his bed, he pulled the candy from his pocket. The wrapper crinkled as he took it off, the sound sharp and electric in the quiet room. He held the candy up, turning it in his fingers, marveling at the faint shimmer. With a triumphant grin, he popped it into his mouth. The sweetness hit him like a tidal wave, a syrupy explosion of flavor that made his eyes water. "Mmm," he murmured, savoring it. But then, it changed. The sweetness soured, turning sharp and metallic. A bitterness clawed at the back of his throat, and his stomach churned. Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot through him like an electric shock. His fingers twitched uncontrollably, dropping the candy wrapper onto the floor. Then, the whispers began. They were faint at first, a low murmur brushing the edges of his consciousness, but they grew louder, insistent, a cacophony of voices speaking in a language he couldn't understand. His hands shot to his ears, trying to block out the noise, but it was inside his head, crawling under his skin. "Stop!" he screamed, his voice high and cracked. "Make it stop!" The shadows in his room seemed to move. His toy cars, neatly lined up on the shelf, rattled as if an unseen hand had brushed against them. His favorite stuffed bear toppled from the bed, its button eyes glinting eerily in the dim light. He scrambled backward, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but there was nowhere to go. Blood pooled under his arms, seeping through his shirt and leaving dark stains on his pajama sleeves. The tips of his socks grew red and damp, sticky with a crimson sheen that spread to the carpet. A sharp sting burned at the corner of his eyes. He wiped at them, but his hand came away smeared with red. "Mom!" he shrieked, but the words were barely coherent. He doubled over, his stomach twisting. Blood dripped from his nose, splattering onto the candy wrapper as his body convulsed. His skin glistened with sweat, streaked with faint trails of crimson. The door burst open, and his parents rushed in. His mother froze in the doorway, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh my God!" she gasped. His father darted forward, grabbing the boy's trembling shoulders. "What's happening to him?" he yelled, his voice rising with panic. The boy clawed at his father's arms, his wide eyes darting around the room, as though he were seeing something they couldn't. "It's here!" he choked out, his voice raw. "It's here!" The candy wrapper lay discarded on the floor, the faint, sweet smell lingering in the air. The mother picked it up with trembling fingers, staring at it as if it held the answer. But the glossy paper offered no clues, only the lingering promise of something sweet and candy red. The boy's cries echoed through the neighborhood that night, his parents' shouts barely masking the chaos. By morning, everyone had heard the story, or some version of it. Whispers swirled in the corners of the diner and at the general store. "Did you hear about that boy?" someone would ask, leaning in as if the details might vanish if spoken too loudly. "Blood everywhere, they say. And the candy from that machine," another neighbor would add, hushed but eager. The candy shop itself seemed to hold its breath. Fewer parents dared to enter, casting wary glances at the vending machine through the window. But their children, wide-eyed and curious, couldn't resist pressing their noses to the glass. It didn't take long for the machine to claim another child. This time, it was a shy girl with pigtails, her cheeks flushed as she clutched a few coins in her tiny hand. She'd saved every penny of her allowance, eyeing the forbidden candy with growing curiosity each time she passed the shop. Today, her chance had come. Her mother lingered in the bookstore next door, engrossed in a discussion about the latest novel. The girl seized the moment, slipping into the shop as quietly as a shadow. The shopkeeper's wife sat at the counter, poring over a stack of receipts. She barely looked up as the girl approached the vending machine. The girl hesitated, her heart pounding as she slid the coin into the slot. The lever felt cold in her small hand. She pulled it, her breath catching as the candy tumbled into the dispenser. She picked it up, gazing at its shimmering surface. For a moment, she thought she heard a faint hum, but she brushed it off and darted out of the shop, her prize clutched tightly. That night, her parents found her curled under her bed. Her hands and feet were crusted with dried blood, the metallic smell filling the room. At first, they thought she'd hurt herself, but a frantic inspection revealed no injuries, just the grotesque patterns of her own sweat pooling and drying in thick, crimson streaks.
"Sweetheart,"
her mother whispered, kneeling to meet her daughter's hollow stare.
"what happened?"
The girl didn't answer. Her lips moved, but the words were nonsense. Broken phrases and murmurs that made no sense. Tears streamed from her bloodshot eyes, staining her cheeks red. Her parents exchanged terrified glances, their child trembling and unresponsive in their arms. The town's unease deepened when the next incident followed just days later. A boy, known for his boldness and love of adventure, used his pocket money to buy the candy. He was last seen stuffing it into his mouth as he walked toward the woods, a wide grin on his face. Hours passed before his family found him, barefoot and wandering aimlessly through the trees. His clothes were torn, his skin streaked with dirt and blood. His face was pale, his expression blank.
"Son, what happened to you?"
his father asked, gripping the boy's shoulders, his voice shaking. The boy blinked, his eyes unfocused. His lips quivered as he whispered,
"I don't know."
His father's grip tightened.
"What do you mean you don't know? Where have you been?"
The boy looked down at his hands, coated in blood. He held them up, trembling.
"Who am I?"
he asked softly. His parents stepped back in horror. The boy didn't seem to recognize them, or himself. There were no injuries, no explanation for the blood, only silence, broken by the boy's ragged breathing and his mother's sobs. The shop became a cursed place. Parents yanked their children away from the windows, their warnings growing sharper.
"Stay away from there. Do you hear me?"
A chorus of "Yes, ma'am," and "Yes, sir," followed, but the children's eyes still darted toward the machine, their curiosity gnawing at them. The shopkeeper's wife was no fool. She noticed the dwindling foot traffic and the fearful glances.
"It's just a machine,"
she muttered one evening, sweeping the floor. But that's when the shopkeeper's wife remembered something strange. No matter how many candies the machine dispensed, by morning, its glass dome was full again. At first, she chalked it up to a trick of the mind. Perhaps she hadn't been paying attention. But that same night, after locking up, she emptied the dome herself, pouring every last gumball into a tin bucket. She carried the bucket to the back room, stuffing it into a cupboard and locking the door for good measure. The next morning, the dome was full again. She froze, staring at the machine as a chill crept up her spine. The polished surface seemed to shimmer under the dim shop lights, the coin slot almost beckoning at her. Her hand reached out, trembling slightly, but she pulled back at the last second.
"Just my imagination,"
she whispered, trying to steady her breath. But deep down, she knew better. That night, she left the shop lights on. Meanwhile, the rumors reached further than the town, carried by concerned whispers and unsettling reports. Parents spoke of children drenched in blood that wasn't theirs, of panic attacks and hallucinations. The stories of missing children and bizarre deaths eventually caught the attention of the SCP Foundation. One crisp morning, two men in dark suits entered the shop. Their voices were calm, their questions pointed. They introduced themselves as government officials conducting a safety inspection.
"We've heard reports of strange occurrences linked to this machine,"
one said, his eyes fixed on the vending contraption. The shopkeeper's wife hesitated.
"It's just a candy machine,"
she said weakly, but her voice faltered. The whispers had kept her awake for nights, and the memory of the refilled dome haunted her. The men exchanged a glance.
"We'd like to take it for further examination,"
the other said,
"for public safety."
Relief and dread warred within her.
"Take it,"
she said quickly, almost too eagerly.
The Foundation agents moved with precision. A containment team arrived within the hour, disassembling the machine piece by piece. Despite its mechanical simplicity, the process was far from ordinary. The polished exterior resisted their tools, the lever locked stubbornly in place until they used specialized equipment to disable it. As the machine was packed into a reinforced crate, one agent held up the base, revealing the inscription. "Try something different today, sweet and candy red." The phrase dripped with irony, given the chaos it had caused. The shopkeeper and his wife were escorted into a back room. Their memories of the machine, the candy, and the horrors it had unleashed were erased with a simple injection. They would wake the next morning with only a faint sense of something missing. The machine was transported to a secure Foundation site, its mysteries far from solved. Researchers marveled at its infinite supply of candy, its indestructible mechanisms, and the faint hum it emitted in the quiet of the observation chamber.
Where did it come from?
One researcher mused aloud, staring at the refilled dome. No one answered. The machine sat silent, its polished surface reflecting the sterile lights of the containment room. For now, it was contained. But as the whispers began to creep through the facility's halls, one thing became clear. This anomaly, now formally designated SCP-942, was far from finished. The machine, now officially labeled SCP-942-2, was wheeled into a reinforced chamber under the watchful eyes of armed guards and nervous researchers. It sat in the center of the brightly lit room, gleaming under the fluorescent lights. For weeks it remained still, silent, and yet undeniably ominous. Researchers set up constant surveillance. Cameras captured every angle of the machine, but it offered no answers. The dome refilled itself each night with the same crimson-tinted candies. There was no observable mechanism, no hidden compartment. The candies simply appeared. One researcher stared at the monitor, their voice tinged with unease.
It's like it's taunting us.
Another shrugged, trying to mask their own nerves.
Or just showing off.
The candies, now designated SCP-942-1, were subjected to rigorous analysis. Their composition seemed ordinary at first. Sugar, artificial flavoring, food dye, but their effects on living subjects told a much darker story. D-Class personnel were brought in for testing. Each was handed a single candy, instructed to consume it, and monitored closely. The first subject popped it into their mouth, chewing slowly. At first, their expression brightened.
Tastes amazing,
they murmured, a faint smile tugging at their lips. But within moments, their demeanor shifted. Their hands trembled, their breathing quickened. They clutched their head, muttering incoherently. Then, the screaming began.
Get them out!
The researcher barked, but it was too late. The subject collapsed, convulsing violently before falling into unconsciousness. The pattern was clear. SCP-942-1 wasn't just candy. It was a weapon, disguised as a treat. Despite strict protocols, curiosity proved to be a dangerous weakness. During a routine experiment, one researcher, fatigued and frustrated, decided to taste SCP-942-1 themselves. Whether it was a lapse in judgment or an act of defiance, the result was the same. The moment they bit into the candy, their eyes widened. At first, they seemed fine. Then they weren't. Their breathing turned erratic. They clawed at their arms, leaving deep red streaks as they screamed about shadows moving in the corners of the room. They stumbled into equipment, their voice rising in hysteria.
They're watching! They're everywhere!
They shrieked before collapsing onto the floor, twitching and muttering incoherently. The incident left the observation team shaken.
That's why we have protocols,
the lead researcher said coldly, though their voice betrayed a hint of fear. The researcher was sedated and taken for observation. Their prognosis was grim. Weeks turned into months, but the Foundation's brightest minds were no closer to understanding SCP-942-2. The machine's ability to replenish candy remained a mystery. It defied every attempt to probe its inner workings. X-rays showed nothing unusual. Attempts to dismantle it were met with failure, as tools shattered against its metal frame. SCP-942-2 remains contained in its reinforced chamber, monitored day and night. The candies are carefully cataloged, each piece treated as a potential threat. Researchers continue their experiments, but the anomaly remains an enigma. For now, SCP-942-2 sits silently, its polished surface reflecting the sterile glow of the lab. The candies inside gleam invitingly,
their crimson hues promising sweetness and something far more sinister. Whatever its purpose, one thing is certain. This machine, with its endless supply of SCP-942-1, is determined to make dentists and therapists rich. Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites are a brand of chocolate-flavored rice-based cereal. These so-called tasty treats are otherwise known to the personnel of the SCP Foundation under the designation of SCP-913. As the product's name suggests, this anomalous breakfast cereal not only has suspected ties to Dr. Wondertainment, either a single reality-bending anomalous individual or an anomalous manufacturing business, but also contains dehydrated marshmallows in varying different shapes. Since learning of the existence of SCP-913, the SCP Foundation has been monitoring the delivery manifests of trucks traveling to supermarkets and grocers across most of Europe for shipments of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites. Foundation web crawlers are also instructed to monitor online activity for any mentions of SCP-913 or related keywords to help determine where shipments are being delivered to or delivered from. In addition, as well as closely observing delivery drivers and online chatter, the Foundation has been dispatching undercover agents to visit stores that are suspected of stocking SCP-913. These agents typically pose as members of corporate or product quality assurance representatives. Upon discovering any retail outlet that is in possession of any boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites, an undercover Foundation agent will alert a retrieval unit to requisition these boxes, under the falsified premise of a product recall. Agents have noted that many retail staff who witness this process often do not require amnestics afterward. This is not only because they pose no security risk to the Foundation, but also because their work in customer service is torturous enough. Interacting with the general public daily is its own ordeal, and shouldn't be compounded by the effects of administered amnestics. Once any instances of SCP-913 are tracked down and secured, the retrieved boxes are then delivered to Site-55, where they are cataloged and stored alongside other low-risk anomalous items. In the event that boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites reach their expiration date, or Site-55 storage capacity is filled with an excess of the product, then incineration is permitted. At present, the Foundation has been unable to track the point of origin or manufacturing facility that produces SCP-913. Retail warehouses receiving shipments of the anomalous cereal provide no clear answers about its origin. Staff are unable to explain how the product arrives at their facilities, how it's stored, or how it's loaded onto delivery trucks. Even more perplexing, some drivers report no recollection of ever loading shipments of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites onto their vehicles. Yet, by the time they reach the stores, the boxes mysteriously appear on board, ready for delivery. When asked why these shipments are not marked as suspicious, most drivers have responded with the sentiment that they are not being paid enough to ask questions about children's breakfast cereal. The anomalous product itself is contained within boxes that are decorated with the typical imagery associated with the Dr. Wondertainment brand. Beyond the familiar whimsical design, the boxes of SCP-913 feature the depiction of a humanoid female figure. This character is believed to represent Judy, the namesake of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites cereal. Beyond merely being a mascot, the SCP Foundation considers Judy, or Judy the Tongue, to be a person of interest in connection to SCP-913, referred to as POI-386-1022. On boxes of the product, she is shown having an unusually large tongue, looking upwards with both arms outstretched in a gesture towards an arc of 6 different marshmallow shapes above her. SCP Foundation's symbology experts have extensively analyzed the artwork on SCP-913 boxes. They believe they have identified a deliberate connection between the shapes of the marshmallows in Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites and various other anomalies linked to Dr. Wondertainment. According to the findings of the Foundation's symbology research teams, 5 of the 6 different marshmallow shapes correspond to different SCPs. The fish-shaped marshmallows are believed to represent SCP-527, an anomalous human with the head of a fish. While it possesses no other anomalous properties, it does have a tattoo that reads as follows: Mr. Fish from Little Misters, registered by Dr. Wondertainment. The Little Misters appear to be a connected group of humanoid anomalies produced by Wondertainment themselves or the company. SCP-2983 also features marshmallows in the shape of a crescent moon, thought to be in connection with SCP-917. This anomaly is an elderly humanoid male suffering from moderate arthritis. Parts of his face can appear or even disappear entirely in accordance with the lunar cycle. Much like the aforementioned Mr. Fish, SCP-917 possesses a similar tattoo, referring to him as Mr. Moon, and again identifying him as a Little Mister created by Dr. Wondertainment. The presence of trumpet-shaped marshmallows in the anomalous cereal's contents initially baffled SCP Foundation symbology experts. That was, until it was later discovered during testing, that these marshmallows contain the highest mineral concentration of any other ingredient in SCP-2983. This connection, along with the marshmallow's frequent ties to the Little Misters series, led Foundation staff to conclude that the trumpets referenced SCP-696, also known as Mr. Brass, a tin robot briefly worshipped by members of the Church of the Broken God. The skull-shaped marshmallows were a little easier to interpret, believed to be linked to SCP-1007, another of Dr. Wondertainment's anomalous humanoids. This Little Mister, referred to as Mr. Life and Mr. Death, possesses unique anomalous abilities of his own. SCP-1007 ages at a rate of a single year per minute, and a key, SCP-1007-1, can be inserted into their back in order to manually manipulate their age. Several of the candy-shaped marshmallows in SCP-2983 stand out not only for their exceptionally high sugar content, making them the sweetest ingredient in the cereal, but also for their shapes, which appear to allude to SCP-2396. This member of the Little Misters, known as Ms. Sweetie, displays her anomalous abilities when consuming sugar. Upon consumption, any men in the nearby vicinity will flee from her. If she makes direct physical contact with an adult human male during this time, her victim will enter a diabetic coma, regardless of any prior history of type 1 or type 2 diabetes or lack thereof. SCP-2396 is also capable of manifesting small candies around her immediate environment, and if a human consumes these, their physiology is completely rewritten, turning them into a piece of hard candy. There does exist a sixth type of marshmallow in SCP-2983, and it's arguably the strangest of all the anomalous ingredients of the cereal. Not in the least part because these marshmallows have no discernible shape, because they're invisible. This has made it difficult for researchers not only to perform any analysis of its properties or nutritional content, but also for the symbology department to connect it to other SCPs linked to Dr. Wondertainment. The only other clue is that this invisible type of marshmallow is denoted on boxes of Choco-Wonder explosion marshmallow bites by the dotted outline of a circle. With this being the only symbol corresponding to the invisible marshmallows, some researchers immediately leapt to the conclusion that this was linked to an anomaly the Foundation is still yet to encounter. Theories began to circulate about some future, as of yet unseen Dr. Wondertainment creation that was in some way circular or spherical, and that once the Foundation had contained this new yet-to-be-released addition to the Little Misters, that its image would appear on boxes of SCP-2983, and the invisible circular marshmallows would be rendered visible. However, by pure happenstance, a researcher scouring the depths of the SCP Foundation's archives for confirmed Dr. Wondertainment-related anomalies stumbled upon one that they believed could be connected to these invisible marshmallows. SCP-2287 is a headless humanoid currently held in a standard containment chamber. Much like the others, he bears a similar tattooed label reading, Mr. Headless, from Little Misters registered by Dr. Wondertainment. The researcher quickly realized that's why there were invisible marshmallows present within SCP-2983. They were meant to be representations of SCP-2287's missing head. The anomalous properties of SCP-2983 do extend beyond its connections to other existing SCPs, however. For example, much of the nutritional information that is presented on boxes of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion marshmallow bites list considerably high levels of nutrients that are not typically found within non-anomalous breakfast cereals. Testing has revealed that, as stated on the box, the fish-shaped marshmallows contain high quantities of omega-3, a nutrient that is typically only found in fish meat. Similarly, the box claims the cereal itself is rich in vitamin B, despite this being more commonly found in pork and poultry products. Vitamin D3 has also been found in these skull-shaped marshmallows, as well as a high concentration of calcium. Meanwhile, in contrast to similar non-anomalous products, SCP-2983 possesses a significantly low calorie count, as well as low levels of sugar, fats, and carbohydrates. These levels are so much lower, in fact, that they conflict significantly with the known nutritional value of many of the cereal ingredients that are listed on the box, such as eggs, sugar, chocolate, corn syrup, and cornstarch. The exact mechanism by which the nutritional values of these ingredients have been altered remains unknown. However, Foundation researchers theorize that an anomalous factor in the production process of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites may be responsible. Although this may not seem to pose a significant threat to the general public, nor appear to justify the Foundation's efforts to collect seemingly harmless boxes of cereal, the containment of SCP-2983 remains a top priority for several critical reasons. For one, the Foundation is still unaware of potential long-term health effects resulting from prolonged consumption of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites. For another, the exact motives and goals of Dr. Wondertainment, whether they are a company or an individual, still remain unclear to the Foundation. And for a third reason as to why the Foundation wishes to prevent consumer access from this product, it sings. When Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites are placed in a bowl containing at least 227 milliliters of milk, the dehydrated marshmallows in SCP-2983 begin to move and emit vocalizations. These anomalies have been observed during testing, singing songs that typically focus on the topic of proper dental hygiene and its importance, the benefits of regular exercise, consuming a balanced diet, and other lifestyle choices generally considered to be healthy. Once their song has concluded, the marshmallows will return to their inert, non-animated state and will cease any further anomalous behavior. Although SCP-2983 is hardly a threat, it presents a danger. If this product was to remain available to the public, and people were to witness this occurring, it would risk exposing the existence of anomalies to the world. If anyone, including a child, observes the marshmallows animating and singing when exposed to milk, the SCP Foundation is authorized to conduct a full search of the witness's domicile and seize the contraband cereal. Amnestics are to be administered to anyone who witnesses SCP-2983's anomalous properties activating, in order to prevent knowledge of anomalous activity becoming commonplace among the public. To observe the effects of consuming SCP-2983, the Foundation requisitioned several test subjects. Using the cover story of a market research survey, children under the age of 12 were invited to taste test bowls of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites. These bowls were strategically prepared with less than 227 milliliters of milk. The feedback among those participating in the study was consistent. Children claimed that SCP-2983 was yummy, with some even describing it as the best cereal ever. Another identical test was conducted, but with adult subjects in the place of children. The result when SCP-2983 is consumed by anyone over the age of 12 is also consistent, although completely different from the reactions of the younger test subjects. To anyone older, SCP-2983 reportedly tastes similar to unsweetened oatmeal. Tracking trends and incidents involving SCP-2983, researchers are attempting to triangulate its point of origin, to no avail. Boxes of Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites have been known to manifest inside supermarkets of varying size and different chains across much of Western Europe. This occurs with no discernible pattern, sometimes appearing already on the shelves, other times in storerooms, and in other instances, delivered alongside other stock in the backs of delivery trucks. However, SCP Foundation web crawlers looking for mentions of SCP-2983 were able to uncover a crucial piece of information. The anomalous cereal can also be purchased online. Dr. Wondertainment maintains an online storefront. However, the website cannot be reached through the use of most conventional web browsers, most notably Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Opera GX, Safari, Mozilla Firefox, and several other widely used browsers are unable to access the site https://wondertainment.redacted. Specifically, the product page for SCP-2983 can be found at the URL sweets.wondertainment.redacted/choco-wonder. The product page corresponding with Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites TM has been under Foundation observation since its discovery. Attempts to trace the creators of the site, or any servers where it may be being hosted, have proved futile. However, on the 1st of July 2002, a message was posted to the bottom of the webpage announcing a prize giveaway of an unknown Dr. Wondertainment product. The announcement prompted users to input a code found on boxes of SCP-2983 for a chance to win. This activity naturally caught the SCP Foundation's attention, and sure enough, boxes of the anomalous cereal started appearing with promotional codes. These consisted of 6 characters each. However, the codes were composed of mostly esoteric symbols and characters that were impossible to type. Identified as being common shibboleth runes, these could only be recreated if they had been observed directly. This prevented the Foundation from deploying bots to input random combinations of letters and numbers. Instead, the only way to access the giveaway was to purchase as many boxes of SCP-2983 to test their codes. The head researcher assigned to the project, May Waters, was tasked with cataloging and inputting codes found on the cereal boxes. Given that the Foundation had no idea what the Wondertainment Prize was, or how dangerous it could be, the SCP-2983 research team was allotted a budgetary increase of $20,000. This was then increased to $100,000 after more and more boxes of SCP-2983 began manifesting in stores across Germany and Austria. Researcher Waters then had to make an additional budgetary increase request to $900,000 when manifestations increased and boxes began appearing in France, Belgium, and Italy. Further increases were to be subject to approval by the O5 Council, though boxes of SCP-2983 seemed to be spreading through most of Europe, including the British Isles and even reaching parts of northern Africa. This continued throughout 2002 and into 2003. Then, on the 18th of February the subsequent year, an update message was posted to the SCP-2983 vendor page. It explained that Dr. Wondertainment's headquarters, Wonderworld, a city-sized extra-dimensional theme park accessed from Boston, Massachusetts, had expanded their sweets and consumables department due to increased demand. This was set to lead to not only a massive influx of Judy's Choco-Wonder Explosion Marshmallow Bites, but 3 new lines of anomalous cereal: Judy's Fruity Yummy Tropical Paradise Delights TM, Judy's Peanut Butter Brownie Crisps TM, and Judy's Honeygram Bee-licious Bites TM. The announcement also promised additional codes for winning special prizes, and if someone found all of these, they would win a Super Ultra Mega Prize. Even more anomalous singing cereal, including these new variations, quickly began appearing out in the world. This posed a potential unmitigated disaster for the Foundation. Not only were these anomalous products being made even easier for civilians to obtain, but the Foundation was still no closer to knowing what the promised prizes were. A meeting of the O5 Council was held wherein they approved allocating an additional $120 million to Researcher Waters and the SCP-2983 team. Obtaining the anomalous prizes was considered an extremely high priority, so much so that SCP-2983 was reclassified as a Keter-class anomaly. It took several months of work, from rounding up boxes to inputting useless codes and cataloging them, but Researcher Waters was eventually able to get a result. She received a strange email from an untraceable, unidentifiable account connected with Dr. Wondertainment, despite never having entered her email address into their online store. But opening it, she found that a prize suddenly materialized in her lap. This occurred 4 times after entering successful codes, and the prizes were as follows: a toy with an anti-memetic function, which came with a note that read, "A toy you can't fully remember? Now you can experience it like it's the first time every time." It is believed that this anomalous object bears some connection to SCP-909, a young male suffering from permanent anterograde amnesia that renders him unable to remember any information unless written down. He is considered to be another of Wondertainment's Little Misters, also known as Mr. Forgetful. The second prize obtained by Researcher Waters was a box labeled Dr. Wondertainment's Truth or False, holding a seemingly infinite number of trivia cards. Experts on the SCP-2983 research team quickly identified a connection between these cards and SCP-2284, a man whose anomalous properties compel anyone around him to believe any statement he makes. Like earlier examples, SCP-2284 is also part of the Little Misters series, known as Mr. Lie. Acquiring the next prize, Researcher Waters was presented with a plastic potato that increased its temperature on contact with human skin. However, the object seemed unable to cause burns, even if reaching a temperature that would normally leave severe damage. With it was a note that seemed to link this prize not only to another Little Mister, but an entirely different anomalous group of interest too. Researchers were already aware of SCP-644, also known as Mr. Hot. another anomalous humanoid who can determine if a person has biological children and detect children's wishes. The assumption was that this hot potato was a deliberate reference to SCP-644. However, the accompanying note read, "Just when you think this potato's calmed down, this steamy, starchy spud will surprise you by being not cool yet." The end of the note makes a very clear reference to the anomalous art collective Are We Cool Yet? Interestingly, AWCY was responsible for the creation of SCP-2635, an uncooked red potato that can kill half the members of an organization if it remains in their possession for an entire year. Any person possessing SCP-2635 for over a year will also die, hence its nickname of the Hot Potato. The fourth prize, labeled as Chuck Chatter's Chilling Chops, were a set of wind-up teeth that could eat any toy food placed in its path. This seemed to be a direct reference to yet another little Mr Hungry, or SCP-913 to the Foundation. SCP-913 possesses an anomalous condition that causes him to enter a trance-like state and eat anything in sight, unless he is fed an average human's daily caloric intake every 2 hours. After collecting all 4 of the special prizes mentioned in the announcement on the SCP-2983 product page, researcher Waters received another email confirming that she would receive the promised Super Ultra Mega Prize within 3 to 5 business days. After receiving this email, researcher Waters allowed herself to be confined to a standard humanoid containment chamber and instructed personnel to treat her as an anomalous humanoid until the prize arrived. The prize itself was a cylindrical container in purple and yellow wrapping paper. There were no mimetic, anti-mimetic, or cognitohazardous properties. In fact, nothing anomalous about the object at all. Opening it, inside, researcher Waters discovered a poster depicting the anomalous musical performance group, the Little Misters, with a message on the back in permanent marker. Before the poster could be neutralized, having determined it to be safe, researcher Waters was granted permission to keep it and hang the object on the wall of her office. To this day, there have been no further instances of prize giveaways connected with SCP-2983. Written on the back of the poster was the following message. May, the space on the back of this poster is not large enough to tell you how much you mean to me. I've never met you, but I feel like we know each other in some cosmic sort of way. I never expected anyone could have ever bought so much cereal, but your brand loyalty has been nothing short of a spectacle. I can only reasonably come to the conclusion that you are a philanthropist who knows of the plight of the candy catalysts, and have been spending vast amounts of money to help us out of the rut we've been in for decades. I'm sorry if a simple poster is too small a gift from me to you, as I would imagine it would feel like, but I assure you that your contributions have been more than just noticed. May Waters, second founder of the Sweets and Consumables Department, look for your name on some upcoming products, and I hope to meet you in person one day. The message was signed by Judy the Tongue, the mascot featured on boxes of SCP-2983. A right hook sends the kid spinning down to the grass outside the middle school. He can't stand the bully, but as he spits a wad of blood-tinged saliva onto the ground, he has to admit through his aching jaw that the bully can throw one hell of a punch. A circle of kids around the two of them chant and laugh as others record it on their phones to post to social media later. The kid's heart pounds with anger and fear. It's all so unspeakably cruel, he thinks, and yet it feels like he's powerless to stop it. The bully stands over him, rubbing the knuckles of his punching hand. He looks larger than life to the kid, a towering figure of malice and strength. He may only be 13, but when you're 11, like the kid, that's a world of difference. The kid tries to reason his way out, but that ship has already sailed. The bully gives him a mean kick in the guts that squeezes the breath out of his lungs. "If I wanted to hear you talk, I'd work you like a puppet, dweeb," the bully says with a malicious laugh. All the rest of the crowd laughs along with him. Maybe he should run, or maybe he could just let the beating happen. It would be easier that way, and the pain would fade by tomorrow. But something inside him, something stubborn, whispers that he can't just keep running. The kid can't take this any longer. He needs to fight back. Summoning up all of his strength, he leaps up and unleashes a punch into the bully's face, staggering him a little. But the kid's not an athlete. He's a mathlete. Once the initial shock of the punch wears off, the kid is mortified to see just how little damage he's done. "That's it," the bully snarls. "Now I'm really gonna destroy you." The kid closes his eyes and braces for a punch, but nothing happens. He barely opens one eye to peek and sees a teacher emerging from the front doors of the middle school and walking towards them. He's been saved. But as the teacher approaches, the kid watches in disbelief as the bully's whole demeanor changes in an instant. His scowl softens, his posture relaxes, and suddenly the same face that sneered at him just moments ago shifts into a wide-eyed look of concern, like he's ready to lend a helping hand. The kid can barely process it. The bully's become the perfect picture of innocence, even going so far as to reach a hand down towards him. He wasn't beating the kid up. He was just helping him up after he tripped. He's so clumsy after all. And the worst part is, the teacher buys it. The kid's pulse pounds in his ears as he glances at the teacher, then back to the bully, who's now wearing a practiced, saintly expression. The crowd around them shifts too, putting on shocked, sympathetic faces, like they're all part of the same act. It's surreal, like a play where he's the only one who didn't get a script. The kid opens his mouth to protest, to shout the truth, but the words die in his throat. He knows they'd only look at him like he was the liar here. The injustice stings more than the pain in his bruised ribs. The kid can only run away from it all, tears stinging his eyes. He knows that if he sticks around until the teacher leaves, there will only be another savage beatdown waiting for him. He runs away from the school, past the bus, and all the way into town, just wanting to get away from it all. He wishes he could give the bully a taste of his own medicine. But that's impossible. He's just too good at playing goody-goody when the adults are looking. It seems like the kid is destined to be on the bottom of the social pecking order, forever. Resigned to what he's sure will be a long life of misery, he slips into a narrow, shadowy alley between two stores, pulling his knees to his chest. No one can see him here. No one can hurt him. He squeezes his eyes shut, trying to block out the sting of his frustration and helplessness. But deep down, he knows it's useless. If only there was a way to make them all understand, to turn the tables, even just once. That's when he hears an almost theatrical clearing of the throat. Startled, he looks up to see a figure standing at the mouth of the alley. It's a man, or at least he looks like a man, dressed in a sharp, old-fashioned suit with a colorful, swirling cape and a mustache that practically defies gravity. The stranger looks like he stepped out of a storybook. His eyes gleam with an unsettling warmth as he extends a gloved hand toward the kid. "Chin up, young man," the stranger says, his voice smooth and oddly comforting. "A little bird told me you're in need of a little assistance." The kid's heart races as he stares at the stranger, feeling a strange mixture of caution and curiosity. The man's appearance seems almost too perfect, like he's practiced this moment 100 times before. The kid's instincts scream at him to be wary. No one ever just appears like this. There's something mesmerizing about the man's calm smile and the way he twirls the end of his mustache with a practiced flick. Even when the stranger dips his hand into his jacket and pulls out a handful of brightly wrapped lollipops, each one gleaming in the dim light, the kid feels his worries fading, replaced by an odd sense of relief, like maybe, just maybe, this is exactly what he's been waiting for. "These," the stranger says with a wink, "are a little unconventional. A one-time solution for a particular sort of problem. All it takes is a single lick from that dreadful bully of yours, and you'll have all the revenge you could dream of. As simple as that," he says with a wink. "Just make sure he actually tastes it. And don't worry, its effects are completely unforgettable." He offers the kid a lollipop, his smile widening. All he needs to do is ensure that his bully licks the lollipop, and then he'll be able to have his revenge. It's really that simple. As though it's simple to convince his worst enemy to lick a lollipop. "Consider it a temporary adjustment," he adds with a conspiratorial grin. "A little taste of poetic justice. But remember, there's no going back once he's had a taste. So use it wisely." The kid hesitates for only a moment before reaching out and accepting a lollipop from the stranger. Dr. Wondertainment watches him, his smile widening. "Good choice," he murmurs. "I suspect this will be life-changing." The next day, the bully receives a letter slipped into his locker early in the morning. And wouldn't you know it, it's from the girl he's had a crush on all year. In the letter, she confesses her love and seals the deal with a gift: a lollipop. The bully's heart flutters, and with a smirk of disbelief, he unwraps the lollipop and tries it. His expression instantly turns to confusion, and he pauses, pulling the lollipop from his mouth. There's something odd about the taste, a strange, bitter tang, like he just licked the bottom of a shoe, but mixed with sugar. He winces, almost spitting it out, but then glances around and steels himself, deciding to play it cool. After all, it's a gift from her, and she could be watching. Maybe it's supposed to taste like this. He checks the wrapper on the candy. It says, Dr. Wondertainment's Tantalizing Tongue Twisters, trademark, asphalt flavor. What kind of joke candy is this? He takes another cautious lick, hoping the bitterness will fade, but instead, the taste grows stronger, leaving an unpleasant numbness on his tongue. Before he can figure out why the candy tastes so off, he notices the teacher approaching down the hall. Great, probably here to check up on him after yesterday's incident. No problem, he'll turn on his usual charm, play the model student, and then... But when he opens his mouth to speak, a sharp, jagged string of curse words explodes from his lips. Every head in the hallway turns, and a silence settles over the crowd. The bully's eyes widen in horror. Those weren't his words. In fact, he's not even sure he moved his mouth at all. The teacher's face goes pale, her lips thinning as she glares down at him. "What did you just say to me?" she asks, each word clipped and icy. The bully opens his mouth to apologize, but his voice betrays him again. He tries to clamp his lips shut, but they twist into an angry snarl as another outburst erupts from his mouth, this time even worse than before. He can't stop it. Each word feels like someone else is forcing it out, dragging his voice along with it. It's like watching himself in a nightmare. He's saying the most horrific words, the most brutal insults, all directed at the teacher in front of him. He's utterly mortified that he's somehow spewing all of these obscenities. To him, it doesn't even sound like his own voice, but rather someone imitating him. By the time he's done, he's standing there in harrowed silence in front of everyone. Before he can even try to offer more words to defend himself, the teacher's hand grips his wrist and drags him down the hall. His ruse has been destroyed. He'll probably be in detention until high school. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the school, the kid sits in the AV room, watching it all unfold on the security feed. His face curves into a grin as he listens to the bully's pitiful apologies and excuses, each one sweeter than he could have ever imagined. The taste of revenge is exhilarating, almost addicting. But as the kid laughs, unaware of the full implications, a shadow falls over his face on the screen, as though something else is watching and waiting. But while the kid revels in his victory, the true nature of Dr. Wondertainment's Tantalizing Tongue Twisters trademark remains as twisted and enigmatic as his creator. Revenge may be sweet, but as the SCP Foundation has discovered, these candies leave a bitter aftertaste for everyone who dares to use them. On the surface, these suckers appear to be nothing more than a strange confection, a harmless novelty. But as the SCP Foundation has come to learn, these Tantalizing Tongue Twisters trademark are anything but innocent. In fact, they're classified as SCP-3147, a product of Dr. Wondertainment, designed to sow discord in the most curious ways. And yes, I am, unfortunately, legally obliged to say the trademark part, due to the actions of Dr. Wondertainment's thaumaturgic lawyers. At face value, there's very little that seems actively anomalous about instances of SCP-3147. They're small lollipops made of a sphere of hard candy on the end of a white stick, covered in a wrapper that features Dr. Wondertainment branding, as well as the flavor of the item in question, which, as you've seen, and will further see, can skew a little bizarre. The same cannot be said of these candies on a molecular level. Foundation testing has yielded no progress in finding anything anomalous about the candy itself or the packaging containing it. If you enjoy one of these candies alone, you're unlikely to even notice anything strange about them. The anomalous effects of SCP-3147 only kick in once the candy has been licked by at least 2 people, which I personally find to be terribly unsanitary, even when you're dealing with non-anomalous candy. However, when a second person, or any others beyond that, lick an instance of SCP-3147 that was first licked by someone else, their oral cavity will come under the control of another member of the group. See what I mean about it being highly conceptual? While under the anomalous effect, not only will their mouth be at the mercy of another licker, but they will speak with the voice of the person controlling them. The amount of time the person remains affected is directly proportional to the amount of candy ingested by the subject, with the current minimums and maximums, with some variation, being 2 to 24 minutes. And because nothing involving Dr. Wondertainment is ever easy to deal with, these candies are rarely packaged alone. While they can be sold individually, the SCP Foundation has confiscated boxes with as many as 10 items per pack. These packs will often feature the following typically quirky Dr. Wondertainment ad copy. New from Dr. Wondertainment, the mouth-watering treat that will have you speaking in tongues. Need a party pick-me-up? Just gather 2 or 3 of your bestest friends, pick out your favorite flavor of Dr. Wondertainment's tantalizing tongue twisters trademark, and you're good to go. Let everyone get a tongue-teasing taste, then marvel as you give each other the gift of gab. Warning, maximum fun achieved with 4 friends. Dr. Wondertainment trademark and his candy crafting crew are not liable for any damages, physical, psychological, emotional, and/or paranatural, caused by sharing Dr. Wondertainment's tantalizing tongue twisters trademark among 5 or more people. Play safe, kids! In context, that last comment feels almost sarcastic. After coming into possession of several packs of the anomalous contraband candy, Dr. James Smythe was put in charge of conducting experiments on members of D-Class personnel to explore the full potential effects of SCP-3147. It probably won't surprise you to hear that things went very quickly off the rails. In the first experiment, acting as a kind of control, D2172 alone was given an instance of SCP-3147 to sample. The flavor was sandy seashell. D2172 ingested everything that was given to him, except for the stick in the packaging, and experienced no anomalous effects, though he did report that the flavor was comparable to cream soda filtered through wet sand. Yummy. The next experiment was conducted on D2172 and D56980, using a candy with the flavor label Shoe Shine. The duo gained control of each other's mouths, which was an extremely strange experience for both of them. Smythe then gave them both a tongue twister to recite using the other one's mouth. This proved to be difficult, given the inherent difficulty of the tongue twister itself, plus the inherent disorientation of being in control of someone else's mouth rather than your own. It's a feeling I can't personally say I can relate to. Dr. Smythe noted, flavor said to be like leathery licorice. Despite the difficulties experienced using another person's mouth to speak, both subjects expressed that they enjoyed the experience and wished to continue taking part in future experiments with SCP-3147. With the next experiment, Dr. Smythe hoped to up the ante even further by having 4 different D-classes all lick the anomalous lollipop, which admittedly sounds a little uncomfortable when said aloud. These men were D2172, D11872, D42271, and D56980. The flavor of lollipop they were given was the extremely unappetizing pickled pepper. Incidentally, 4 subjects is also the maximum number recommended by the official packaging, so they were really pushing their limits on this one. Each time a different D-class licked the lollipop, they gained control of the mouth of the previous person who licked it, and thanks to being given permission to ingest all the candy on the stick, this effect remained for 15 minutes. In this time, they all conversed freely, enjoying the surreal nature of the experience. Dr. Smythe noted, flavor exactly as expected. On a personal note, I feel sorry for our poor transcriptionist. It was difficult enough for the Ds themselves to keep track of exactly who was talking. The goal of the next test was not to test how many people could be affected by the anomaly, but some of its potential applications. In this case, how it would interface with voice recognition technology. The subjects in this case were D2172 and D56980, and the flavor was the enigmatic chucked wood. After consuming the candy, they were given a voice-locked container, coded to open when it heard D56980 say, "Open Sesame." While D56980 stood on the other side of the room, D2172 approached the box. D56980 spoke through D2172's mouth, successfully unlocking the box on the second attempt. They continued testing this method with a variety of other voice recognition technologies, and the rate of success did not change as this variable shifted. Dr. Smythe noted, "Thankfully, the inability of the subject to directly use the voice that they have taken keeps SCP-3147 from being a substantial security threat." The next experiment was performed on another 4 members of D-Class personnel, D2172, D11872, D42271, and D56980. This time, the flavor selected was Fuzzy Wuzzy. Having tested a few different vectors of SCP-3147's effects, now Dr. Smythe felt it was time to discover the distance that the anomalous effects were operational over. That's why, after having them each consume an equal amount of the candy, Smythe had the 4 affected subjects stand at equidistant points around the perimeter of Site-272, and then were told to speak, conveying specific messages on the behalf of researchers supervising them. When the subjects got over the initial disorientation of not being able to hear their own voices as they spoke, things went swimmingly. Messages were cleanly conveyed between each member of affected D-Class personnel that did not degrade in quality despite the distance, and they were able to do this for approximately 21 minutes, exceeding even the most optimistic of the researchers' estimations. Dr. Smythe noted, "Further testing at longer distances is required. Plans are being drafted, and an appropriate test site will be located before submitting the proposed experiment to the site director for approval. If the Foundation can reverse engineer this effect, it could possibly be used as an emergency communication method." In a grim piece of tempting fate, things got out of hand during the 13th SCP-3147 experiment, when researchers pushed the boundaries just a little too far. They exceeded the recommended number of participants per candy and used 5 test subjects. The flavor was bitter butter, and the results were disastrous for all involved. During testing, the 5th member of the group, D42271, found her mouth being controlled by a little girl speaking from an unknown location, much to the confusion of the researchers and the other D-classes in the test group. The little girl cried for help through the D-class's mouth, and when she was questioned by Dr. Smythe about her location, she said, "I don't know. I was in a toy store with my mom, and I went to go look at the dolls. Then there was this big man that grabbed me when Mom wasn't looking, and he took me here. He said he needed to test stuff, and he keeps feeding me candy, and I don't like it anymore, and my tummy hurts, and..." Naturally, everyone in attendance was stressed by this, D42271 in particular. After a period of silence, the little girl's voice entered a state of audible panic, screaming out, "He's here! He's here! Tell him to go away! I can't eat anymore! Tell him to stop! Please make him stop!" D42271 valiantly tried to help, screaming through a body she didn't know for the assailant to leave the little girl alone, even as she felt as though a metal contraption was forcing open her jaw. But then, her body doubled over and began profusely vomiting, making everyone in attendance panic and call off the experiment early. Experiments were done on D42271's vomit in the aftermath, and it contained trace amounts of several other anomalous food items, which I've taken care to catalog here. SCP-1916, Zero-G Whiz Moonrocks trademark. These are a series of multicolored jawbreakers, each one corresponding to a different planet mostly in our solar system, including Martian Cherry, Venusian Berry, Lunar Lime, Jovian Jelly, Outer Space Strawberry, and Planet X. Depending on the gravitational state of the corresponding celestial body, the gravity of anyone eating the candy is also affected, either massively increasing or decreasing their weight without any alteration to their mass or shape. SCP-1842, Dr. Wondertainment's Magic Microwave Set trademark. This is a toy microwave that can convert a toxic clay substance, known as SCP-1842-2, into any edible substance that it's molded into. The resulting foodstuffs are known as SCP-1842-3, which is harmless, but has no nutritional value whatsoever. It is what was found in the affected D-Class's vomit. And also SCP-1079, Dr. Wondertainment's Bubble Bath Bonbons trademark. These are another bizarre and disturbing confection which, once consumed, transforms a non-dangerous portion of the subject's blood into bubble bath liquids, which they then secrete from their skin, causing their body to be instantaneously cleaned and likely leaving their clothes an uncomfortable, wet mess. All of this led to an extremely unsettling discovery. It seems that Dr. Wondertainment poses a danger to children beyond just their anomalous toys and confections. The 13th test indicated that the group of interest are kidnapping children to use as living guinea pigs for their various products against their will. A realization only intensified when Foundation collaboration with conventional law enforcement revealed that the little girl D42271 had channeled corresponded exactly with a young girl who had gone missing in Broken Cliff, Missouri. D42271 requested to be submitted for further testing on SCP-3147, perhaps hoping that she could reconnect with the poor little girl and be a part of helping her escape the diabolical Dr. Wondertainment's clutches. This request, however, was denied out of security concerns. The Foundation has done what they can to keep a lid on this latest example of Dr. Wondertainment's whimsical mayhem. Containment procedures dictate that no more than 144 instances of SCP-3147 are to be contained in Safe Storage Locker 87A at Site-272 at any given time, and any others are to be noted and incinerated immediately. The same goes for any advertising material discovered in the field. Physical instances are to be incinerated, and online instances are to be deleted. If a person is found to be in possession of an instance of SCP-3147, the anomalous item is to be confiscated immediately, and they are to be treated with Class A amnestics if they have witnessed any of SCP-3147's anomalous effects. The Foundation has also distributed materials related to a fake recall effort, claiming that exposure to SCP-3147 has a deliriant effect on victims. As you've already seen, researchers have had their fun performing experiments with this confectionery anomaly, but that doesn't mean these experiments aren't tightly regulated. Experiment proposals must be submitted to research lead Dr. James Smythe for approval. Any experiments involving 5 or more test subjects must also be approved by the site director and overseen personally by Dr. Smythe, just to make sure nobody uses research privileges irresponsibly. A wise owl was once asked, "How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?" When it comes to Dr. Wondertainment's tantalizing tongue twisters trademark, this wise old researcher recommends you play it safe and stick to chocolate.
The mobile task agent weeps in terror as the nightmarish cartoon figures surround him in the middle of the bright pink, whimsical town pulled out of your childhood fever dreams. Deformed childhood beasts drink greedily from a fountain overflowing with blood. But the agent doesn't fear them. He fears Mr. Hister, the huge looming figure in the yellow cloak, brimming with tendrils, and that awful face beneath the hood, smiling its rotting smile. All around them, children stand trance-like for the ceremony, ready to receive their final judgment, as up above, a door made of mirror floats, surrounded by the suspended floating bodies of the people who weren't so lucky. Mr. Hister leans in. He's got a question to ask, and if the MTF agent can't answer it, something horrible beyond imagination is going to happen to him. That's just how it is when you're dealing with SCP-5853. SCP-5853 refers to a line of packaged Taffy candies. Each package contains 2 candies, one blue with a raspberry flavor and one red with a cherry flavor. The blue candy appears to have no anomalous effects or adverse effects at all, aside from getting stuck in one's teeth. However, the red candy is a different story. Anyone who consumes the red candy and recites a key phrase will be teleported to an extra-dimensional shape, seemingly identical to the location of Ticky Taffy Town, a 90s-era television show that advertised the candy and has been designated SCP-5853-A. It was the UIU, a branch of the FBI specialized in investigating paranormal occurrences, who first identified the anomaly after they noticed a correlation between the airing of SCP-5853-A episodes and the disappearances of children. The show and its corresponding candy have been linked to approximately 3,500 child disappearances between the years of 1994 and 1999. As the UIU looked into unexplained disappearances during these years, a peculiar pattern began to emerge among several cases.
The missing child was most recently seen in or entering a kitchen pantry. The only evidence left behind was a pile of open Ticky Taffy wrappers, specifically the blue raspberry variety. Shortly before their disappearance, the child was watching an episode of the show featuring the character Mr. Hister, and the missing child's parent could hear the show's theme music just before the child vanished. After a UIU operative's child joined the list of missing kids, the case was turned over to the SCP Foundation, along with all of the UIU's findings up to that point. Though episodes of Ticky Taffy Town can no longer be accessed by the public or by anyone outside of specific Foundation-approved testing, there are descriptions of the show's 5 main characters, or entities, included in the official file. They range from standard children's entertainment fare to imagery that is deeply disturbing. First, there is the fatherly, patient Mr. Squibbles, a bipedal humanoid with the head of a plush octopus and a wardrobe consisting of khaki trousers and a red sweater vest. He is responsible for imparting each episode's lesson. Next, there is Mrs. Bobble, a stereotypical clown with blue hair, white makeup, a red nose, and oversized, multicolored clothing. She acts as the questioner of the episode's theme or lesson, raising these questions with Mr. Squibbles. The source of mischief in Ticky Taffy Town is Kizzywink, a small entity resembling a bipedal feline with humanoid hands and an oversized head. Though the entity is mischievous, it is also benign and largely childlike in its behavior. Kizzywink has a companion named Franzipans, a small, round, plushy avian with a hammer in place of its beak. Acting as an annoying sidekick to Kizzywink, the entity will fly around the screen and hit the other entities with its hammer beak as a form of slapstick comedy. And then there is the infamous Mr. Hister. This entity is not depicted as overtly hostile, but its appearance is the most troubling in the show. This humanoid entity stands approximately 2.3 meters tall and wears a long, golden yellow robe with a hood. The entity propels itself through the world with tentacles that emerge from beneath its cloak. Any attempts to produce an official description of the entity's face have proven difficult, due to the notable video distortion effect caused when the entity enters the frame. The closest current description of its face describes it as resembling a misshapen, tumorous human skull. A standard Mr. Hister episode of SCP-5853-A begins like most children's shows, with vivid colors, pleasant lighting, and cheerful music, as the main cast teaches standard lessons such as how to tie your shoes, why it's important to brush your teeth, and the value of honesty. When Mr. Hister enters the frame, however, everything changes. The video quality dulls, the colors become oversaturated to the point of becoming almost nausea-inducing, and the contrast decreases dramatically. The visuals aren't the only thing that change in Mr. Hister's presence. The subject matter also shifts in tone, as Mr. Hister torments the rest of the characters with nihilistic and distressing lessons such as, "Your parents will soon die, and so will you," and "I feel nothing but the nothingness," or the particularly evocative, "You may not believe in the slaughter, but the slaughter believes in you." When Mr. Hister leaves the scene, he always recites this phrase, "I shall now be departing to the land of right, with the truth of red to be my might." This phrase is thought to be related to the various child disappearances attributed to the show. On January 4, 2000, lead researcher Frank Monroe conducted the first test involving SCP-5853-A. Accompanied by junior researchers Tracy Klaus and Morgan Eskew, and supervised by Ethics Committee consultant Jennifer Lamb, Monroe began the test with D-Class 643980 restrained to a detainment chair in the middle of an observation room, placed in front of a television set. D-643980 was also hooked up to standard medical equipment to measure his vitals, while the junior researchers scanned infrared, ultraviolet, and other frequency wavelengths of the television program for any anomalous activity. With this setup in place, lead researcher Monroe signaled for the test to begin. The television was switched on and began to play Ticky Taffy Town Season 1, Episode 3, the first on-screen appearance of Mr. Hister. As the episode began, everything proceeded normally, aside from a small increase in Hume levels. As it progressed, however, the D-Class became increasingly agitated, his heart rate and perspiration increasing. He demanded to know why the show was chosen, explaining that he had childhood memories of the program. His younger brother used to watch the show all the time, until he disappeared. Upon hearing this, Ethics Committee consultant Jennifer Lamb became visibly distressed, but advised the research team to proceed with the test in spite of this unforeseen emotional component. After the episode finished, D643980 was freed from his torso restraints and given a microphone, earpiece, receiver, and shoulder camera mount. He was then given a package of SCP-5853, at which point he remarked that he ate them as a child, but only ever ate the raspberry flavor, while his brother preferred the cherry. He was instructed to eat the cherry piece, then recite the phrase, "Flesh is not the truth." At this point, the theme song of Ticky Taffy Town filled the room, and the D-Class vanished from sight, disappearing from the observation room altogether. Dr. Monroe was able to maintain communication with D643980 via the microphone and receiver, and the research team monitored his video feed. The D-Class began in a dark place, with one single stream of light splitting the center field of view. After some resistance, he continued into the unknown, stumbling out of Mr. Squibble's treasure chest. Upon exiting the chest, the larger landscape could be seen, an exact replica of the Ticky Taffy Town set, with a blank white backdrop covering any areas not usually seen by the audience. As the members of the main cast, with the exception of Mr. Hister, entered the area, the D-Class hid in the chest. The four chattered excitedly about an upcoming town meeting before Mr. Squibbles opened the chest and discovered the D-Class hiding inside. He was instructed to engage with the entities until the Foundation could come up with an appropriate extraction plan. The D-Class became distressed and swore, prompting Mrs. Bobble to turn a glowing red until Mr. Squibbles calmed her down. Kizzy Wink asked the D-Class his name, and he answered that it was Davy. At this point, the entities instructed Davy to follow them to the town meeting, where he would be their esteemed guest. Together, they left the house, entering an area made up of the miniature town from the show's opening sequence, only grown to full scale. In the background was the same vacant white backdrop, as well as seemingly infinite copies of the same town landscape. Davy and the group followed a long road toward a cobblestone town square. As the research team watched the video feed, they could see that other pathways in the background were occupied by their own versions of the main cast of characters, all walking toward the same central location. These groups were accompanied, much to the horror of the research team, by small children. Each of the houses along the path was printed with a number corresponding to an episode of Ticky Taffy Town that featured Mr. Hister. According to the research team's calculations, this amounted to 31 episodes of the show that were actively able to steal children. Dr. Monroe suggested sending in a mobile task force, but Jennifer Lamb refused to sign off on the request, concerned about the unknown nature of the location and the potential ramifications of sending MTF members inside. While the research team was debating about the next steps, Davy and his new friends reached the town square. There were over 100 entities and 200 children gathered together there. Some children were weeping, others stood silently, eyes ringed with dark circles from lack of sleep. Every single one of them looked utterly terrified. The entities began to chant together, "I now arrive to the sea of sin, with the red of my flesh to offer him." A mirror-like rectangle appeared above the town square's fountain, spinning until it blurred into a black void. Then, Mr. Hister emerged from the darkness. Mr. Hister addressed the crowd, calling out, "My children, it is time to tell Mr. Hister what lesson you learned today." He selected a young girl from the crowd and asked her to recite the lesson she learned. She answered, repeating a lesson from Mr. Squibbles concerning the importance of tying one's shoes. Mr. Hister replied, "Your prize is to pass through the mirror and into the dreamlands." He lifted the girl into the air and tossed her into the mirror behind him. She screamed and disappeared. He proceeded to call up child after child, asking them to repeat the lesson that they learned. When they answered, they were tossed into the mirror. If the child couldn't remember their lesson, however, well, the less that is said about that, the better. Before long, the fountain was filled with deep red water, which the other Ticky Taffy Town entities greedily slurped up. Eventually, Mr. Hister turned to Dave, asking him what lesson he learned. Dave struggled to answer, guessing a phrase that Mr. Squibbles said, "Don't make Mrs. Bobble upset, lest you fail his hideous test." This was the wrong answer. Mr. Hister lifted Dave into the sky, where he was suspended upside down alongside other humanoid figures, one of whom he recognized as his long-lost younger brother, Jeremy. At this point, Dave stopped responding to Dr. Monroe and his research team. The camera feed remained active for 3 days, suspended upside down next to Dave's body. On screen, a continuous stream of red liquid, presumed to be blood, could be seen flowing over the lens. The feed was cut short, and Dave was presumed lost. As harrowing as it was, this initial test provided the SCP Foundation with some vital information on the inner workings of SCP-5853-A. They were able to determine that, depending on the answer a stolen victim gives, they will be able to affect their own fate. If the victim answers Mr. Hister's question, "What did you learn today?" with the intended lesson imparted in the episode, they will be passed through the mirror. What awaits them beyond it, no one but Mr. Hister knows, but it is unlikely to be anything good. If the victim answers with a lesson they learned while inside of the extra-dimensional space, they will be left to hang upside down with Dave and the rest of those suspended in the air. If they don't remember, or lie about forgetting their lesson, they will be consumed by the entities. But there is one way out. If the victim answers by repeating or summarizing Mr. Hister's darker lesson from the episode, the victim will be released from the extra-dimensional space and transported back to the place they vanished from. For example, UIU Agent Mathis's son, Thomas, reappeared in the kitchen pantry of his home on January 8, 2000, after he did just that. Following the D-Class exploration of Ticky Taffy Town, Dr. Monroe reached out to Jennifer Lamb, requesting that she reconsider her decision to decline MTF operations in the area. She refused to change her mind, telling him to scan media spaces, recall the candy, and call it a day. With the Ethics Committee refusing to approve MTF action, Dr. Monroe instead reached out to his friend, Terrence Bazarian, who occupied an MTF Alpha position. He managed, via appealing to Terrence's role as a parent, to convince him to agree to an off-books, 3-man mission into the spatial anomaly of SCP-5853-A. The small, unofficial mobile task force began its operation on January 20, 2000. Frank Monroe served as commanding officer. Terrence Bazarian acted as team lead, Alpha, Robert Falk as right flank, Charlie, and Mohammed Al-Abi as left flank, Delta. Each member of the team was instructed to consume a piece of cherry-flavored Ticky Taffy and recite the phrase, "You may not believe in the slaughter, but the slaughter believes in you." Soon after, all 3 men were transported into the world of SCP-5853-A. They climbed out of the toy chest to find the cartoonish kitchen, the busily decorated living room, and the door to the outside area. The MTF team got to work investigating the area immediately, making note of the fact that all of the items in the house were fake, simply props for a children's show. The door to the set began to open, and the 3 MTF members hid out of sight. Monroe warned them to not, under any circumstances, engage with the entities in any way. The cast, with the exception of Mr. Hister, entered the room and began checking the area for signs of new children transported to the world. Alpha was discovered first and opened fire on Mr. Squibbles, who stumbled backward, leaking brown fluid until it collapsed. The remaining entities began to scream as the area dimmed to black. Suddenly, everything was dark and silent. The MTF feed switched to night vision as Delta, Charlie, and Alpha began to explore the area. Monroe ordered them to get to the town center as fast as possible and tell Mr. Hister the key phrase, so that they could be transported back to the SCP Foundation site. As he delivered the instructions, his audio feed began to degrade until the MTF officers could no longer hear him. Left alone in Ticky Taffy Town, they had to proceed on their own. As the officers resumed motion, Franzipans flew at Charlie's head at top speed, its hammer beak colliding with the man's head and sending him careening into a nearby wall. The impact was fatal, and Agent Charlie collapsed to the ground, dead. Agents Alpha and Delta continued firing on Franzipans, and Alpha ordered Delta to head toward the door and make his way out. When he reached the door, however, Mr. Squibbles was waiting on the other side. It grabbed Agent Delta as an instance of Kizzywink used its claws to kill him. In a heroic dying act, Agent Delta pulled the pin from one of his incendiary grenades and charged at Mr. Squiggles, blowing them both up. Agent Alpha was the only one left standing, alone with Mrs. Bobble the clown. She charged at Alpha as he fired a grenade round that subdued her. Taking his moment, Alpha escaped the building, navigating his way through the pitch-black landscape. Alpha used his night vision view to navigate a narrow path toward a single light in the distance. He walked for approximately 182 minutes, at which point he remarked on the sensation of the path deepening, lengthening, and pulling him down. He began to approach the town square before everything faded to static. When Alpha's video feed returned, he was standing in front of a white wooden door. He reached out to open it and spotted a woman that appeared to be Jessie Bazarian, his wife, sitting in a rocking chair and humming a lullaby to the infant in her arms. He attempted to speak to her, but she addressed him in the manner of Mr. Hister, saying, "See the mirror, through the mirror. The mirror is the only salvation. Salvation achieved by sacrifice to he who is divine among the dreamlands. Release yourself through the mirror. Ascend through the mirror. Transcend through the mirror." Alpha screamed, collapsing to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he was face to face with Mr. Hister himself. The entity smugly asked, "Terrence, what did you learn today?" Rather than reciting the key phrase and attempting to return home, Alpha pulled the pin from his remaining grenade and let it fall to the ground. The video feed cut out, and the entire mobile task force that entered Ticky Taffy Town that day was presumed dead. 2 days later, Dr. Frank Monroe sent out the following email. "To whom it may concern and C. Miles, I regret to inform you that I am no longer able to fulfill my duties as researcher. I have come to the realization that Lamb was right, although I don't agree with her. I can't keep trying to save the world from the things we study. It's not about how far I can probe. It's for our own protection. I need to know when to call it quits. I could spend X number of dollars and X number of lives sacrificing to whatever to wherever I think, or wherever I think the mirror may bring us, who Mr. Hister might be, or the implications of a clown entity called Bobble. I could try to chase these down to their penultimate conclusion, sacrificing MTF, D-Class, and innocence alike. Lamb, she was right. God, I'm sorry, Terrence. All SCP-5853 needs is to be hidden, in the dark. I'm sorry, I'm just not made for this. Not anymore. I can no longer do this. Let me forget. Let me go back. Consider this my resignation. Respectfully, Dr. Frank Monroe." After a review by the O5 Council, Dr. Monroe's resignation request was denied. All SCP-5853 products have been publicly recalled. Any instances of SCP-5853 are to be kept in a standard containment unit in Secure Facility 64, Wing F. If any instances of SCP-5853 are discovered being sold, the sale must be intercepted immediately. Every episode of SCP-5853-A has been removed from the air, and television broadcasts and online video sites must be scanned regularly in order to prevent further spread of the materials. No Foundation personnel, including D-Class, that have or are considered having children may be assigned to SCP-5853. The SCP Foundation has attempted to uncover the identities of production staff and actors from the show, but so far, the investigation has turned up nothing but dead leads. A close analysis of the show's credits showed that, rather than a list of staff that worked on the episode, they consist of a constantly growing list of names. These names include those of children reported missing, as well as individuals yet to be identified. On January 23, 2000, the names Robert Falk, Mohammed Al-Abi, Terrence Bazarian, and Frank Monroe were added. Frank Monroe was pronounced missing in action, and to this day, has never been found. It's Halloween night. A man collapses, bleeding from the mouth. He's alone in his apartment, watching a horror movie marathon, and now he thinks he might be dead by dawn. But how? All he'd done was eat a microwaved mini pizza and drink a soda he picked up from a nearby candy store. Was it poison? Why do his guts feel like they're twisting themselves into knots? As he falls to his knees, spluttering and retching, clutching his agonized stomach, his organs lurch, and he vomits a red-tinged mess onto the floor. He can't believe what he's seeing. Is his puke full of broken glass? Across town, some trauma surgeons at the local hospital are having an extremely unpleasant evening, as a few patients with severe gastric distress are rolled into the ER in need of urgent medical attention. Of course, adding a layer of surreality to the whole event, the patients in question are in costume, as Beetlejuice and Elsa from Frozen, respectively. Only on Halloween, the team thinks, somehow in unison. They start taking emergency x-rays and are astonished at what they see. Worms. But not standard intestinal worms, the kind of nightmarish worms that would seem far more at home at the bottom of the deep ocean. The kind with big, sharp pincers full of painful venom. The kind of worms you definitely wouldn't want to be on the business side of, let alone having swimming around in your guts. One of the doctors in attendance exhaustedly remarks that this is even worse than the person they had in earlier that night, whose intestines were inexplicably full of disgusting rotten berries. People seem to do bizarre and crazy things on Halloween, he thinks to himself, as the nurses draw the "cut here" lines on the stomach of the screaming patients, and the doctor readies his scalpel. But our story isn't about any of these people on Halloween night. It's about a humble little ghost. Happy Halloween, please take one. The neighbor's sign had been pretty explicit about that. Hearing the blood-curdling screams filling the room, frozen to the spot in terror, and watching wide-eyed as a person convulses on the ground, the ghost wishes he'd heeded the warning. He's too old for trick-or-treating, but his parents insist he has to. After all, he can't leave his little brother to walk around the neighborhood on his own, even if it'll still be light out. So he begrudgingly throws an old bedsheet over his head, cuts 2 holes in it, and voila, he's a ghost. And none of his friends have to see him out trick-or-treating like a little kid. Every time they knock at one of the houses on the street, he wishes this would just be over. Texts are flooding in from his friends, telling him to hurry up and meet them so they can head over to the house party like they planned to. The ghost rolls his eyes every time his little brother races off to another house with a jack-o'-lantern out front, eager to fill his bag with more and more candy. After each door closes, he tells his younger sibling this is it, that they won't be visiting any more houses after this. But before he can herd him back towards their parents' place, his brother is already speeding off in the other direction. They arrive at one of the quieter houses on the block. There are hardly any other trick-or-treaters around, barely anyone else in costume. The ghost urges his little brother to come back home, insisting it doesn't look like anyone's here. The house isn't even decorated. All the lights are out, save for a candle flickering inside a carved pumpkin. Immediately, the brother rushes over to knock on the door. There's no answer, just a silence that hangs in the air and stretches out every second. He knocks again, but still, nobody answers. No one to answer the door for the boy to ask, trick or treat to. The ghost tries to urge his sibling to leave. The owners, whoever they are, seem to have left a bucket of candy in front of their door, with a sign encouraging people to help themselves. Another text from his friends makes the ghost all the more eager to go. By now, he's missing the party. His brother insists that he can't take the candy unless he gets to ask the owners trick or treat. Eventually, growing frustrated, the ghost has to drag his little brother away. Before he leaves, he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone else is watching, before swiping the full, unattended candy bucket and tipping its contents into the sheet of his ghost costume, deciding he might as well take them as party favors.
But before we go on, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, War Thunder. Imagine commanding a vast arsenal of over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships, ranging from the raw power of the 1920s to the cutting-edge technology of modern fighter jets and main battle tanks representing 10 major nations. And forget about something as simple as hit points. In War Thunder, each vehicle component, from engines to ammo racks, can be individually damaged or destroyed by enemy fire for an unmatched level of detail in combat. And the damage doesn't just happen unseen. The game's X-ray view allows you to witness the precise impact of your strategies, showing exactly where and how your actions affect the enemy, bringing a new level of depth to your combat tactics. But War Thunder isn't just for the hardcore simulator fan. Whether you're looking for quick, action-packed encounters or the ultimate realism challenge, there's a game mode for you. From the fast-paced arcade mode, the balanced realistic mode, to the fully immersive simulator mode, each offers a unique way to experience the game's breathtaking battles. And the best part? You don't need any fancy hardware to jump into the action. Whether you're piloting a plane or driving a tank, a simple mouse and keyboard or controller is all you need, even in the most realistic simulator mode. Join the ranks of a global community of over 70 million players by clicking on my link in the description to grab your massive bonus pack. This exclusive offer for new and returning players who haven't played for at least 6 months includes multiple premium vehicles, an exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, and 7 days of premium account. But remember, it's only available for a limited time. Now back to our trick-or-treater. Returning his brother home, the ghost races back out just as the evening turns into night. Crossing town as quickly as he can, he arrives at the house party, greeted by his friends dressed as werewolves and vampires. He hadn't realized everyone would still be doing costumes, breathing a sigh of relief under his ghost sheet, only to wish he'd
put more effort into the costume. He dumps the stolen candy into a big communal bowl, overflowing with sugary snacks, before heading into the party. It doesn't take the ghost long to realize that the event isn't all it's cracked up to be. Feeling too awkward to go up and talk to anyone, he floats around, boredly sipping a drink from a plastic cup, like a literal ghost at the feast. He started feeling guilty about being a jerk to his brother, making him rush trick-or-treating so the ghost could come to a lame party. But just as he's about to leave, somebody screams. One of the party guests is holding a packet of gummy bears in one hand, the same ones that the ghost swiped earlier. The other hand is clutching his stomach in pain as something seems to be moving. The ghost blinks, certain it's a trick of the strobing lights at the party. He moves to get a better look, just in time to see the guest collapse. People nearby start panicking, telling each other to call an ambulance, worried that someone's having a severe allergic reaction. Then, something moves again. The limp body of the party guest starts thrashing around, convulsing on the floor. It's like there's something inhuman, some creature inside his stomach, moving around and trying to claw its way out. And then, it does. And it roars. The ghost stares in horror as what looks like a small bear tears itself free, flecks of blood staining its bright green fur and dripping from its paws. The screams erupting around it startle the creature, and it lunges for the nearest person, baring its sharp teeth and clamping them down in a vicious bite. The ones who are far away enough start running. The ghost isn't so lucky. The mint green bear leaps off of its latest victim and fixes its confused, murderous eyes onto the ghost. He's frozen in place by pure terror as the little bear lunges for him, flecking the blood of its previous victim onto his formerly white sheet. As the bear's jaws close around his face, his closing thoughts are of his younger sibling. He should have just stayed trick-or-treating tonight. Out on the ocean, the blades of a matte black stealth chopper slice through the air. The crew working aboard a freighter, hauling goods across the water, only notice the helicopter as it swoops in low, descending from overhead. Before the captain even has a chance to hail the aircraft and request that those aboard identify themselves, it's already coming in for a landing. Figures in tactical gear, all brandishing automatic weapons, spill out of the chopper as the captain sounds the alarm. Crew members scatter, running for their lives, but with no way to escape the cargo vessel, surrounded by the roaring waves of the supply route they're sailing along. Everyone panics. They've been boarded. But these armed figures aren't pirates. They're far too well equipped. They look almost military. In fact, they're outfitted in gear that seems closer to special forces. SCP Foundation Mobile Task Force operatives storm the ship, splitting into smaller teams. One rushes after the boat's crew, rounding them up and herding them toward the bridge. The other squad sweeps the deck, weaving in between the rows of towering shipping containers, searching the cargo for something. Within minutes, the freighter's crew are helplessly kneeling on the floor of the bridge, hands placed on the backs of their heads in compliance with the orders of these soldiers bearing a strange, unfamiliar insignia on their uniforms. The group's commander instructs two of his men to search for a cargo manifest, and in moments, they've found the relevant document, relaying the serial number of one of the containers to the squad on the ship's deck. The commander begins questioning the captain of the vessel and his crew, seemingly interested in the contents of this one container. Not one of them knows what's inside. All they know is it's bound for the port they were heading to. What nobody notices, though, is the accidental adjustment to the ship's course, caused by a turn of the main wheel during the commotion. The freighter is passing down a narrow waterway that is part of the trade route, only now, instead of sailing straight, it's traveling at an angle. On the ship's deck, the MTF operators locate the shipping container they've been directed to. It's locked, naturally, but the team has come prepared. As the rest of the squad form up and cover the crate, one of them rushes to the front, buzzsaw in hand. Sparks fly as the spinning blade slices through the various locks, keeping the long metal container shut tight. In seconds, the saw severs each one, and two of the MTF soldiers stow their weapons, wrenching the container's doors open, while the others keep their guns trained on what might be inside. The MTF quickly examines the contents of the shipping container, noting the various cardboard boxes inside. One hears a command squawked through their radio from the commander, stating he needs visual confirmation that what they're looking for is, in fact, inside those boxes. The operator unsheaths their combat knife and effortlessly slices through the tape holding the box shut, and sure enough, inside is The arrival of the SCP Foundation on a cargo freighter might to some indicate that some kind of anomalous creature is being transported across the ocean, or that the ship's crew are perhaps smugglers, stashing anomalies aboard their vessel's cargo hold on behalf of a shady group of interest like the Chaos Insurgency. The only thing that nobody would expect would be for the Foundation to send its operatives to intercept a shipment of candy. Packets upon packets of gelatin gummies and prepackaged berries are inside most of the boxes, with others full to the brim of cans of soda and cellophane wrapping to keep them secure. The packaging has been purposely designed to mimic popular brands. The operator almost had to squint to notice the logos for a company named Pure Foods. They held the items close to their body cam, highlighting that these weren't products from the likes of Haribo or Coca-Cola, no matter how much they looked to be. Confirming they'd found what they'd been sent for, the commander radios back to the Foundation, telling them to dispatch an extraction unit to retrieve the intercepted shipment. Within minutes, the huge twin rotors of an enormous VTOL craft are whipping the air around the freighter. Down on the ship's deck, MTF operators attach cables and chains to the shipping container, signaling the pilots above once it's secure. The long metal crate is hauled up into the air beneath the tilt rotor, met with words of protest from the captive crew members, which are soon silenced as the Foundation operatives administer each of them with amnestics. The manifest is replaced with a falsified one, with the relevant container's number missing, its existence completely covered up. Suddenly, the ship lurches beneath their feet, the rumble of impact causing a deafening creak as hundreds of tons of metal collide with something. The MTF troops scramble back to their feet, weapons at the ready, expecting to see an anomalous threat has attacked the boat. Instead, from the ship's bridge, the commander sees clearly what has happened. The freighter has been traveling at an angle and is now wedged against the narrow banks of the canal. Barking a panicked order at his troops, the commander and the rest of the MTF make a hasty retreat, the chopper departing just as the crew of the Ever Given awaken, finding themselves very confused and very stuck. The bafflement felt by the ship's crew, now trapped in the Suez Canal, would soon be shared by people across the world, as this single vessel blocks a waterway crucial to the global supply chain. But luckily, despite the disruptions their actions had caused, the Foundation had at least succeeded in securing a shipment of SCP-5110 before it could reach the port. Sure, the raid by their mobile task force might have led to a ship becoming accidentally stuck in the Suez, but it was deemed an acceptable outcome by the O5 Council. If those Pure Foods products had been distributed to retailers, they would have become even harder to track down. SCP-5110 is the designation given to a collection of packaged food products made under the branding of Pure Foods. So far, the Foundation's efforts to track down the owners of Pure Foods or any potential parent company that owns the brand have all been dead leads. Cargo manifests for the various shipments of their products never contain any actionable intelligence about the origin of Pure Foods items, with seemingly great lengths taken to remove any information about where the products are even manufactured or sent from. The items themselves are hardly up to FDA standards for safe human consumption, let alone the SCP Foundation's. Upon being ingested, the various forms of SCP-5110 are known to trigger adverse anomalous side effects on any person who happens to ingest them. Insidiously, the SCP-5110 products seem to have been intentionally designed to resemble familiar products sold by popular confectionery brands, possibly in a malicious attempt by Pure Foods to trick unwitting consumers into buying their anomalous products. However, while they are similar to existing widely sold candies and soft drinks, SCP-5110 rarely reaches the shelves of larger supermarket chains, instead often shipped to and sold at smaller convenience stores. This, at least, limits the number of civilians that can accidentally consume them, although it does not prevent that possibility entirely. The 4 SCP-5110 products currently known to the Foundation each cause a different anomalous effect on the consumer. The severity of the side effects of each Pure Foods item can vary, with some being considerably less harmful, and others even being fatal. An anomalous effect is guaranteed, though, to afflict someone consuming one of the products. The first of these is designated as SCP-5110-A, a container of assorted berries with Pure Foods branding and the name Pure Berries on the packaging. Once a person eats these, they will experience the rapid manifestation of rotting berries growing within their digestive system. This might be highly unpleasant to experience, but can be treated, and is considered preferable to the effects of other Pure Foods products. Case in point, SCP-5110-B is the designation given to an item called Pure Soda, a seemingly innocuous can containing carbonated mineral water. The Pure Foods branding is once again present, but closely resembles the packaging used by established soft drink companies such as Pepsi and Coca-Cola. However, far from being a refreshing sugar and corn syrup-rich drink, SCP-5110-B has the unfortunate side effect of causing multiple glass bottles to form within the digestive system of a person who has drunk pure soda. These glass bottles are each 237 milliliters in capacity, less than the typical 250 milliliters of a glass Coca-Cola bottle. However, the volume of these bottles is usually not a concern of anyone who finds them in their digestive system, especially as the glass often shatters thanks to internal pressure, causing severe injury and the need for emergency surgery in order to remove any fragments. Pure worms, or SCP-5110-C, are one of the varieties of Haribo-like candies created by Pure Foods. Contained within the packaging are colorful gummy worms containing various different flavorings and sweeteners. Should a person ingest any of these candies, then they will experience arguably the worst side effect of all Pure Foods products. Entering a person's digestive system, SCP-5110-C will trigger the manifestation of entities that resemble Eunice aphroditis, more commonly known as bobbit worms. Commonly found in coral reefs and in warmer waters like the Atlantic Ocean, bobbit worms are a form of bristle worm that burrow their bodies under soft sand on the seabed, waiting to detect prey with their antennae. When they do, these aquatic ambush predators will grab at passing fish with sharp bristles. While bobbit worms rarely, if ever, attack humans, their mandibles are not only sharp enough to cut a fish in half, but are also venomous and could cause a person permanent nerve damage on contact. Having numerous entities similar to bobbit worms within a person's digestive system is understandably a cause for panic. The potential risk of internal bleeding and nerve damage from the sharp mouthparts aside, the burrowing nature of these worms can lead to significant and potentially fatal bodily trauma. When extracted surgically from a person or recovered posthumously, these bobbit worm-like creatures appear to be dyed in bright colors, resembling the SCP-5110-C Pure Worms candies. The fourth of the currently known Pure Foods products resembles other familiar and popular gummy candies. SCP-5110-D, or Pure Bears, appear to be multi-flavored gummy bears. Upon initial ingestion of one of these, the anomalous effects typically won't be felt immediately and can normally take anywhere between a full day or several to manifest. Once this occurs, however, whoever consumed the Pure Bears will have a juvenile Ursus arctos forming within their digestive system, the species more commonly known as the brown bear. To reiterate, this isn't a baby brown bear or an embryo of one, but instead a fully formed juvenile bear. Upon removal from the subject, or should the confined animal claw its way out, the bear's fur will appear to be dyed with bright colors that resemble the color of the gummy bear the person had consumed. Naturally, in accordance with their standard experimentation procedure, the Foundation has been able to document the effects of the various SCP-5110 products through extensive tests that utilize Class D personnel as test subjects. No other members of Foundation personnel are permitted to consume anything made by Pure Foods. Any of their anomalous products, including those recovered from retail outlets and intercepted shipments, are to be stored in a secure containment locker at a Foundation facility. Present on the back of all SCP-5110 products are a series of statements from their manufacturer, Pure Foods. Besides their own branding, this is the only consistent inclusion on their packaging. According to the company's own messaging, its mission statement is to deliver consumers with products that do not include additional unhealthy ingredients such as excess sugars, corn syrup, and other additives that are typically added to either artificially alter a product's taste or to make them more addictive for consumers. Pure Foods claims not to include fats or sugars that can lead to potential health complications when eaten in excess. Instead, they claim to take the essence of foods and encase them in gelatin. The nutritional information for a packet of Pure Bears, or SCP-5110-D, is listed as follows: 58,000 calories, 40,000 grams of total fat, 16 grams of sodium, with 0 carbohydrates, 0 sugars, and 260,000 grams of protein. The only ingredient listed is simply bear. The lasting ringing is ear-splitting, almost as much as the sound of the explosion that rang out only seconds before.
The detective looks around, trying to squint through the dust cloud obscuring his vision. A few other figures are stumbling around in confusion. Others are paralyzed with terror, or are wordly trying to regain their hearing out of fear they have been permanently deafened by the blast. One or two stagger to their feet, climbing out of the debris, and run away as fast as their sprained ankles would allow them to, and the rest aren't lucky enough to still be able to move without help. In minutes, the fire and ambulance crews arrive, clearing rubble and helping the injured to safety. The detective sits on a cinder block and waits for everyone else to be tended to first. He's still got his health, which is more than can be said for some. He scans the area, looking at the mess of debris and destruction. He feels his brain doing the thing already, looking for patterns in the rubble. His eyes fall over the dusty, dumbstruck faces of the people being helped by the paramedics, ticking off those he saw moments before the explosion. He's reconstructing a list from a few seconds of glances, trying to figure out which of them caused the explosion. Whichever face was missing from the ones he'd seen when he'd walked into the baristas that morning was probably the one who did this. The detective mutters something to himself about never getting his morning coffee. Barely a few days pass before the next explosion is reported. Someone's apartment this time around. Luckily, there'd only been one person at home, and nobody in the adjacent homes was harmed. The detective is one of the first on the scene, rushing across town to get a look at the blast site. The previous time, his ears were ringing too much, the shock of being so close when it happened, scrambling all the senses that had been honed over decades on the job. Today, he wants a clearer look. His heart sinks to see the bomb squad have beaten him there. The detective scoffs. They couldn't have been all that good of a bomb squad if they were showing up after an explosion had already happened. Still, it doesn't deter him. He marches up to the hazard tape hanging in a cross in a doorway, with the bottom half of what used to be a door barely clinging to the hinges. Cordoning off the area to the public is hardly going to stop a man of the law. The detective flashes his badge to the fresh-faced beat cop standing guard when he protests, telling the younger officer to let him pass. The officer tells him he's under strict orders not to let anyone in until the bomb squad has gathered all the evidence they need. Peering through the vacant doorway, the detective finds himself barking another question at the officer. Just who is the man who's been allowed inside already? A figure is standing in the wreckage of the apartment, his plain clothes making it clear he's not part of the bomb squad. He's just looking around the ruined room, a forlorn expression on his face, while the bomb squad gathers up forensic evidence. The officer explains, as best he can with the limited information he's been given, that the mystery man is some kind of specialized consultant. He arrived with clearance much higher than the city beat cop had ever seen in his brief tenure on the street. He'd been warned that interfering with this man would constitute a crime worse than committing a felony. So the officer had let him through, no questions asked. It was above his pay grade. The detective storms past, the officer's hand blocking him from stepping the threshold into the destroyed apartment. Stopping in his tracks without crossing the cordon, he calls out to the consultant. He asks what's going on. 2 explosions in the same week is hardly a normal occurrence. The consultant doesn't even look over to the detective, just lets his questions hang in the air like the few particles of dust catching the sunlight as they drift through the apartment. The detective is met with a warning from the chief the moment he returns to the precinct. He mentions getting a call from someone important, but fails to divulge who. Noticing his former partner is nervous, even trembling, the detective pushes him for more information on who's swept in and taken the reins of the investigation. How does an outside consultant have the kind of clearance that this one does? Was he a Fed? Something even higher up in the law enforcement food chain than that? CIA, NSA, Pentagon? Every question yields no further answer, just agitates the chief almost to the point of exploding himself. The detective drops the subject, but doesn't intend to let it go. No less than a day later, yet another explosion rocks the city. This one is on the bottom floor of an office block, causing a window to get shattered, but mercifully, not much more damage than that. And the detective is ready this time. Sitting in his car waiting, he races over to the scene, getting there before even the first responders. But he doesn't get out to be the first to look. Instead, he waits, watching the scene as cops, paramedics, and firefighters arrive. The bomb squad follows not long after, and sure enough, with them is the consultant. From a distance, the detective watches. Something is off about the man. He's too calm, like all of this is ordinary for him. But it's more than that. The consultant looks almost sad, as if he's not only seen this happen before, but that he's crestfallen to know it's happened again. The detective waits. Clearing the scene takes hours, and a few more beat cops are left on guard to keep civilians away from the blast site. The entire time, the detective's eyes are fixated on the consultant. He wants to know where he's going next, so he can follow. He tails the consultant as he leaves the scene, keeping at a distance that won't make him too obvious. All he has to do is wait for the crowd to thin out, or for the consultant to walk down somewhere quieter. An alleyway would be perfect. Seeing his target cutting through the crowd towards a quiet, narrow back street, the detective seizes the opportunity and weaves between oncoming pedestrians. He turns the corner and walks right into the consultant. The other man stops, recognizing the detective's face after a split second, then turns to run. The detective races after him as fast as his legs will take him, fingertips reaching for the consultant's coat. He grabs him and causes the consultant to stumble. He threatens the detective that he'll never see the outside of a prison cell for even daring to interfere. So the detective snipes back. If that's the case, then the consultant might as well explain himself. After all, if he's sent to prison, the detective can hardly tell anyone. For a moment, the consultant actually seems to be entertaining the idea. Then he introduces himself under the name Tarrant. When the detective asks him what's been causing all the explosions around the city, Tarrant gives him a straight answer. Hot chocolate. Not many detectives would ever consider hot chocolate to be a cause of death. Maybe if it had been poisoned or was more than scalding hot. But even the world's top forensic analysts would, in all likelihood, laugh at the possibility. But then again, in their line of work, they never have to contend with the anomalous. There are experts for cases like those. SCP-5073 is not, as it turns out, a highly poisonous substance or an existential glitch caused by some mad reality warper. It is, however, hot chocolate. As far as anyone can tell, there's absolutely nothing differentiating it from an otherwise ordinary cocoa powder-based drink, other than the effect it has on people. Nothing differentiating SCP-5073 from normal hot chocolate actually couldn't be more accurate, as even the packaging containing this extremely hot drink seems to resemble that of legitimate brands. The packets that the anomalous powdered hot chocolate mixture is found in seem to have been almost intentionally circulated among popular brands, possibly in an effort to fatally trick consumers. Some packets have even been found sold within boxes containing other packets from legitimate hot chocolate brands. Normally, one packet will be sold alongside those that are otherwise safe for human consumption. Foundation efforts to trace this back along the distribution chain are still ongoing. There are still numerous agents who are currently embedded within various companies responsible for the manufacture of hot chocolate powders and the shipping of these products to retail outlets. At present, shipments containing SCP-5073 have only been uncovered in the Western Hemisphere, in a distribution pattern of one packet of SCP-5073 per 1 million units of normal hot chocolate mix manufactured. The powder itself bears no obvious difference to look at either, although it can be slightly stickier and often generate a slightly warm sensation. These minor differences, however, has seemingly been able to remain undetected to those who have unknowingly consumed SCP-5073. After all, you have to be some kind of maniac to touch your hot chocolate powder with your hands. Use a spoon, you heathen. The powder within SCP-5073 is, as far as anyone can tell just by looking at it, identical to the cocoa powder in other chocolate beverages. However, when examined far closer on a microscopic level, there are a few irregularities that the average consumer might not notice, but a researcher of the SCP Foundation might. In particular, the granules of SCP-5073 are surprisingly durable, implying that they may not actually be cocoa, but some other substance that has yet to be identified. And yet again, they seem to also generate a low level of warmth. SCP-5073 powder doesn't react the same way that other cocoa-based powders do when added to liquids. While usually, hot chocolate is designed to dissolve in milk, or water if you still haven't learned your lesson from before, SCP-5073 does not. Instead of the granules breaking up in the way you'd expect, they instead remain together. They will stay suspended below the surface of the milk, keeping the undissolved anomalous powder hidden from view. While submerged, SCP-5073 will then exude a liquid that seems to resemble chocolate in smell, taste, and color, flavoring the milk and changing it from white to brown. This leaves a beverage containing SCP-5073 completely identical to a typical cup of hot chocolate, even down to tasting indistinguishable from the real thing. Those who consume SCP-5073 do not suffer instantaneous death the second they take a sip. In fact, those who do drink a nice warm of the anomalous chocolatey drink often enjoy, perhaps even a little too much. Individuals who have drunk SCP-5073 have been recorded as finding it to be unusually appealing, and often all describe it in an uncannily similar way. Choices of adjectives seem to always revolve around phrases such as the drink having an explosive burst of sweetness, an explosion of taste, or similarly worded variations on this sentiment. This is also always considered a positive factor too, and those who consumed SCP-5073 will never describe the flavor of the anomalous beverage as being too overwhelming or overpowering, regardless of whether or not they typically enjoy hot chocolate. They also express another unusual side effect, and that is the sudden compulsive need to drink more of SCP-5073 after their initial tasting. Analysis by Foundation researchers has indicated that there are no inherent addictive properties to the powder, but this doesn't deter those who have consumed it to drink enough of it to use up an entire packet of the powder, even if the amount within is enough to mix into several cups worth. Then there are the more fatal side effects. Normally occurring within a window of 2 to 3 hours after consumption, a person who has drank SCP-5073 will inevitably explode. No, this isn't a euphemism or any attempt at hyperbole. They will, very literally, detonate. This isn't just hot chocolate. It's explosively hot chocolate. As far as Foundation experts have been able to determine during testing, this explosion occurs within the digestive system of an affected subject. The cocoa granules that remain intact when a person drinks the SCP-5073 infused hot chocolate will suspend themselves inside the subject. These granules will remain at a concentration above the LEL for cocoa dust, short for the lower explosive limit, the lowest possible concentration of a gas or vapor to explode if ignited. This leaves a person in an understandably volatile state, of course. Any introduction of heat or open flame could ignite the cocoa dust and trigger an explosion. Surely, though, this isn't too much of an issue unless someone happens to be a professional circus fire eater and are about to perform their highly flammable act after a warm mug of SCP-5073. Or rather, it wouldn't be too much of an issue if there was any way to prevent the granules from igniting on their own. Staying above their LEL concentration, the SCP-5073 particles will rub together while inside a subject's stomach. These granules are able to generate sufficient intense friction between them enough to ignite. Once this occurs, a dust explosion will erupt from within the unfortunate subject with enough force to blow their body apart. The result is often messy. Given the sheer magnitude of the explosion caused by SCP-5073, detonation can also pose a potential danger to any nearby buildings or other infrastructure, as well as threaten the safety of bystanders surrounding the affected subject. So, best to stand at a safe distance. Upon examination of the aftermaths of these explosions, SCP Foundation forensic teams have determined that the sweet liquid produced by adding SCP-5073 to milk is left behind among the remains of the deceased subject, given that detonation typically occurs before full digestion is possible. And, well, you try digesting something after your stomach and the rest of your body has blown up. However, it seems that after someone who had consumed SCP-5073 has expired in an explosive fashion, any of the remaining powder will disappear through anomalous means, as well as the packet it was contained in. In addition, and perhaps most unsettlingly, a considerable amount of the subject's body mass normally is missing from their remains, more than would typically be missing after a dust explosion. A few things of note in order to protect yourself from the risk of accidentally drinking SCP-5073. For one, instances of this anomalous hot chocolate will never, repeat, never, be found with additional toppings. That means anything with marshmallows, whipped cream, either chocolate or rainbow sprinkles, graham crackers, or a combination of all the above if you're really decadent, are considered safe and advisable to drink. Secondly, SCP-5073 will remain inert and non-explosive unless it is mixed with milk. Combining it with any other liquids will not render it dangerous, and if you happen to be lactose intolerant, then you're likely safe from sudden hot chocolate-related combustion. Similarly, if the SCP-5073 powder is left as it is, or if, for some deranged reason, someone ingests it as it is, it will continue to remain inert. Adding it to milk and then ingesting the resultant mixture is the only certain way to ensure detonation. Since first discovering the disastrous effects of SCP-5073, Foundation analysts have carefully monitored any and all reports of spontaneous human explosions or anyone thought to have died due to an internal detonation. The Foundation will then dispatch agents to conduct covert investigations in order to determine whether or not these deaths have any connection to the consumption of SCP-5073. If explosively hot chocolate is confirmed to have been the cause of death in any of these cases, the Foundation will issue an appropriate cover story to keep this information from the public. The number of deaths that took place during a redacted time frame was what initially drew the Foundation's attention to SCP-5073. Their assets embedded within law enforcement and emergency services take notice of a number of reports involving human beings exploding and begin investigating. The cause was soon determined to be anomalous hot chocolate. However, within a week, the deaths associated with SCP-5073 appeared to stop. Without any of the cocoa powder recovered intact, the Foundation considers SCP-5073 to be neutralized after 6 months without incidents. But researcher Tarrant isn't convinced. In an informal research log, Tarrant expresses his overwhelming concern that this situation isn't over. At this point, there is no physical evidence of SCP-5073 other than the trace amounts of extremely sweet hot chocolate recovered among the corpses that the ballistic beverage left in its wake, or rather the scattered smithereens of corpses. Despite his fellow researchers seeming convinced that they had already solved the mystery of the explosively hot chocolate, Tarrant remains unconvinced. Based on the forensic evidence pointing to a dust explosion and eyewitness accounts that SCP-5073 had been contained within packets identical to existing brands, there was a working theory about exactly how people were unknowingly consuming the deadly drink. According to the theory, an unknown anomalous prankster was responsible for slipping the self-igniting cocoa powder into the hot chocolate being sold in stores. It was seemingly designed to be sweet enough that a victim would be sure to drink enough in order to explode, and the only reason these incidents had stopped was that this murderous prankster had gotten bored. However, researcher Tarrant was adamant that this theory was wrong. He thought it seemed far too elaborate of a method to eliminate people via explosion, and the idea that these were the actions of a deranged prankster just didn't seem to add up. Although aware that not all anomalies abide by a sense of logic, if someone had engineered SCP-5073, then it would need to make more sense. As far as the researcher can see, there is no sense in making people explode through this method. With that in mind, Tarrant starts to draw his own conclusions about the explosively hot chocolate. He saw discrepancies in the Foundation's prankster theory. The idea that this person got bored and gave up so easily didn't make sense to the researcher. If this supposed prankster had been worried about a Foundation investigation, they probably wouldn't have started exploding people at random to begin with. Tarrant wondered if another external factor was the reason the explosive deaths abruptly stopped. The month that had followed the initial week of SCP-5073 incidents had been unusually warm for so early in the year. Warmer weather means fewer people drinking hot chocolate, and researcher Tarrant thought that if whoever had engineered SCP-5073 had been attempting to meet some kind of quota for the number of victims, then there'd be less opportunity with the weather being hotter. The packets disappearing also bothers researcher Tarrant. If someone had the ability to make physical evidence vanish at will, then why would they use such an elaborate method to blow people up in the first place? Speaking of physical evidence, why not also remove the victims' remains too? That's where Tarrant makes his alarming discovery, something that had previously been concealed by how much the corpses had been blown apart by their internal explosions. He notices there's more meat and bone missing than there should be, and what's left has tiny bite marks on it. A year passed before incidents involving SCP-5073 explosions began again. Although several more lives are lost as a result, the Foundation is at least able to recover intact samples of the anomalous hot chocolate powder that they can analyze, with researcher Tarrant heading up the effort to learn more about SCP-5073. Foundation analysts notice a sudden surge in similar social media posts from areas where the latest explosions take place. All of the posts seem to revolve around sightings of tiny brown spiders. A body twists and turns into unimaginable shapes. Eyes glow in the dark. Shadowy entities appear around you, mimicking your every move. Would you like a stick of gum? In a small seaside town nestled just along the coast of New England, and at least an hour's drive away from any major city, there isn't much to do but brave the chilly ocean waters, crowd onto the rocky beach, or walk along the boardwalk. For most of the residents of this quaint little town, the choice is clear. Years ago, when the town was at the height of its success as a tourist destination,
Visitors would flock from all over the country, descending on the boardwalk like the seagulls that swarm around the food stands in search of an errant French fry. In its heyday, the boardwalk boasted a small amusement park with a roller coaster and a Ferris wheel, an arcade with the latest in 1980s video game technology, several stands selling hot dogs and crispy French fries coated in grease and salt, and the pride and joy of many a local, a classic, old-fashioned candy store. Today, the arcade is all but empty, with one or two players occasionally wandering in to try their hand at the now vintage attractions inside. The amusement park is still standing, but the rides have faded and chipped. The stands still sell their wares, but the lines are shorter than they once were. And at the center of it all, the beloved candy shop is struggling to hold on. The price of waterfront property has climbed, while tourism has dwindled. And with online shopping taking over the market, well, the candy shop's owner can scarcely scrape enough money together to keep the roof over his head. On this particular day, the shop owner is restocking his shelves, the door propped open to let in just enough of the crisp, salty ocean breeze to keep his head clear and his spirits up. It's getting harder and harder to maintain the cheerful demeanor he's known for, to step into his red and white striped suit every day and smile for the few tourists who poke their heads into the shop. But still, he keeps at it. He loves this little store, and he'll keep holding on to it until there's nothing left to hold. He fills glass containers with colorful little hard candies, slides boxes of saltwater taffy onto shelves, and places blocks of fudge in the glass case by the cash register. All the while, he takes a little sample of each product for himself. A candy here, a small square of fudge there, to keep his energy up. Besides, he would never sell a product he didn't taste test first, only the best for his customers, though they were few and far between these days. Especially this time of year, as the air grows colder and the days get shorter, sunshine becomes a limited commodity as the summer turns to autumn. So it comes as quite a surprise to the older man when he hears a knock at the shop door. He turns and sees a delivery man standing there with a stack of packages. This is especially odd, as he can't recall ordering anything. But the delivery man explains that these packages are product samples from an up-and-coming candy company, one specializing in novelty chewing gum. They are providing samples to a variety of small candy businesses, as well as larger retail outlets, in order to conduct market research. These particular flavors, the delivery man promises, cannot be found anywhere else. Well, the promise of a new, exclusive product to draw new customers in is more than a little bit exciting for the shopkeeper. Without a second thought, he signs for the packages and carries them inside. The shop has carried a few varieties of chewing gum over the years: mint, cinnamon, fruit, and even prank gum that turns a person's tongue black when they chew it. What could possibly be so unique about this gum? He's determined to find out. As he cuts open the boxes, the shopkeeper is greeted with brightly colored packaging that looks, for the most part, like any other gum packaging out there. He does quickly notice one unusual difference, though: the flavor names. Each of them begins with the phrase, "tastes like," which is a clever enough branding choice, but the flavors themselves are odd. He lifts the first packet and reads its label, brow furrowing in confusion. Tastes like youth. What could that possibly mean? For a novelty candy, this gum sure is especially novel. Well, he never stocks a product without trying it out for himself first, so he unwraps a piece of the bright pink gum and pops it into his mouth. The first thing that he notices is the taste, an overwhelming sweetness tinged with nostalgia. It tastes like cotton candy, but not just any cotton candy. It tastes like the cotton candy he once enjoyed as a little boy on this very boardwalk, a flavor he hasn't experienced in 60 years. The next thing that he notices is that his eyes are aching all of a sudden. He takes off his glasses for a moment and is shocked by what he sees. Everything, clearly, without the aid of the lenses. His vision is like it was when he was a young man, before age had blurred the edges of everything in his line of sight. His joints have stopped aching, and he feels a sudden surge of energy, the sudden urge to run, to jump, to click his heels together. He rushes to the bathroom mirror, half expecting to see his younger face staring back at him. No, he still looks the same, but he feels decades younger. His mind reels, and he can't think of anything to do but laugh. This gum. It should be impossible, but this piece really does taste like youth. This might just be the product that saves the store. The invigorating effect lasts all in all for about a half hour, but during that half hour, the shopkeeper feels more optimistic than he has in many, many years, and the feeling lingers even after the gum's effects subside. But what other flavors did he receive? The delivery man brought 3 boxes. So what about the other two? He opens the second box and pulls out a pack. Tastes like Mom used to make. Well, that's even more vague than the first one. But after the experience of the previous one, he's eager to discover exactly what that could mean. He unwraps a piece, studies its light brown color, and pops it into his mouth. As soon as he begins to chew, the flavor explodes on his tongue, taking him back once again to his childhood. Brown butter, sugar, chocolate chips, a hint of vanilla. It can't be. But it is. It's his mother's chocolate chip cookie recipe. How could the manufacturers have possibly recreated it so perfectly? The flavor passes quickly, and eager to confirm his experience and make sure it was real, he grabs another piece. This one tastes entirely different. Blueberry pancakes, like his mother used to make on Sunday mornings, dripping with syrup and melted butter. This is the most unusual chewing gum indeed. In all his years of selling candy, of tasting every unusual innovation or novelty product, he never dreamed it could be like this. Now for the third package, he slices the box open and finds black packages inside, emblazoned with eerie red writing. The text read, "Tastes like your worst nightmare." The shopkeeper feels a chill run down his spine, his hands shaking with nerves as he unwraps a piece of the pitch-black gum. But he can't stop himself. He has to satisfy his curiosity to discover what nightmares taste like. He pops the piece into his mouth and begins to chew. At first, he's almost disappointed. It doesn't taste like much of anything. Vaguely sweet, almost creamy, like finishing a glass of warm milk before bed. But as he chews, the shop around him begins to blur and warp, lights dimming until he is standing in the dark. The hairs on his arms stand to attention, and he becomes overwhelmed with the sensation of eyes on his back. Something's here, and it's watching him. He spins around and finds nothing there. But wait, what's that? Out of the corner of his eye, a shadow darting just out of sight into the storage room in the back. Against his will, his feet begin to carry the man toward that room, following the shadow. The door to the storeroom is shut. It wasn't shut before. Something closed it when it darted inside, and it's in there now, waiting for him. His stomach turns as his hand reaches for the doorknob, turning it inch by inch. His nerves are screaming at him to stop, to turn and run. But as if trapped in a nightmare, his body refuses to obey him. It pushes the door open with a pronounced creak, and there, in the darkness, two glowing red eyes gaze out at him. The shopkeeper's heart leaps into his throat, and in a moment of clarity, he spits out the gum. All at once, the glowing eyes are gone. The lights have come back on, and the nightmare is over. He resolves not to stock that particular flavor in the shop, and tucks the box away in the back of that same storage room. Before long, his two new nostalgic flavors of magic chewing gum draw the attention of the SCP Foundation, who, after paying the man enough money to keep the shop open for the foreseeable future, call it a finder's fee, take the gum samples into custody and give them the classification SCP-1200. The designation SCP-1200 applies to all instances of chewing gum distributed under the brand Tastes Like Chewing Gum. Packages of this gum have been spotted in various grocery and convenience stores around the United States, appearing seemingly at random. Each pack of gum features a logo identifying the manufacturer as simply the factory. Whenever a human subject masticates or chews a piece of the gum, a certain anomalous effect will occur. This effect varies depending on the color and flavor of the given gum. There have currently been 83 flavors of SCP-1200 identified and cataloged. Swallowing this gum does not appear to produce any additional anomalous effects. Also, contrary to what certain popular misinformation might say, this gum, or any gum in fact, does not stay in the digestive tract for 7 years. The 83 flavors on file can be found in SCP-1200-EKV, which was unfortunately impossible for me to obtain during my research into SCP-1200. The official file does, however, include a partial list of some of these flavors. Though I would have preferred to conduct a more comprehensive review, this at least provides a bit of valuable additional context for the anomalous product. So let's review some of the most memorable SCP-1200 flavors and their recorded effects on human test subjects. SCP-1200-12 is a lime green-colored gum flavor, which is, funnily enough, called Tastes Like Lemons. When a human subject chews this flavor, their gustatory perception is altered for the next 28 hours. No matter what they eat during that time frame, it will taste like lemons. A bit odd, but not harmful, unless the subject just really hates the taste of lemon. After the 28-hour period is up, all food reverts to its original taste. SCP-1200-15 is a bright yellow flavor, tastes like sunshine. When a test subject eats this flavor, they will become luminescent, emitting over 40,000 lux of white light. This effect, while disconcerting to witness, does not do any harm to the subject exhibiting it. The subject's luminescence lasts for approximately 20 minutes at full intensity, and then the light begins to dim gradually until it disappears completely after 4 more minutes. You may have noticed that this flavor is a great deal more abstract than tastes like lemons. Well, they only get more unusual from here. The next flavor detailed in the file for SCP-1200 is SCP-1200-29, tastes like Rubik's Cube. Like the cube for which it's named, this flavor is multicolored, checkered in white, orange, green, red, yellow, and blue. When a subject eats this flavor, their body takes on a unique property for the next 216 minutes. During this window of time, the subject will be able to rearrange segments of their body, both internal and external, at will. This has no impact on the subject's health or comfort, even when rearranging bones, muscles, and vital organs. However, these alterations cause secondary changes within the body as it compensates for the movements. Unfortunately, this means that the first test subject to consume this flavor during SCP Foundation trials was unable to return her body to its original orientation before the 216 minutes were up. She failed to solve the puzzle, and now her left and right hands are permanently swapped. The next flavor included in the file is SCP-1200-30, a dark blue gum that is described as tastes like those forgotten. What could that possibly mean? Well, it means that once a test subject has chewed this flavor, 6 corporeal humanoid entities will manifest in their vicinity. These entities do not appear to be sentient, and their only behavior is mimicking the actions and speech of the subject and any other humans in the area, such as guards and researchers. These entities linger for 6 days before disappearing, leaving a homogeneous liquid behind. Analysis of the liquid determined that it consisted of a mixture of organic materials, iron particles, and acrylic paint. SCP-1200-58 is a particularly curious flavor. This white gum tastes like afterlife. When the subject chews it, a polyhedral crystalline exoskeleton forms around them. Once it is formed, it will levitate 1.3 meters off of the ground. During the first trial, this object remained inert for a period of 62 days. When the 62 days were up, the exoskeleton broke apart, leaving the subject behind and completely unharmed. He was immediately interviewed about his experience inside the structure, and he described being transported to a green meadow, where he met his younger brother. This was especially curious considering that the subject does not have any recorded siblings, living or dead. Another notable aspect of this flavor is its effect's resemblance to SCP-1511, crystalline structures that transfer prisoners while showing them some manner of beautiful, false afterlife. The only other flavor included in the file is tastes like Moon's Shadow, a red gum that has been tested once on a female research subject. After she finished chewing the piece of gum, a series of incorporeal, translucent, leporine organisms began to emerge from the walls of the cell where the subject was being kept. During this entire process, the subject claimed to not see the entities, nor did she feel it when they approached her, reached her, and burrowed into her body. Video recordings of the incident were unable to capture these entities. 11 days after the experiment was conducted, the subject was found dead. Despite the lack of visible injuries, her cause of death was determined to be exsanguination. This is the only recorded fatality resulting from a sample of SCP-1200. There appears to be a link between this gum flavor and SCP-1284, though I have not yet been able to determine the nature of this link. On February 20th, 2003, the SCP Foundation was conducting an investigation completely unrelated to SCP-1200. The exact nature of this original investigation has been redacted from the file, but whatever it was, it's irrelevant to the subject at hand. It isn't the investigation, but what they discovered by complete accident that matters. Foundation operatives stumbled upon a secretive facility that was entirely dedicated to the production of tastes like those forgotten. When the Foundation entered the facility, they discovered an assembly line, as well as 28 anomalous entities dwelling inside. It would appear that these entities, referred to as SCP-1200-A, are part of the company's workforce. Instances of SCP-1200-A are animate humanoid entities whose physiology is composed primarily of wrought iron. They are also coated in several layers of paint, usually in a shade of white, pale blue, or yellow. These layers of paint are worn, faded, and flaking, and the metal beneath is beginning to rust. Whenever they were made, it was some time ago, and they have fallen into a state of disrepair. Each instance has no facial features on its head, and the only feature present is one large, circular opening, which seems to operate a bit like a mouth. In addition to discovering the facility and its anomalous workers, this discovery gave the Foundation some new insight into the production process for this particular flavor of tastes like chewing gum. The image that it painted was, well, troubling. When instances of SCP-1200-A are not contained, they will attempt to collect recently deceased human cadavers and transport them to the production facility. If they are permitted to do so, they will collect these bodies from freshly dug graves or even poorly guarded morgues and carry them back to the facility. There, an SCP-1200-A instance will take one of its chosen corpses and begin to regurgitate paint, biological matter, and small slags of iron into the body's mouth. I apologize for the stomach-turning imagery, but there is simply no pleasant way to describe this process. The instance will repeat this process over a period of several weeks until the body begins to liquefy under the influence of whatever matter the entity has pumped into it. The process only ceases when the body begins to liquefy, eventually leaving behind nothing but a thick, homogeneous liquid, which will suddenly disappear soon after. How it disappears and where it goes is unknown, but I can make an unpleasant guess. Chemical analysis of some of this liquid has identified it as the substance that makes up 80% of the sample of tastes like those forgotten. It would appear that this particular flavor of chewing gum and Soylent Green have a key ingredient in common: people. No other facilities have been discovered at this point, so it is uncertain whether the key ingredients in other gum flavors are quite as macabre. Following the discovery of this facility, the Foundation cross-referenced its communication archives for any potential mentions of the facility or facilities like it. This investigation uncovered a surprisingly relevant phone call hidden in the archives. The call was made on June 2, 1999, from a payphone about 2 kilometers from the facility discovered in 2003. The recording contains one single unidentified male voice, and a transcription of the call's contents is included.
Herrick, this is Davis. I'm all done with the psychopomps here. We redirected the output to the location you wanted. Weren't any problems there. The goo should start arriving to you shortly. About your other order, Morton spotted some nano-hives in Budapest. I'm heading out there tomorrow. They should do nicely for your task after some tinkering. Make sure there won't be any issues with my payment this time. If your contacts at the factory are unwilling, I can always find someone else. Call you in 2 weeks.
Any discovery and seizure of SCP-1200 instances must be performed by the FDA under CFR Title 21. Once the instances are in the possession of the FDA, these samples will be replaced with non-anomalous duplicates, and the originals are to be transferred to Foundation Site 197. SCP-1200-A instances do not require food or oxygen to survive, and therefore are to be kept contained in individual reinforced containers, which are stored in the I-TL-1 wing of Site 197. 2 days after the SCP-1200-A base facility was dismantled, the SCP Foundation received a series of packages. These packages were delivered to several facilities, and all contained the same thing: a new, previously undocumented flavor of gum. This gum was completely colorless, and the packaging read, "Tastes like normalcy." Test subjects who chewed the gum said that it had no noticeable flavor at all, and no anomalous effects occurred. It seems that the creators of Tastes Like Chewing Gum took notice of the Foundation's investigation and decided to create a custom flavor, or lack thereof, for the organization. The identity of the company's higher-ups, or the gum's creators, is still unknown. Unfortunately, the trail has gone cold for now. But don't lose hope. It's possible more facilities are out there, waiting to be discovered. Keep that dream alive, investigators, and don't let me burst your bubble. Get it? Like bubblegum? Well, there's a reason I became a researcher and not a comedian.
Its leathery wings spread out, tattooed in arcane symbols of cultures long wiped out. Its clawed feet pad the linoleum, each step leaving a black scorch mark that stinks of brimstone. Steaming drool drips from the creature's burning tusks, nestled in concentric circles beneath its glowing, blood-red eyes. Its terrible gaze has already locked onto its prey, its quarry, and nothing will possibly deter it from getting what it wants. Fair trade organic bananas, 25% off.
What a steal.
The college student awakens in his trash dorm after another night of debauchery. His head is swimming. His tongue feels like sandpaper. The room is littered with empty cans, solo cups, and bottles, and his roommate is still out cold next to him, having had his face graffitied by some jokester with a black marker. But the college student isn't thinking about the night before. Not that he could remember any of it anyway. He's thinking about his rumbling stomach. He needs to get some food and a drink in him, or else he's going to feel terrible all day. He knows exactly what he needs: a bacon omelet and a tall, cool glass of OJ, the breakfast of champions. There's only one problem. When the college student checks the communal fridge, he sees that there is no orange juice and no eggs. That's when a flood of memories washes over him, less like a cool, refreshing sea breeze and more like being waterboarded. The previous night, he and his idiot friends had made that delicious, life-saving orange juice disappear into a series of screwdrivers, and in their altered state, they'd thrown all the eggs at each other. Man, he thinks, this is embarrassing. I've really got to get my act together. But before he can get any sweeping life changes put in place, he still needs to solve the breakfast conundrum: bacon omelet and a tall glass of OJ or bust. He throws on a light jacket, puts on his shoes, makes sure his roommate is lying on his side just to be safe, and heads out into town. That's where he'll find the means to make his breakfast dreams a reality. On his omelet odyssey, the college student passes a few of the local boutique cafes. They probably have what he needs, but on a student's budget, especially considering the money he probably blew on the previous night's rager. He thinks it's more economical to just buy the ingredients and make the breakfast himself. His mom and dad had always told him that college was about building life skills, after all. But that's when a second problem presents itself. For some reason, every grocery store or supermarket he passes seems to be closed. What gives? Is it some kind of national holiday that had somehow slipped his mind? As his hungover head pounds like someone installed a tiny construction worker with a pneumatic drill inside his brain, the hopelessness of this whole situation is beginning to dawn on him. Is he doomed to an omelet-free hell of his own making, just for the crime of wanting to have fun on a Saturday night? Life can be so cruel sometimes. But in the college student's lowest moment, a glimmer of hope presents itself. It seems he's absent-mindedly wandered off the beaten track, far closer to the edge of town than he'd intended to go. And while he's there, he spots what could be his salvation. It looks like a store, an honest-to-goodness supermarket, with the sign above the entrance reading, Babylon's. With a newly formed spring in his step, the college student makes a beeline. He can taste that hearty omelet and dose of vitamin C already. Once inside, the college student wastes no time looking for his eggs and OJ. Nothing about the store seems particularly strange until he ends up face-to-face with one of the people working there. Typically, he's used to seeing people his age or even younger working as store assistants. The man he's staring at has got to be in his mid-40s, and despite his somewhat dweeby uniform, he's one of the most intimidating people the college student has ever seen. His large, muscular arms bulge out of the baby blue uniform shirt, covered in what looks like intimidating gang tats. The man's head is completely shaved, with a long scar underneath one eye and a series of teardrop tattoos under the other. The college student can't help but think, holy hell, have they started hiring death row inmates here? Strangely, this incredibly scary man looks more nervous to see the college student in here. Like having a customer in the store was a scenario they somehow hadn't covered in the employee training manual. The college student politely insists that he won't need any help. He's just here for eggs and a carton of orange juice. As he walks further into the store, the college student can't help but realize that the strange man isn't an outlier. Anytime he sees an employee of the store, they're a large, beefy man covered in tattoos who looks like he should be doing 25 to life in San Quentin.
He's wondering if maybe the store is getting a tax break for hiring ex-cons when he sees something strange down the aisle in front of him, loitering in the refrigerated section. It's mist, but not the kind of dispersed mist you see out in the world. It's more like a solid column of mist. If the college student didn't know any better, he might have even thought that the column of mist was oddly humanoid. But he blinks and the mist is gone. So maybe it was just some strange product of his hungover imagination. He thinks, "Man, I hope I didn't party so hard I gave myself brain damage." He continues his egg quest, undeterred by the strangeness that he's seen so far. But another problem seems to be presenting itself. All of the products here are a little strange and unfamiliar. Without even trying, he's somehow found himself in the candy section, and despite having a youthful sweet tooth, he doesn't recognize any of the brands around him. One that catches his eye is a ghost-shaped candy labeled Candied Souls, which he thinks to be a strangely morbid name. He gives the candy a light squish to see if it's gummy or a hard candy, but when he does, it lets out an almost imperceptible ghostly wail. The noise is still enough to shock the college student into dropping it. The candied soul falls to the ground, where it bounces once and then comes to rest. He looks up to the section on the shelf he'd picked it up from, and to his astonishment, a new one appears to replace the other one, right before his eyes. It just materializes out of thin air. Impossible. Before the college student's mind can even process all the implications of the thing he's just seen, he turns to see an immense being entering the aisle next to him, shaking the ground with each footstep. It's easily 7 or 8 feet tall, with leathery, dragon-like skin and long, twisted horns emerging out of its skull. The monster lumbers, its tail whipping with excitement, its fangs borne. The monster speaks in a deep, rumbling voice like a volcano preparing to erupt.
"Oh, they've got a special on candied souls. It's my lucky day."
Without a moment's hesitation, the college student screams and runs in the opposite direction. There's a monster in the store, a demon, something straight out of hell. And even though the demon doesn't seem to be behaving aggressively, in fact, it's downright confused as to why the college student decided to scream and run, the college student is racked with mortal fear. Screw the orange juice, screw the omelet, he needs to get out of here before he's turned into breakfast. In fear's grasp, he isn't thinking logically. He's just running around the store in incoherent terror, trying not to be caught by beings that aren't even chasing him. Strangely, he does notice out of the corner of his eye that the staff aren't freaking out. They're acting like the freakish creature in the store is perfectly normal, just another run-of-the-mill customer. This place is clearly completely insane. On the way to the exit, the college student finds himself frozen at the front windows, staring out at the madness occurring in the parking lot. A series of cars have pulled up on the asphalt as the doors of the cars open, and a menagerie of nightmarish impossibilities pour out. Gooey insectoid beasts with a horrifying number of legs. Long, coiling snake-like entities covered in thorns. Beasts made entirely of blood-colored slime. Winged horrors covered in eyes. So many things beyond description. The college student's mind can barely process what he's seeing. While he's got hell amassing in front of him, the college student has no idea that heaven is getting closer and closer behind. He feels a strange warmth, unlike anything he's ever experienced, spreading across his back. A voice that seems to speak straight to his soul says, "Excuse me." When the college student sees the creature standing behind him, his eyes begin to water in pure reverence. It's a being torn out of the most ancient scriptures, almost impossible for the brain to comprehend. A series of spinning golden rings, covered in eyes of every color, wreathed in fire, and topped by a number of floating crowns. Behind it, 6 wings as pure and white as untouched snow, beat magnificently. Any thought of eggs or orange juice is wiped from the college student's mind by the mere sight of it before him.
"Be not afraid,"
the angelic creature says.
"I was just wondering if you knew where I can find some toilet paper in here."
The college student isn't interested in telling the impossible creature where it can find the toilet paper. He just wants to get out of this store. He just wants to survive. If he gets out of here alive, he swears he'll never party again. In a moment of lucidity, he sees the exit and runs for it, knowing this might be his only chance to survive the morning. He runs, trying to purge the angelic splendor from his eyes. When his feet hit the blacktop outside, he knows he's got a chance, even if the parking lot is full of demons and heavenly beings. But he doesn't expect to see a number of black tactical vehicles screech into the parking lot as men in suits and sunglasses pour out of the vehicles. They don't seem like they're here to help. They seem like they're here to get him. The college student does his best to frantically explain himself.
Wait, please, I just wanted some eggs and OJ. I just wanted some eggs and OJ.
But his protests are cut off when one of the men gets him in a headlock and forces a rag covered in chloroform over his face. Darkness falls. When the college student wakes up, he's in his dorm room again, surrounded by the same trash and the same graffitied sleeping roommate. He has no memories of the events that transpired before. All he knows is that he's hungry and thirsty. He drags himself up off the ground, head pounding, and schleps his way over to the fridge. An omelet and a glass of orange juice sound good right about now. And lucky for him, when he opens his fridge, a carton of eggs and a carton of orange juice are both waiting for him, though he's not sure why he bought the OJ with pulp. This is hardly a normal retail experience, unless you find yourself shopping at SCP-2854, also codenamed the Little Shop Mart of Horrors, though it's best known to its customers as Babylons. To the untrained eye, it appears to be an abandoned supermarket located 3 kilometers from Foundation Containment Site 118, but to those with the proper clearances, it's known to be a bizarre menagerie of anomalous phenomena. During the anomalous supermarket's business hours, cars will appear in the parking lot, delivering instances of the entities known as SCP-2854-1. These entities can manifest in a variety of forms, some of which we still haven't received full documentation on, but here are some of the primary documented forms. First, the incorporeal forms. One of them is a form with visible eyes wrapped in long lengths of intangible chains. The others are mist-like creatures with no discernible facial features. The corporeal beings are considerably more intimidating to look at. These include angelic entities in the biblically accurate sense, with many wings and eyes, and their counterparts, large entities that appear consistent with the multiplicity of demons described in Christian mythology. In terms of general layout, Babylon's is not dissimilar to your typical small independent supermarket. There are checkout lanes, a stock room, and multiple aisles of products. I imagine you're probably wondering what kind of products they sell at Babylon's, and lucky for you, we have some declassified files on that too. One available confectionery product is a candy labeled Candied Souls, a gummy shaped like a cartoon ghost, packaged in pink wrapping paper. They also sell eggs holding tridents, producing flame from an unknown source in an airtight red container adorned with pentagrams. They're labeled deviled eggs. For those with more carnivorous tastes, there are hot dogs with 3 separate cylindrical-shaped heads that each bark independently of each other, wrapped in a plastic container labeled Demon Dogs. And of course, there is green-colored bread in the shape of humanoid entities undergoing an advanced state of decomposition, wrapped in a plastic container labeled Unbread. Very cute, I'm sure you'll agree. When the products are removed from the shelves, they will regenerate automatically, with the speed of their regeneration depending on the level of demand for the product in the store. The longest interval for regeneration is 30 minutes. The shortest is 1 second. Where the products come from is still a mystery. The currency that the SCP-2854-1 entities pay for the products with is also unidentified. It's paper currency written in an unknown script with a picture of a gnome on it. Once the products have been purchased, the entities will return to their card and demanifest. A perfectly reasonable transaction, in a manner of speaking. The Foundation was doing an admirable job keeping this anomaly contained, but like many small businesses, Babylon soon found its clientele being poached by the local Walmart. This was the cause of the currently most conspicuous containment breach, Incident 2854-A. 2 instances of SCP-2854-1, which the Foundation has since learned were named Gregory and Alma, manifested outside the anomalous store, only to find that it was closed and devoid of personnel. The 2 impossible entities returned to their car and disappeared before appearing at a Walmart in Wilmington, North Carolina, for some late-night shopping. As Gregory and Alma entered the store, audio and video were recorded by the in-store CCTV cameras, and an immediate look of terror was plastered across the faces of everyone in their proximity. Gregory walked forward, trying to get a sense of the store's layout while scratching his head with long claws. He murmured out in a deep, demonic voice,
This sucks. Babylon's was closed, and now we're forced to go to a different supermarket. I hope that we don't have to do this on a daily basis.
Alma, who trailed not far behind him, said,
Well, maybe we'll get lucky, and Babylon's will be open later. We can always go back to check. We don't have to go here if you don't want to.
Gregory grumbled.
We already walked in the door. We have a commitment to shop here now. Hey, there's an employee. Maybe he can help us.
The employee was turned in the opposite direction, doing a listless stocktake on a ratty old clipboard as the two entities approached. Gregory politely asked where they could find the organic produce section. They were from out of town and had never visited a Walmart. Just as the employee was mindlessly droning out that the organic produce could be found on aisle 4, he turned and saw who, or what, he was actually talking to. His eyes teared up despite himself. His legs began to tremble. It was impossible. He had to be seeing things, but he wasn't. He clenched his jaw and braced for death, but instead, he got a jolt of energy. He turned and ran, screaming that there were monsters in the store. Gregory and Alma gave chase, still confused about where to find the organic produce they'd come in looking for. As they called for the employee to slow down, he just screamed louder and made a beeline for the exit, followed by a stampede of panicked customers. Gregory grimaced, confused, and muttered,
Well, crap. The customer service here is terrible.
Guess whose idea it was to shop here, Gregory?
quipped Alma.
Oh, shut up, Alma. We'll find it on our own.
As Alma and Gregory split up to explore the store, hoping the organic produce revealed itself, a night guard frantically called the police, ranting and raving about actual monsters having invaded the store. This was only going to make the chaos worse, as 3 different groups were alerted by the call: the local Wilmington Police, the SCP Foundation, and the Unusual Incidents Unit. For those not aware, the Unusual Incidents Unit is one of the more obscure and ineffectual groups of interest that the SCP Foundation occasionally both collaborates and clashes with. They're the anomalous department of the FBI, investigating cases of an unusual nature. They're highly understaffed, underfunded, and under-equipped compared to the SCP Foundation, and even the Global Occult Coalition. Most of the time, they inconvenience the Foundation by getting under their feet during important investigations. This was yet another one of these instances. Soon enough, a blockade of UIU agents and standard, non-anomalous police were marshaled around the Walmart, yelling over a loudspeaker for Gregory and Alma to come out and surrender. Naturally, this made them start bickering again.
Guess our shopping trip attracted more attention than we thought.
What was your first clue? The panicking customers? Maybe the cashier that thought we were psychos? Wow, how could you possibly figure that out, Gregory? You must be a genius or something.
Oh, just shut up, Alma. That attitude of yours is getting on my last goddamn nerve. Let's just go, okay? They're not going to let us leave peacefully anyway.
Gregory and Alma exited Walmart, at which point they were mobbed and apprehended by the UIU agents, at which point the SCP Foundation arrived to take over the situation. They contained Gregory and Alma harmlessly in Type 3 spectral mutagen allocators. Everyone in attendance was amnesticized and then released, all no thanks to the UIU. Since Incident 2854-A was documented, the Foundation has classified SCP-2854 as Euclid and modified its containment procedures accordingly. The Foundation purchased the land on which the seemingly abandoned store is located and erected a 2-meter-tall chain-link fence around the perimeter. The store is staffed by a rotating collection of D-Class and undercover Foundation agents, who are to remain up to date on the placement of products within the store so as to better assist the SCP-2854-1 instances. Satisfied customers are less likely to shop elsewhere, after all. The embedded personnel take an active role in the containment of SCP-2854-1 instances within a 5-mile radius of SCP-2854. Anyone who requests a transfer will be given a complimentary course of Class A amnestics to ensure that they won't carry any of the memories to their next assignment. I imagine most people working in retail wish that their employers had similar procedures. As a regular patron of my own local corner store, I can confirm that trying to find reasonable prices these days is its own special circle in the inferno. But as long as we don't find ourselves wandering the aisles of Babylon's, then perhaps we could all be doing a lot worse. The store manager had heard of crazy customers, but this was something else. A mob comes barreling towards the store, visible through the display windows as they charge down the street. They all look crazed, much closer in appearance to rabid animals than human beings, frenzying, foaming at the mouth. A few of them stumble in their haste while rushing for the automatic sliding doors. Some fall to the ground, only for others to clamber over them, leaping like athletes going over hurdles, with all the same speed, but with none of the grace. To the staff inside the store, they look like a pack of zombies, all apparently infected by the same virus that had given them such a ravenous hunger. For savings! "I thought Black Friday was a week ago," the trainee remarks as the doors slide open and the first of the mob spills inside. "Welcome to the Mattress Madness Megastore, everyone. If you could kindly form an orderly..." Within seconds, the trainee vanishes as a tidal wave of maddened mattress store customers starts to pile into the store. Each and every one of them is deranged. That much is clear, even from a distance. Across the store manager watches as his colleagues are shoved and tackled out of the way, just from their misfortune of standing too close to the entrance. It's only as one of the mob wanders closer that the store manager notices their eyes. Both lids stay shut, somehow closed, despite the crazed customer standing upright. They aren't screwed tightly. It's clear this person isn't forcefully keeping their eyelids clamped down. Instead, they're gently sealed as if the customer is still asleep or sleepwalking. The whole situation was astounding. First thing in the morning, just at opening time, a horde of sleepwalking customers barged their way into the Mattress Madness Megastore, moving and fighting retail staff as if they were all still awake and fully aware. And as if that isn't bizarre enough, it quickly turns out these people aren't here because they're eager not to miss out on great deals on their bedroom furniture. To the store manager's horror, the mob has come to the Mattress Madness Megastore for breakfast. He watches an elderly woman, eyes closed, shuffle up to a luxury cashmere pillow-top California king-size mattress and proceed to eat it. And not bite by bite either, not even ripping off pieces to chomp through like so much cotton candy. In a far more horrifying fashion, the old lady eats the mattress whole. The store manager feels his blood run cold at the sight of her mouth widening unnaturally, unhinging like a snake eating its prey. Except in this bizarre, unaired nature documentary, the snake is a human being, and its meal is a perfectly good bed that moments before had been resting on a stylish ottoman frame. The same exact display of confusing carnage is unfolding all over the Mattress Madness Megastore, people devouring entire Egyptian cotton mattresses. Some had even already devoured their respective meals and were already moving on to any accompanying pillows or cushions, feeding on them in much the same way. The few members of staff bold enough to try and intervene couldn't seem to wake the sleepwalking shoppers up, no matter how hard they gripped each one by the shoulders and shake. Nothing could deter them from devouring divans and munching on memory foam. A sudden, terrifying, and inescapable thought cuts through all the confusion, striking the store manager with an even greater fear. The stock room. Behind a series of doors, marked with signs reading "Employees Only," are shelves upon shelves of new units. The Mattress Madness Megastore being a much bigger outlet means that there's additional inventory to replace any mattresses on the shop floor that gets sold. And more mattresses mean more food for the mob. The worry that these sleepwalkers might soon develop a taste for human flesh never occurs to the store manager. He hurriedly races around the store, gathering up as many of his surviving staff as he can, and urges them to help him defend the stock in the back room. Some are already abandoning their posts, ripping name tags off their polo shirt uniforms and rushing to leave the store. They aren't willing to die for $7.25 an hour. The Mattress Madness Megastore has insurance. It'll cover the damaged stock once the crazed customers have feasted on feather beds, but the manager urges them to stay. The store's insurance covers stock that is damaged in transit, not mattresses that are eaten by hungry lunatics. A few stay, using the manager's desperation to leverage pay raises and more annual vacation days in exchange for their help during this crisis of cashmere carnivory. With his resistance force gathered, the store manager commands the remaining employees to charge for the door at the back of the store, but some of the nearby mattress eaters overhear in their sleepwalking state. The staff freeze, uncertain whether to bolt for the stockroom and risk being chased by the hungry customers. They need a distraction, a sacrificial lamb to grab the horde's attention. And with a solemn expression, the store manager realizes what he must do. This isn't a fight he'll make it out of alive. He leaps up onto a twin inner spring and calls out to the crazed customers. Attention, everyone, he bellows. I'd like to announce that all our mattresses are half off for the next 5 minutes. The crowd goes even more rabid, all eager to eat the pillowy pedestal the store manager is standing upon. His staff flees in the opposite direction, rushing to barricade themselves inside the storeroom, while their boss meets a grisly demise, and the crazed customers devour every remaining mattress in sight. But what on earth could have possibly caused such a scene to unfold? What was the inciting incident for this unprecedented act of mass matricide, the divan destruction, and combination carnage? All it took was one seemingly innocuous image, an unassuming online post, to stir over 7,000 people into a featherbed feeding frenzy. It's December the 3rd, 2020, almost an entire day before the deranged events that would soon unfold at the Mattress Madness megastore. And just like he does most days after college, the student is trawling various internet forums in search of things to laugh at. He's procrastinating, and through inaction, allowing himself to be buried under a veritable avalanche of assignments, all with rapidly approaching dates that they're due in by. But he doesn't care. He can always do them tomorrow. As far as he's concerned, there's plenty of time for him to waste doing, well, very little. But no matter where he looks, nothing brings with it even the smallest hit of dopamine. It's been hours since he stopped checking the clock at the bottom right-hand corner of his computer screen, instead wearing out the muscles of his finger as it spins the scrolling wheel of his mouse. His social media feed is all the same, more doom and gloom, and despite his searching, he can't find anything funny to alleviate his ongoing existential nightmare for so much as a second. If anything, seeing every anxiety-inducing post about the state of the world, or dour headlines of reposted news articles, only makes everything worse. That is, until the fateful link appears in his inbox. It's from one of his friends at college, living in the dorm across campus. The pair of them constantly swapped links and exchanged memes over direct messages, sometimes while sitting in the middle of important lectures. So the student quickly opens up the latest message from his friend, pleased to have something to relieve the monotony instilled by the prior several hours' worth of mindless scrolling. Sure enough, his friend's message sits waiting to be read in his inbox. It's just a single blue hyperlink with no additional context offered, nothing to indicate what the link is or what website it leads to, or even why the student's friend bothered to send it. They're long past the need to provide context for the memes they send each other. The link redirects to a familiar corner of the internet to the student, the deep-fried memes subreddit. Just seeing that written in the hyperlink is enough to spur an enthusiastic click. It's like going home, back to somewhere warm and welcoming, where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came, and where the student knows he's bound to find something to entertain himself. A deep-fried meme is usually a heavily edited image with a number of different filters added to it. Its contrast is boosted, the picture is oversaturated and distorted, all to the point wherein the colors are unnatural, and the image appears as a grainy, washed-out mess of pixels. And they're one of the student's favorite subgenre of funny posts. Opening up the link sent by his friend, he finds one such deep-fried meme staring back at him. It depicts a man, long-haired and wearing dark clothes, presumably a fan of heavy metal music. In front of the metalhead is a table with a chessboard placed neatly atop it. The pieces on the board are distributed in such a way that places the metalhead in checkmate, and his opponent? Directly opposite him at the table is a glass bowl filled with water and a goldfish aimlessly swimming around. And to top off this Louvre-worthy masterpiece is text, seemingly cut and paste from various different places, judging by the alternating fonts and styles. The words have been placed into a sentence that reads, "Tell me your secrets, fish." And the student explodes with laughter. As if answering his prayers for some humorous entertainment to avoid working on his college assignments, his friend had appeared out of the blue and delivered a perfect deep-fried meme. But that momentary boost in serotonin levels quickly subsides, and the student knows how these exchanges work. This has to be reciprocal, a mutual trading of memes, like for like, akin to swapping trading cards in the playground at a younger age. And so he searches the subreddit for a token worthy of returning to his friend. He clicks on a search filter, sorting the results from the top posts of all time to the most recent posts of the day. These were fresh, hot off the presses, or out of the deep fryer in this case. And the newer they were, the lower the chances that his friend had already seen them. Scrolling through, the student is met with a few underwhelming attempts that weren't worthy of the prestige expected by the deep-fried meme subreddit. They'd be better suited for posting on r/cringe. But then, it appears. The perfect, deep-fried, crispy golden brown, cooked to perfection picture to send back to his friend. The distorted image is a photograph of a bed, specifically a king-size mattress, on what looks like a polished wooden bed frame, although it's not easy to tell thanks to just how grainy the picture has been made. Whoever edited this meme knew what they were doing and has nailed the absurdist, bizarre humor that the student and his friend thrive on. A label over the mattress simply reads, "King size," and the meme is captioned in a classic top text, bottom text format with the phrase, "A feast fit for a king." And the pièce de résistance, the crowning touch that makes this meme worthy of the student's lofty standards, is the title given to it by the original poster. It sums up the meme perfectly, succinctly in 3 words: "Eat your mattress." The student erupts into uncontrollable fits of laughter, so much so that tears start to stream down his face. His stomach almost feels like it might explode at just how fine he thinks the post he's found is. Through giggles that hit like the aftershock of an earthquake, he copies the link to the Eat Your Mattress meme into a message and hits send to share the hilarity with his friend. Little does he know, he's just condemned his friend to the same fate that now awaits him. As soon as he falls asleep, it'll happen. And the student and his friend aren't the only ones either. The post spreads, either sent directly from one person to another or seen by those just browsing the Deep Fried Meme subreddit and happening across the Eat Your Mattress photo. Not all of them find it funny. They don't have to. They aren't even required to share it, to pass it on to someone else and help the post spread like wildfire. They've looked at it, and that's enough. Come the next day, an estimated 7,000 people across the world have seen the same meme, and it affects them all in the exact same way, becoming a directive, a command planted in their subconscious, one that they will act on without even realizing. It's been only a few hours since all the carnage erupted at the Mattress Madness megastore, but by now, the SCP Foundation has swept in and taken control of the scene. A cordoned section of multiple blocks, under the cover story of a dangerous gas leak. It's enough to keep civilians and prying eyes away without asking too many questions. But as for the Foundation personnel themselves, they've got plenty of unanswered questions of their own. 2 members of the cleanup team are reviewing the store's security footage, baffled by the sights of the chaos that unfolded there earlier that same morning. On the screen, frenzied customers are eating entire mattresses, stretching their mouths wide open and swallowing them whole. They watch as the store manager appears to make an attempt at a noble sacrifice to distract the horde of ravenous customers so his employees can rush towards the storeroom. But the manager is fine. Once the horde has eaten all the mattresses out on the store's main floor, they start trying to break into the stockroom out back, where the other employees have used layers upon layers of cellophane-wrapped mattresses to barricade the door. By the time the Foundation arrives, the customers have already forced their way into the stockroom and have devoured around half of the mattresses while exhausted employees try to wake them from their sleepwalking state. The Foundation sees to it that everyone affected is rapidly administered with memory-wiping amnestics to forget all about the ordeal. Their next job is to try and track down the source of whatever caused this unprecedented outbreak of mattress eating. But being experts in all things anomalous, it doesn't take the Foundation long to start pursuing possible explanations. Having already confirmed this wasn't a viral anomaly, their next course of action is to investigate possible mimetic causes, and sure enough, a common factor quickly presents itself. The mob that attacked the Mattress Madness megastore, along with subjects who have engaged in similar acts of mattress eating across the world, all have one thing in common. Each one has been exposed to the Eat Your Mattress post on the Deep Fried Meme subreddit. It takes some deduction on the Foundation's part to figure out the cause. After all, the meme in question is similar to a number of others posted in the same subreddit. As a result, the Foundation's online detection software, or web crawlers, initially fail to flag the mattress meme as an anomalous image. Once they do, it is designated as SCP-5126. But with a cause established, the pieces start to fit together. The Foundation's researchers soon realize what the image does. Another reason it was initially missed is that its effects only occur once the subject that has seen it falls asleep. The student is one such subject who lived through this. He dozes off in his gaming chair well past the middle of the night, hours after he's first seen SCP-5126. While sound asleep, without waking up once, he starts to seek out his mattress, laying unoccupied on his bed on the other side of his cramped dorm room. He and all the others who have seen SCP-5126 then consume their mattresses, including in many cases their pillows, any cushions, and even plush toys. Their bodies stretch unnaturally to accommodate the meal, only to return to normal once they have done the deed. Having returned to normal, the student and the others like him remain unaware they've just eaten a mattress. But the Foundation is left puzzled. There's still one question that hasn't been answered. Their examination of the several hundred customers at the Mattress Madness megastore revealed that the consumed mattresses aren't digested like food ordinarily is. They vanish without a trace. So this naturally begs the question, where are all these eaten mattresses going? Well, the Foundation quickly comes up with an experiment to find out. They place tracking devices inside of the cell of a member of D-Class personnel and expose him to SCP-913. Sure enough, the meme takes effect, and once asleep, he eats his mattress. The experiment is going exactly as the Foundation planned. Now they can follow the signal from the tracking devices to pinpoint the destination that all the consumed mattresses are disappearing to. And after several sweeps of the Earth's surface, their satellites discover a ping coming from a remote location in the state of Montana. MTF Sigma-16 suit up, ready to head out to the location. This mobile task force operates under the codename Slumber Party, and it's up to them to investigate. They come across a large structure. It looks a lot like a medieval castle, but it has been built out of mattresses and large cushions. It's the ultimate pillow fort. It even has pillars and all the fortifications you'd expect from a real historical castle, all made out of even more pillows. The Slumber Party team enters the fort and quickly discovers that the structure is able to anomalously reconstruct itself. Sigma-3 kicks over a stack of pillows and plush toys arranged to resemble a statue and watches as it reforms after collapsing. The team ventures deeper into the pillow fort and is quickly met with humanoid entities that are also made out of pillows. An entity swipes a pillow arm at Sigma-1, but she ducks out of the path of the attack. Drawing her firearm, she fires, causing a plume of feathers to spray out of the pillow person. The entity is unfazed, and several additional shots do nothing. Even a taser is ineffective. The pillow entities are exhibiting extreme resistance to damage, but Sigma-2 has an idea. She grabs a pillow from one of the walls and uses it to bash the entity attacking her teammate Sigma-1. The pillow person collapses into a pile on the floor, inanimate, and just like that, the mobile task force has a way to fight back. They all grab pillows and make quick work of their attackers before they move on to explore the rest of the castle. Then they encounter the king. There is a man sitting atop a large stack of cushions, wearing a nightcap and pajamas, eating feathers from an expensive brand of pillow. Scattered around him are empty pillowcases. Trying to ignore the smell, the Slumber Party team attempts to interrogate him. He claims to be the king of cushion, obsessed with pillows since a young age. Their smell, taste, and texture inspire him to create a kingdom of plush, his masterpiece of mattresses. It doesn't take very long for the Foundation operatives to realize that this man is insane. They question him about how SCP-913, the Eat Your Mattress meme, works. How is it able to make people consume entire mattresses and send them to the king's cushiony castle? And why? Well, the king explains that buying mattresses is expensive, so in order to build his castle, he's outsourced the gathering of building materials. As he sees it, he is offering people affected by the meme a delicious meal in exchange for their beds, spreading the world of pillows so he can gather resources for his kingdom. Suddenly, he challenges the Slumber Party team to a pillow fight for having tracked him down. The king of cushion takes up a pillow in one hand and charges towards the mobile task force, armed and ready to do battle with them all. He is quickly incapacitated by Sigma-1's taser and drops to the floor defeated. Now designated SCP-913-A, the King of Cushion is transported back to the SCP Foundation for analysis and containment. Their testing reveals he possesses no anomalous properties whatsoever, and the King actually requires his stomach to be pumped thanks to the copious amounts of pillow feathers he's been eating. The Foundation gets to work dismantling his pillow fort and moving all the components into storage. And as for the Eat Your Mattress meme itself, the Foundation's web crawlers are keeping an eye out for any other posts of the anomalous image. And don't worry, if you find yourself giggling at a funny deep-fried image that jokingly implies you should eat your mattress, the Foundation will ensure you don't remember it happening, and they'll even throw in a replacement for your swallowed mattress at no added cost. Now that's a bargain.
A man opens his mouth to bite a hot dog and suddenly freezes. His eyes widen, and the hot dog drops from his hand, falling to the ground. Ahead, a stampede of people is running toward him, screaming, crying out for help. Behind them, a man walks at an ordinary, casual pace, but something is off. His eyes have a glazed, unfocused look to them, and he keeps shoveling random items into his open mouth, swallowing them down. He eats a clipboard and pen, a discarded shoe, and as the first man watches in horror, the very hungry man grabs the ankle of a fallen member of the crowd and pulls him into his mouth, devouring him. The first man turns to run for his life, only to be knocked to the ground by the rest of the crowd, trying to escape. He struggles to climb back to his feet, and a hand reaches out to take his. When he makes it to his feet, he looks up and sees the hungry man pulling him in, mouth stretching open wide. The sky is a perfect, cloudless blue. The air is warm from the unbroken sunlight, but cooled to the perfect temperature by a gentle breeze, and there is a sense of electricity, excitement, and competition in the air. Throngs of people have gathered together in a makeshift arena, piled into plastic chairs and swarming around concession stands, all training their eyes on the arena's center. What are they here for? Some sort of Olympic Games? A baseball tournament? A horse race? No, it's something greater, something meatier. It is the annual Midsummer Hot Dog Eating Contest, and locals and tourists alike are coming together to see just who can cram the most pork or beef hot dogs and buns down their gullets in front of a roaring crowd. The announcer makes his way to the front of the arena, standing with his arms wide in front of the long table behind him. As he calls out the names of this year's contestants, they file in, each taking his place behind the table. There is the previous year's champion, a burly man with a bushy beard and twinkling eyes, and there is this year's surprise competitor, a skinny 19-year-old college student with a hungry grin. Then there are the lesser-known contestants, a local father who signed up after making a joke with his daughter, an uncle who scrawled his name on the sign-up sheet after a few too many drinks, a recently retired man checking off another item on his golden years bucket list. All have come to the event today with full hearts and empty stomachs, ready to see who the year's victor will be. The announcer riles up the crowd, encouraging them to cheer as loudly as possible to spur on their chosen competitor. All the while, staff are carrying out trays piled high with hot dogs, more hot dogs than most people see in a year, except for the people who just really, really love hot dogs. Each contestant receives a tray of hot dogs, a bucket of water, and an additional empty bucket, just in case, well, you get the idea. With the supplies and competitors all in place, it is time to begin the countdown. The announcer holds up his favorite air horn and calls out,
3, 2, 1, eat!
At the sound of the air horn's blast, the men leap into action, seizing hot dogs from plates and each engaging in their unique competitive eating technique. The previous year's champion employs the method of famous hot dog eating champion Joey Chestnut, dunking his entire hot dog sloppily into his water, then swallowing it as quickly as possible. The new challenger, on the other hand, employs the Solomon method, named for King Solomon. Much like the fabled king suggested doing with a stolen infant, eaters using the Solomon method break the focus of their feasting in half before polishing it off. One of the more casual competitors attempts a divide and conquer technique, eating first the dog itself and then the bun. Others employ no specific technique at all, attempting to devour the stack of hot dogs before them, using the same classic eating style they might employ at a family barbecue. This is a grave mistake. One by one, the less prepared competitors drop out, spitting into their buckets, wiping meat sweats from their foreheads, waddling out of the arena while groaning and holding their aching stomachs. Soon, only the two frontrunners remain. But what's this? A challenger approaches. An unassuming black man, clad in a shirt and dress pants, rushes into the arena, his face a mask of single-minded determination, and begins seizing the discarded hot dogs off the table, gobbling them up as fast as he can. The announcer and the rest of the audience watch in stunned disbelief. This is unprecedented, and as exciting as it is, definitely against the rules. This man is not a registered competitor, and he certainly can't join the contest in the champion stretch. Unsure of what else to do, the announcer beckons to the staff on the sidelines, ushering them back toward the table to clear the food and escort this surprise drop-in out of the arena. The audience watches with rapt attention as the staff members attempt to remove the stranger from his place at the table. He shakes his head violently, refusing to go, and snatches the hot dogs away from them, even as they try to clear the trays away. All the while, the remaining competitors standing are attempting to stay the course and finish strong in spite of the interruption. The new, younger man collapses, slumping down onto the table in a hot dog-induced stupor. He has tapped out. The victor is the previous year's champion, with a staggering ultimate tally of 38 hot dogs. As 4 staff members work together to wrestle the stranger out of the arena,
the champion steps forward to receive his trophy. The crowd roars as he holds up his arms, grinning ear to ear and basking in yet another win. The announcer can still see the staff struggling with the stranger out of the corner of his eye, but this crowd wants to see their champion crowned, and the show must go on. So he grabs the Hot Dog King sash, the crown made from gold-plated hot dogs, and even the massive gold trophy. He crowns the winner, placing the sash over his shoulders. Then, as the music swells triumphantly, courtesy of the local high school marching band, the announcer holds up the trophy, sunlight glinting off its shiny surface. It represents so many things: achievement, celebration, the ability to eat just so much meat and not get sick, and now it is time for it to be awarded to the man who earned it. The announcer stretches his arms, handing over the trophy to the contest winner, when all of a sudden, another hand grabs hold of its handle, ripping it from the announcer's grasp. The stranger has returned, somehow freeing himself from the multiple security guards who escorted him away, and he has taken the trophy for himself. But he isn't just attempting to crown himself the Hot Dog King. No, this is not a simple coup de hot dog. He lifts the trophy up over his head, opening his mouth as wide as it will go, and tears the metal in half with a horrible screeching sound, shoving the pieces into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. By the time the announcer and the champion recover from their shock enough to move again, the trophy is completely gone, vanished into the stranger's belly. After a day of seemingly impossible feats of feasting, the sight of this strange man consuming a truly impossible meal of metal is just too much for the already anxious crowd to take. The arena erupts into absolute chaos as people spill out of their seats en masse, fleeing the area. The champion, however, does not turn and run. He feels robbed of his victory. Though it may have occurred in an utterly bizarre fashion, he won't stand for this kind of disrespect. He has trained all year for this moment, only to watch his trophy be eaten right in front of him. He marches right up to the stranger and pokes him in the chest, demanding to know who he thinks he is. What gives him the right to crash the hot dog eating contest, interrupt the proceedings, and upstage his victory by chowing down on the trophy? The man doesn't answer him, so the champion continues to berate him, wagging his finger in his face. The stranger's eyes follow the finger, and slowly he opens his mouth. There is a sudden chomp, and the champion screams, holding his hand to his chest, using his shirt to stem the bleeding. He turns to run with the rest of the crowd, but it's too late. The stranger's hand clamps down on his shoulder, holding him in place with a surprising strength. The only thing he sees before his life is snuffed out is the stranger's wide-open mouth, before everything goes dark with another sickening chomp. All the while, the crowd's terror rises to a fever pitch at the horrible sight. They trample each other as they scramble to vacate the area, shoving strangers and loved ones alike out of the way in a bid to escape this mysterious equal-opportunity omnivore with an appetite for far more than just hot dogs. Some manage to escape, running far enough from the arena that they can stop to catch their breaths and glance back at the ones who were not so lucky. Those who tripped and fell in the madness, who had the wind knocked out of them by an elbow to the gut from one of their neighbors, those with weak ankles or who hadn't tied their shoes carefully enough. All of these poor, unfortunate souls are next on the menu for the stranger. He devours them one by one, rarely even stopping to chew. As one surviving woman watching from a distance pulls out her phone to call 911, she can't escape noticing the parallels to the contest itself, the way the stranger eats with a singular focus on consuming as much as possible. There's no pause to enjoy the meal, but there is no sadism or malice in the act either, just the sheer, undeniable drive to keep eating. The woman's call to the police is one of the strangest moments of her life and utterly baffles the local police department. "Ma'am, please calm down," one officer repeats again and again. "What do you mean there's a man eating people?" "I mean exactly what I said," she shouts. "A man showed up at the hot dog contest and started eating people. Please, you have to do something." "I think this is above our pay grade, miss," another officer chimes in. "You think we should call, the first officer trails off. Who? The woman demands, but the line goes dead before she can ask another question. The police are clearly no help, and she isn't about to stick around and see just how big this stranger's appetite is. She tried to save the others, but now she needs to save herself. She runs all the way home without another glance back. Meanwhile, the local police did make that mysterious call, and an SCP Foundation mobile task force is currently en route to the scene. By the time they arrive, the park is a ghost town. with nothing but the blood-stained grass and abandoned arena to suggest that something horrible ever happened here at all. But these aren't some bumbling local police officers who have no idea what to do with a man-eating anomaly. This team has seen enough bizarre sights to fill a lifetime, and another lifetime after that. They spy a trail of sticky red footprints leading away from the arena. At first, they assume that the substance is blood, but a closer examination reveals that it is, in fact, ketchup. They track the savory footprints away from the scene of the day's unsavory events, following them to a nearby warehouse. Judging from the scattered wooden beams, rustling metal, and boarded-up windows, this place has been abandoned for some time. The perfect place for an anomaly to hide away. If they weren't certain, the sound of someone inside biting through sheets of metal is plenty of indication that this is the right place. With no time to waste, they break down the door of the warehouse, weapons drawn and ready. They follow the sound of the chewing, splitting up to apprehend the subject from all available directions. The shriek of tearing metal echoes through the building, bouncing off the walls and creating a cacophony that is difficult to track. They do their best to follow the sound, but quickly veer off in separate directions in an attempt to cover as much ground as possible. One operative confronts the stranger just as he is reaching for another piece of metal. He watches as the man takes a massive bite out of the steel, a bite that should have shattered his teeth and broken his jaw. Instead, a cartoonish bite mark is taken out of the metal. He approaches the stranger, who, upon locking eyes with him, begins to shake his head, still chewing. The MTF operative ignores this visual cue, approaching the man and attempting to physically restrain him. This, like the confrontation with the champion before, is cut off with a fateful chomp, and the operative screams ringing out through the warehouse, alerting his teammates to his unfortunate fate. The screams suddenly go silent, and another MTF operative stops cold, listening as the sound of chewing draws nearer and nearer. He spins around to face the presence behind him and spots the stranger standing there. The otherwise ordinary man is polishing off the tip of a steel beam, grimacing as he swallows it. The operative lifts his weapon, pointing it at the subject. The operative tells him to stand down and come quietly. The hungry man pleads wide-eyed for the operative to turn and run while he still can. He takes small, reluctant steps toward the operative, muttering that he can't stop. The operative brandishes his weapon again, barking another order for the man to stop. Before he can make another move, the stranger snatches the weapon out of his hand, opens his mouth, and swallows it. He winces as he does, but does not stop until the weapon is completely devoured. All at once, he lets out a loud belch, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. He rubs his stomach, wipes his brow, and sighs heavily. "I'm so sorry about that. I was just so hungry I couldn't help it." The man shakes his head sadly. "I hope you can get a new weapon. And I'm sorry about your friend, too. You said you couldn't help it. Why'd you stop?" The stranger shrugs, sighs again, and simply says, "Well, because I was full." After a bit of convincing, and a test confirming that the subject's strength and bite force has returned to ordinary human levels, the remaining mobile task force agreed to bring him into Foundation custody unharmed, though restrained. They pile into one of the SCP Foundation's trademark unmarked vans and set off toward the nearest Foundation site. About 1 hour into the trip, the subject begins to lament his growling stomach, asking if they could possibly stop somewhere for a bite to eat. Ordinarily, this is against protocol, but after what happened to their teammate, the task force members aren't taking any chances. They pull into a fast food drive-thru and permit the subject to order whatever he wants. They'll declare it as a business expense later. 5 burgers, 5 fries, 5 tacos, 5 pies, 5 cokes, 10 tater tots, 10 tenders, 5 shakes, 5 pancakes, 5 jalapeno poppers, and 5 baked potatoes later, the task force successfully reached the Foundation site with their newest subject, SCP-913. SCP-913 appears to be an average African-American man around middle age. Though his appearance is completely ordinary, his metabolism is unnaturally fast. He requires the recommended daily caloric intake for an average human being every 2 hours, and has an unusually high internal temperature, though the specific number has been redacted from his official file. If he does not meet his calorie requirement for a given 2-hour period, he will enter a trance state in which he is unable to control himself. In this state, he will break down and ingest any solid matter in his line of sight. This includes matter that would ordinarily be indigestible, including wood, plastic, and metal. In this state, his appetite does not distinguish between living and non-living subjects. When he is in this hunger-driven state, he is aware of all his actions, but cannot stop himself, even when he eats dense materials that cause him extreme discomfort. If this state hits while the subject is sleeping, he will be forced awake. In addition to his anomalous appetite, SCP-913 can rend objects at an estimated force of 3,000 newtons and can bite objects with an estimated force of 5,000 newtons when eating them. Whenever he is not in his trance state, he cannot replicate this strength. An examination of SCP-913's liver tissue showed that it is capable of producing new enzymes in response to foreign material, allowing his body to digest matter that should be highly dangerous to consume. These enzymes metabolize the substrate at an efficiency of approximately 98%, detoxifying any drugs or toxins consumed by the subject during the hunger state or otherwise. This includes, but is not limited to, amnestics and anesthetics. When SCP-913 was first discovered, he was wearing a shirt and dress pants, both with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn onto their tags. SCP-913 has no tattoos aside from one on his right calf, which reads, Mr. Hungry, from Little Misters by Dr. Wondertainment. Just in case you aren't aware, the Little Misters are a line of humanoid anomalies created by the mysterious Dr. Wondertainment Corporation, including the fish-headed Mr. Fish, the candy-coated Ms. Sweetie, and Mr. Life and Mr. Death, who is every bit as existentially upsetting as he sounds. The purpose of these creations is currently unknown, though, like many Dr. Wondertainment products, their existence invites endless speculation. SCP-913 must be contained in a customized humanoid containment cell lined with 1 meter thick carbon steel. 913 is to be provided standard furnishings for his containment cell, coinciding with the usual necessities for a comfortable humanoid dwelling. He may be given pre-recorded entertainment materials, such as concerts, films, and television shows upon request. The cell may be accessed via a reinforced carbon steel door. Once every 2 hours, SCP-913 is provided with 1 nutritional supplement as specified in Document 913-2. I attempted to locate a copy of 913-2 for further details on said nutritional supplement, but access to it appears to be limited to researchers assigned to SCP-913. While the subject is sleeping, nutrition is provided to SCP-913 via a central venous catheter that must be changed once every 3 months. These measures allow SCP-913 to receive the calories that he needs to avoid entering a hunger state, ensuring the safety of everyone on site, as well as his own comfort. Like the rest of the Little Misters, SCP-913 presents a puzzle that may never be solved. I could spend my limited time on this Earth wondering why Dr. Wondertainment would create a being that seems to serve no purpose other than eating as much as possible, lest he unwillingly destroy the environment around him. But I believe that would be a waste of time. Why does Dr. Wondertainment do anything that they do? Why create a woman who can turn men into candy soldiers? Why create an ordinary man with a fish head, a tiny top hat, and a Boston accent? The personal motivations of Dr. Wondertainment, whether they are an individual or a massive conglomerate, are as inscrutable to me as the meaning of life itself, or the reasons why a person would want to eat more than 2 hot dogs in one sitting. A young woman steps onto her bathroom scale. She holds her breath and squeezes her eyes shut, afraid to see the results as she listens to the dial spinning. When it slows to a stop, she opens her eyes and looks down. She balks at the result. 150 pounds! That's unacceptable in her eyes. She steps off the scale and examines her reflection in the full-length mirror. In truth, her weight is far from out of control, but when she looks at herself, she can't help but see flaws. The subtle ring of pudge around her middle, the way her butt sticks out just a little too far for her liking, the very faint thickness around her cheeks and chin that hint at her history of snacking. As she leaves the bathroom, she reflects on her situation. Of course she's gaining weight. How could it be any other way? For the last 2 years, she's been in lockdown during a pandemic, and she's barely left her apartment. She let her gym membership lapse, and instead of cycling to work, she's instead taking the easy way out by just driving. And it's not like she gets much exercise in her free time either. During these last 2 years of isolation, she's mostly stayed in and watched television. She's discovered a particular love for trashy daytime talk shows and court dramas. Intellectually, she knows that they're the equivalent of junk food, but at the same time, there is a certain mindless charm to them. She would be embarrassed to admit it to any of her friends, but she does enjoy just turning off her brain and absorbing some silly talk show about professional stunt dwarves or Satan-worshipping furry juggalos. That sort of entertainment has been a boon to get her through the tough times. Nevertheless, it's time to make a change. She promises herself that she's going to get into shape. Today, instead of vegging out on the couch, she's going to make an effort. She's going to go out and get some exercise, and she tells herself she's going to watch those extra pounds melt away right before her eyes. She hopes that her old gym clothes will still fit her. After all, she's definitely put on some extra weight since her last trip to the gym. After rummaging through her drawers, she finds what she's looking for, her spandex gym shorts and sports bra. She quickly changes her clothes and is relieved to see that, although they might be a little snugger than she would like, they still fit her pretty well. That's a good sign. She probably won't even have to work very hard to get herself down to her ideal weight. It's all a matter of willpower, she tells herself. I was fit before, so that means I should be able to do it again. All I have to do is avoid temptation. I'll just have to make sure I stay active instead of watching trash TV all day. After all, I don't want to rot my brain too much. On the first day, she actually does an admirable job of sticking to her plan. She cycles to work, enjoying the fresh air and the reassuring post-workout burn in her legs that let her know that she's making progress. She throws away all the junk food in her refrigerator and goes shopping for healthy fruits and vegetables. And, most important of all, she limits her television time. She knows that trashy TV is probably her biggest addiction, even more than junk food, so she needs to be careful of that. On the second day, though, she notices something strange. She starts off with a simple, healthy breakfast, just some granola and a glass of juice. It's barely enough to satisfy her, but she knows that she has to make sacrifices if she expects to actually lose any weight. After breakfast, she decides to go out for a jog. As she's out on the street, she's overcome with sudden hunger. Of course, that's to be expected. She's on a diet now, so it's going to take some time to adjust to these smaller meals. She puts her hand to her rumbling stomach and grimaces. She's never felt this hungry before. If she didn't know better, she would think that she hadn't eaten for a week with the amount of pain that she's feeling. In fact, she's actually starting to feel a little woozy, and she has to lean against a light post to keep from fainting. She shakes her head to clear her thoughts. Okay, she thinks, I must have misjudged how many calories I need to get me through a morning. Her eyes stray to a nearby coffee shop. She sighs in relief. She thinks to herself, I'll just pop in there and get myself a small snack, just a little something to keep my blood sugar up. She walks into the cafe and gets in line. As she waits, she can't help but stare at the rows of pastries on display under the glass. They all look delicious, and she is really hungry. She fully intends to only get a bagel with a little smear of cream cheese, but when she gets to the counter, she finds herself ordering way too much food. I'd like 2 scones, 3 danishes, and a bear claw, she says. Also a large super raspberry frappuccino with extra syrup and whipped cream. The words just tumble out of her mouth, almost as if it's not her saying them, but rather some other voice speaking through her mouth. What the? I didn't say that, she stammers. The clerk behind the counter eyes her strangely, and the young woman feels too embarrassed to protest further. She steps aside and waits for her order, pondering the strange event that just happened. Is she possessed? She's not a superstitious person, but she can't think of any other explanation for what just happened. She can admit to herself that she has broken down and lost to temptation over a tasty snack in the past, but this is ridiculous. Eventually, when the clerk hands her the order, she rationalizes the whole thing away. I must just be having a hunger hallucination, she says to herself. Obviously, I need to be a little more careful about not being so strict about my diet. I'm sure if I just eat sensibly, I won't have an experience like that again. Her stomach grumbles again, reminding her of the original reason why she stepped into this coffee shop. She retreats to a table in the corner and tears open the bag. She wolfs down her pastries with gusto and slurps at her rich, creamy drink. When she's finished, she sighs in satisfaction, although the uncomfortable full feeling in her belly reminds her of her predicament. She only meant to eat enough to keep her from fainting, but instead, she's eating herself silly, and it's only day 2 of the diet. This does not bode well. Okay, she tells herself, this is my last cheat. From now on, I'm going to be serious about this diet. She stands up and leaves the cafe, ready to complete the rest of her jog. But then, something even stranger happens. On the television, the matriarch of the family is furious. She has forbidden her daughter from marrying the gardener because she believes that he is too low class for her high-born daughter. But what she doesn't realize is that her daughter is in love and that she is determined to make it work. The daughter and the gardener have eloped, and the matriarch is hiring a private detective to track them down. Meanwhile, the matriarch's long-lost twin brother, whom she thought died in a plane crash in the tropics, has actually been alive the entire time. He has been in a South American hospital recovering from amnesia, but now he returns to the family estate, ready to claim his share of the inheritance. These events are all noted by the family's shady lawyer, who has big plans to usurp the family fortune himself. Unbeknownst to the family, he is actually secretly working for their mortal enemies and business rivals to destroy them. The young woman laughs, shoving a handful of potato chips into her mouth. Oh man, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes now. That lawyer is playing them all like fiddles. Suddenly, she startles, as if she's just waking up. Where is she? Wasn't she just in that coffee shop? How is it that she's at home? And why is she eating potato chips? She was sure that she threw out all the junk food in the house. She must have bought a bag on her way back home from jogging, but she literally cannot remember it. And what is she doing now? Watching television and eating junk food? In disgust, she grabs the remote and shuts off the TV. She was supposed to be jogging, and instead, she's sitting at home and watching stupid soap operas. The thing that worries her the most is her apparent blackout. She remembers nothing about her trip home from the coffee shop, although the evidence of the potato chip bag indicates that she must have stopped at a convenience store or supermarket on the way home. How could she forget something like that? I really must be having a blood sugar issue, she tells herself reassuringly, even though deep down, she knows that can't be the case. She had the blackout after eating the pastries at the coffee shop, so that can't be the cause. But she really doesn't want to think about that, so she puts it out of her head with a renewed promise to commit to her exercise and fitness program. Over the next few days, she makes a valiant effort to keep her promise. She cycles when she can, she jogs when she remembers, and yet, the blackouts continue. And no matter where she is when she loses her memory, she always recovers in the same place. Back home on her couch, always in the middle of eating some fatty junk food, always staring at the television set. Sure, she's always had an unhealthy television habit, and she knows that trashy talk shows and silly soap operas are her biggest weakness, but it doesn't make any sense that she would be seeking them out when she's in some kind of fugue state, right? As the weeks roll by, the young woman finds that her weight keeps rising. When she steps onto the bathroom scale, she's shocked to see that the dial points to 200 pounds. She's doing everything right, she thinks. How is that possible? How is it possible that she's ballooned up an extra 50 pounds since deciding to slim down? She can't fit into her old gym clothes anymore. She can barely tug the spandex shorts up to her thighs, and even if she could, she's afraid that they're going to split apart. In desperation, she switches to an old stretchy sweatsuit. It's the only thing that she owns that still fits her. This is just a temporary setback, she tells herself as she stares at her bloated reflection in the bathroom mirror. I just have to work harder. And she does. Or does she? When she goes to ride her bike, she finds that it's no longer strong enough to support her weight. She can't perch on the seat comfortably, and the steel body frame starts to creak when she rests her full weight upon it. She steels her resolve. Sure, it might be embarrassing to go out in public wearing an ill-fitting sweatsuit and riding a bike groaning under her bulk, but she really has no choice. This time, she's going to do it. And she probably did ride her bike to work, right? She's not sure. The next thing that she knows, she's back at home, spread across the couch, basking in the comforting glow of the television. The floor is covered in empty bags and cartons, and her face is slathered with crumbs and sauce. The last thing that she remembers is that she was just about to go for a bike ride, but now she's back at home, and it looks like she just completely ruined her diet. She lifts her arm with some effort and stares at her watch. She's lost almost a whole day. That's the longest blackout yet. She must have gone out cycling and made her way home, where she decided to reward herself for her strenuous efforts with a little snack. That's the only logical explanation. She tries to reassure herself that maybe she's past the worst of it, but she finds that these mysterious blackouts keep happening. They happen while she's at work, while she's at the gym, while she's out cycling, but she always comes to in the same place, sitting on her sofa at home, in front of the TV, surrounded by the debris of a massive meal. Again, she wonders if maybe she's having some sort of reaction to her new low-calorie diet. Maybe she's been cutting back so far on her food intake that she's starting to have fainting spells. Maybe her diet food is tainted in some way. But that doesn't explain why she keeps gaining weight. The scale in her bathroom doesn't lie. It keeps reporting higher and higher numbers, and as much as she tries to reassure herself that it must just be broken, her ever-tightening clothes and ever-widening reflection tell her otherwise. Her trips to the gym become less and less frequent, as she finds that other patrons have started to stare and whisper about her. Are they laughing at her for not being able to control her weight? Are they whispering about how her new flab is spilling from the confines of her sweatsuit? She can't even run on the treadmill for more than a few minutes without being completely winded, and she's too wide to balance on her bike now. The young woman has grown absolutely massive, to the point that she completely fills the whole couch. She chews her way through yet another bag of potato chips, her eyes never straying from the ever-chattering television set. She barely moves from the spot, her tremendous girth sinking into a permanent groove in the cushions as the couch springs groan. She barely notices, however, because she's much too intent on enjoying herself. She loves to eat, and every bite brings her untold joy, her taste buds tingling with delight. She is constantly full, so much so that she feels slightly sick, so bloated that she feels like she might just burst, but she's powerless to resist the siren call of junk food. She scarfs down entire boxes of cookies and cartons of ice cream without a thought, having turned into the very definition of a mindless eater. Only occasionally does she rouse herself from this stupor of gorging, to reach for her telephone, to order more takeout or more grocery delivery, always choosing the most calorie-laden options. Other than eating, her attention is completely devoted to her television set. She watches a constant stream of daytime talk shows, laughing along with the studio audience as the hosts parade out an assortment of society's biggest freaks. Sometimes she'll switch the channel to watch soap operas, becoming so wrapped up in the ridiculous plot twists and melodramatic acting that she completely forgets the passage of time. Her bicycle stands propped against the wall in the hallway, completely forgotten and untouched now for months. At this point, all thoughts of losing weight have utterly evaporated, and all that she cares about is satisfying her appetites for junk food and junk television. One day, she suddenly shakes her head and looks down at herself in horror, as if seeing herself for the first time. "What the?" she says in disbelief. She drops her half-eaten carton of ice cream and grabs at her fleshy middle with her hands, as if to make sure that it's all her and not some kind of crazy dream. Her hands sink deep into her new flesh, and she realizes to her shock that indeed she has eaten herself into morbid obesity. "How is this possible? I can't be this big. I was only... Her words trail off as the sound of an organ sting from the soap opera on TV diverts her attention. Within seconds, her eyes have glazed over, and her hands move to pick up the dropped carton of ice cream. Her worries about her growing size forgotten, she's now only concerned with watching until the next commercial break. It might seem unbelievable that someone could undergo such a startling physical and mental transformation, but what that young woman experienced has led to her being classified by the Foundation as SCP-2611. SCP-2611 is, as you might have expected, a young woman currently weighing approximately 500 pounds. Her mobility is limited due to her weight, although SCP staff encourage her to take light exercise whenever possible, in hopes of preventing her mobility from deteriorating further. She also suffers from several health issues related to her weight and lifestyle, including diabetes, for which she is receiving treatment by Foundation personnel. Her awareness of her situation and surroundings is severely limited, as she spends most of her time in a stupor, but when she is lucid, she believes that she is in a special facility receiving treatment for her weight problem. In reality, SCP-2611 is under observation because of SCP-2611-1. SCP-2611-1 is a mass of sentient fat located on SCP-2611's left side. SCP-2611-1 has become integrated with several of SCP-2611's vital organs, making it too dangerous to attempt to remove SCP-2611-1 via liposuction or other means. SCP-2611-1 has gradually exerted increasing control over the mind and actions of its host, to the point that SCP-2611 is only fully conscious for 1 to 2 hours daily. The rest of the time, SCP-2611-1 is fully in control of its host's behavior. Prior to coming to the SCP facility, SCP-2611-1 influenced its host to consume massive amounts of calories, leading to the mysterious and sudden weight gain that we observed earlier. This was possibly an attempt by SCP-2611-1 to increase its own size and influence, but as of yet, its reasons, as well as how it exerts control over its host, are unknown. When in control, SCP-2611-1 can speak through its host, communicating in standard American English. SCP-2611's access to food has been limited since her arrival at the Foundation, so as to prevent her weight gain from accelerating to dangerous levels. Other than eating, SCP-2611-1's main interest appears to be daytime television. Attempts to communicate with SCP-2611-1 have so far met with little success due to the anomaly's limited attention span for anything other than the minutiae of daytime television. In a conversation with one researcher, however, SCP-2611-1 let slip that it preferred daytime television to the programming watched by, quote, that other guy, suggesting that it lived inside a different host before it eventually took up residence within the body of SCP-2611. At another point, while in the middle of a conversation about a court drama, SCP-2611-1 suddenly announced, kill it now, I don't care if I die." Staff believe that this might not have been SCP-2611-1 at all, but rather the voice of SCP-2611 trying to break through the hypnotic control of her parasite to call for help. At this time, no drastic action is recommended until further observations can be made. SCP-2611-1 does not appear to be contagious, and the way that it bonds with the host is unknown, so it is currently classified as safe. At the moment, SCP-2611-1 is the only known instance of its kind. However, considering rising levels of obesity worldwide, it is not unfathomable to think that there could be countless other instances influencing the behavior of other hosts to dedicate their lives to consuming food and television. Who knows? It's not like most of us would need that much convincing. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, like SCP-002, The Living Room, for another tale of a large amount of flesh. And make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single anomaly as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives.